On January 1st, 2021, I posted the first episode of Fami Daily to this channel. That project was an exhaustive documentation of the entire Famicom library, and the process took nearly 3 years. In 2024, I have been repeating that with the Famicom Disk System library, posting a video slightly more than one every other day so that I'd get through the whole thing over the course of a year. There's only a week left in that project now, at least when I upload this video, since it's my special Christmas present episode. And there's a certain question of what comes next. Well, you're gonna have to wait a week for that, but there was something I decided I wanted to do. I've focused all of my attention on Japanese games because of how little attention those get outside of Japan. I've talked about every single console game that was released on a Nintendo 8-bit system in Japan. The Game Boy is not a console since it doesn't plug into a TV. And even with that caveat, well, there's something obviously missing. While the NES is a distinct platform from the family computer, there's enough overlap between the two that I felt like I should talk about those games as well. But I'm not going to do a complete NES documentation project. That would be basically starting over from scratch, and I'd feel obligated to cover all of the international versions of the games, so in some cases that would be the third time I had to talk about some of them. So instead, this video is going to cover all of the NES games that were not released in Japan in any form. And for my other two projects, I stuck to officially licensed games, but because unlicensed things were such a big part of the NES era, I'm including Tengen, Codemasters, American Video Entertainment, and Color Dreams, the 4 largest unlicensed publishers in the US market. Sorry, Sachin fans, I'm already stretching my premise pretty far to include them. That gives me almost 400 games to cover. Yeah, this seemed like a lot better of an idea before I said that number out loud. To actually be able to finish this, and keep my sanity, I'm doing this lightning round style. No game is getting more than a minute, and I am going to go fast. I'm probably not recording more than 10 minutes of a given game, so you're going to see a lot of first stages. I'm going to present these games in roughly chronological order, though chronological order for NES games is really complex. Software distribution in the 1980s and 90s wasn't really organized. You got your stuff back from the manufacturer, and then you shipped it right out of your warehouse to fulfill your orders. Whoever got it, just put it on the shelves. Sometimes there's documentation from the companies that lets us know when a game was released down to a few-week window, and then other times people are dependent on secondary sources like advertisements. And who knows if the game had even arrived yet when they printed the ad, or if it had been on shelves for months before that point. And for some obscure games, we don't even have that much information. We have to go by the year that's on the title screen, and that's it. What it comes down to is, I'm going to try to present things in an order that makes sense, but don't take it as an accurate chronology, because no such thing exists. Okay, let's get this show on the road, because we've got a lot of games to talk about. Kicking off this chaotic effort is Gumshoe, developed and published by Nintendo, and the only NES exclusive released in 1986. One of the major themes we'll see early on is that the US got a lot more light gun games than Japan, which initially only had 3, and then there were a couple more that had secondary modes that were released much later. Nintendo, and a lot of other early developers, clearly felt that the Zapper was one of the big selling points of the NES in the US, and so they used it a lot. In this black box game, you shoot the Gumshoe to make him jump, and you do that to avoid obstacles, or you shoot things to get them out of his way. I actually think this is the best of Nintendo's Zapper games, because it gives you something more than just a shooting gallery. That makes Gumshoe pretty neat. Solemn is the first Western-developed NES game, and the first time that we'll see Rare pop up in this video. They do a ton of work for hire in the NES years, and we're going to see 38 of their games in this video. They did a few more NES games than that, but I've already talked about those games in their Japanese releases. Slalom was published by Nintendo, and so it is one of their early black box titles. Slalom's a downhill racing game where you want to guide your skier through the gates and make it to the bottom of the hill before time runs out. It actually looks fairly similar to Nintendo's F1 race, which is really a compliment toward Rare's technical skill at that point. It wasn't easy to do movement this smooth on the NES. I think Slalom works pretty well, keeping you on your toes as you constantly have to dodge the obstacles that pop up and squeeze through the gates as they shift around. Spy Hunter marks the first third-party game in this list, as it was developed and published by Sunsoft. Spy Hunter was a massive hit in the arcades in the early 80s, partially due to having an elaborate cabinet that put the players in the cockpit of the type of car that James Bond would drive. You had a steering wheel with a bunch of buttons on it that activated different gadgets to destroy the other cars around them. The NES game still carries a lot of that arcade difficulty, though they give you a timer, and until that timer runs out, you'll always respawn if you crash. After that, though, crash and it's game over. And it's really easy to crash because when you shoot a car with the machine guns that you always have, you're likely to plow right into the wreckage that's left behind. You have to manage your speed pretty carefully if you want to do well at Spy Hunter. I always found this one to not be as great as the arcade, but it's still a solid port. Breakthrough was developed and published by Data East, and it's a fairly simple shoot-'em-up in the style that was common on the Famicom in the early days, but even by 1987 had started to get phased out. You're driving a machine gun-equipped jeep through enemy territory, and that jeep has the ability to jump, which you use to get over obstacles, collect power-ups, and avoid bullets. This was originally an arcade game, and the NES version has a very generous continue function. That makes it pretty easy to just credit feed your way through the whole game. Trying to beat on a single credit is a bit more of a challenge, but it still isn't especially difficult. Breakthrough makes a fine port of an arcade game that wasn't that great to begin with, and it winds up being one of those games that's just fine. Atlas debuts on the NES with the first part of a 1987 trilogy of games published by LGN based on films. At the time, Atlas did a lot of work for hire. They won't become a publisher for several more years. And as bad as LGN is going to get, Gotcha isn't a horrible start. Based on a film that was based on a line of toy paintball guns, here you break out the zapper and play capture the flag. You have to use a controller and the zapper in tandem for Gotcha, the controller moving you left to right, and the zapper taking out enemies. You don't always have to take everyone out, you can just run for it as well. Though if your flag gets captured, you have to shoot the person who's carrying it to get it back. This is a pretty good twist on the shooting gallery, especially with the varied environments that come with additional stages. Now this is the LJN we know and hate. Atlas developed Karate Kid for LJN as well, and this is more of a train wreck. It starts with a 4-round karate tournament, and you don't refill your health in between rounds. And then if you beat everyone one-on-one, you go from the end of Karate Kid 1 to the Karate Kid 2. That's as far as the movie series had progressed at that point. And here you walk around these levels, punching all the guys who come along that get in your way, and you can enter rooms to do bonus challenges. But you're not going to want to do any of this, because the game's no fun. The controls are just completely terrible, since up is jump. You have 3 lives, and there are no continues. Which means game over puts you right back at that karate tournament. The Karate Kid is a double whammy of being completely brutal and totally awful. But there's worse to come from LJN. At least Jaws is a small step up for LJN. While Atlas was contracted to make this game, they handed off development to Westone, creators of the Wonder Boy series, or Adventure Island. Look, it's complicated and we're not getting into it here. There are good elements in Jaws that, if expanded upon, might have been a good game. You've got a world map that consists of 2 screens and 2 ports that you just constantly travel back and forth between. You've got random encounters where you do a very basic shooting game. and hopefully collect shells which you use to buy additional power for your harpoon gun. Eventually the great white shark from Jaws the Revenge shows up, which in this game is actually named Jaws. And if you collide with the shark and then drain its health bar, you get a chance to try to spear the shark with the front of your ship, and that's the end of the game. 3 basic minigames do not equal 1 good game, unfortunately. I'm going to say a lot of mean things about Rare as we go through this video, but I want to point out that when they worked with Nintendo, Rare was making some pretty good stuff. RC Prime is their racing game, where rather than giving you full-sized cars, they're just little radio-controlled ones. So it justifies the isometric perspective a bit. The game moves pretty fast, you get permanent power-ups if you collect them on the track, and you can even collect weapons to shoot up the other cars. All you have to do on every track is come in 3rd or better. RC Prime is a basic game, but I think it delivers exactly what anyone who picked it up would want. We're back to Atlas and LJN with Town & Country Surf Design's Wood and Water Rage. A game based on a clothing line, and you better believe I had one of the shirts. Players either ride a skateboard through an obstacle course, or attempt to surf their way to the beach. The skating is the event that people remember, since it's likely the one that you could do. The surfing was a complete disaster, with a control scheme that didn't make any sense, and even if you know what you're doing, it's still fairly unresponsive. The skateboarding is fine, just not outstanding. The surfing is awful. And yet this was still a fairly popular game thanks to that skateboarding. And still, I would call this one of LJN's better games. Freedom Force is a real-time strategy game in which you create your own superheroes, and they fight various... Huh? You sure? Sorry, this is Sunsoft's Freedom Force, not Irrational Games' Freedom Force. This Freedom Force is a rather generic shooting gallery. You're cops that are shooting up terrorists, and of course you have to avoid hitting hostages. Occasionally a power-up will appear in the square in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, and you can shoot that to acquire it. If you like slowly panning screens where doors and windows pop open and somebody will show up, then this is the game for you. Otherwise, it's a pretty generic shooting gallery. Atlas and LJN are at it again with Major League Baseball, the first game to carry the license of Major League Baseball, but not the Players Association, which means that all the teams are here and the uniforms have appropriate colors, but all the players are identified by numbers. This is a pretty thin copy of Family Stadium, or RBI Baseball. By 1988, Family Stadium was already the de facto standard for baseball games in Japan, so it's not a surprise that Atlas would copy it, but at the same time, the game plays worse than Family Stadium. You can't reposition the batter or pitcher, you have less control over the pitching, and fielding is such a problem that even your computer opponents can't handle it well. Yet by the standards of the day, Major League Baseball winds up being pretty mediocre. Capcom wasn't big on games that they couldn't release in Japan, so we're not going to see a whole lot of them on this list. But for some reason, they felt that this port of their arcade game Legendary Wings wouldn't fly in their home country. Only the US got it. There are 2 different modes here. First, you fly vertically in a situation very similar to a lot of other shooters at the time, basically stealing from Xevious with its forward attack and ground attack. Though here, you at least can get some power-ups. Getting hit while you have a power-up reduces your shot level by 1, and if it's your basic level and get touched, then you die. You can also get sucked into underground areas where you'll fly in a horizontal pattern. In the arcade, these were side-scrolling platforming, but here you can fly. This is a solid port of an okay-ish mid-80s arcade game, but it is very middle of the road, which is probably a large part of why it's forgotten. We're not quite up to unlicensed games yet. Tengen's port of the Atari game's arcade hit was originally licensed when it was released. And I could spend my entire minute here talking about the weird relationship between the 2 different Atari games, Tengen, Namco, Nintendo, and where all of that went, but that would be a video all on its own. This port is amazingly good at bringing the game mechanics of the arcade dungeon crawler home, with the only real compromise being only allowing 2 players instead of 4. And there's a ton of new additions. New power-ups, new monsters, an overworld map that links the levels together. But this game also introduces some Taro Jiraga level cruelty if you want to actually beat it. So Gauntlet's great for playing around with your friends, maybe not so great if you're trying to beat every NES game. This is not the same Airwolf as the Airwolf released on the Famicom. This game comes to us from 2 newcomers who unfortunately we will be seeing a lot of as I go through this. Australian developers Beam Software and Acclaim. While the Famicom Airwolf is a shoot-'em-up, the NES Airwolf is a weird blind stab at what might be a flight simulator. On every mission you can freely fly around a map, traveling to certain locations to pick up prisoners, blow up airfields, pick up more supplies, and those encounters take you to a side view that is incredibly difficult to control. In fact, everything here is difficult to control. If you get bogged down in enemy jets, you simply can't maneuver fast enough to avoid anything, and landing the helicopter well requires rapid-fire tapping of the D-pad. It's a mess of a game that isn't very understandable unless you read the manual, and even if you do, you're probably still going to struggle. Onto every console, game show adaptations must fall. And Rare gets there first with adaptations that they've already published for computers. Wheel of Fortune is a game show that has run to this day, and it has a pretty accessible premise of Hangman, only you're getting cash. Spin the wheel to find out how much money you get for each letter, pick a letter, and when you've decided you've pressed your luck enough, solve the puzzle by saying what it is. It's all straightforward enough, and Wheel of Fortune might be the game show adaptation that is still the most accessible from the NES era. That's convenient since there's 3 more Wheel of Fortune games on the NES. Of course, Jeopardy has to follow Wheel of Fortune, and once more this is Rare porting a computer game that they've already made. Jeopardy fares a lot worse in the transition to computer games, because when the answer could be anything, how do you handle that? Whenever someone rings in, they have to spell out the whole answer, and that can take quite a while. And of course you have to spell things correctly. Never mind that this is Jeopardy and not a spelling bee. Jeopardy just winds up being a poor fit for the format, and unfortunately we've got 2 more Jeopardy games to go. One more Rare game, kind of in the same mold as the previous 2, but this one's not a TV show, it's an original board game? Well, not really a board game, but it was developed for Nintendo. Anticipation is intended as a party game, where the idea is the computer slowly draws out a picture, and then you ring in when you think you can guess what it is. You still have to spell out the answer, but at least here you're immediately told that you've got a wrong letter if you pick something bad, and you're given another chance the first time that happens. So that helps smooth over the spelling issues. On some difficulty levels, you can even see how many letters are in the word. Every tile color on a board is a different subject, and when you collect all 4, you move up to the next board and a new set of subjects. I honestly think Anticipation is pretty creative for a game from 1988, and even though it's kind of limited, it's still worth playing once or twice. The nicest thing I can say about Konami's Skate or Die is that it is a fairly accurate port of EA's computer game. The computer game was this bad also. Skate or Die is one of the more blatant pieces of theft of the 8-bit era, since the title is the catchphrase of Atari's arcade game 720 Degrees. As a game, it copied NX's popular whatever games format. Winter games, summer games, California games. And those were kind of copied from Konami to begin with, so we've come full circle. There's a bunch of skating events with contradictory control schemes and handling for the skateboard, and you compete in all of them to see how you do. If you don't read the manual, you won't even know how to do basic functions while you're on the board, and it just becomes even worse to play. Of course, if you do know how to play Skate or Die, you're still probably going to have a pretty bad time. I can't say I'm especially fond of the arcade version of Xenophobe, but Subsoft's port to the NES doesn't do it any favors. The idea is that your space adventurer goes to a series of different remote locations, all of which have been infested by xenomorphs. And those xenomorphs have some really obvious inspirations. Your goal is to eliminate all of the xenomorphs, and failing that, destroy the location and escape. The control scheme is a bit confusing with one context-sensitive button, which handles interacting, jumping, ducking, throwing grenades, and then the other button for shooting. There's a 2-player mode where you and a friend can explore those remote outposts, and this uses a split screen similar to the arcade. That's why in 1-player mode you only have that tiny strip of a view. The NES version eliminates all of the fun animation, the weird interactions, a lot of the more interesting monsters. It's just a worse game all around. Question: how many Best Picture winners have a video game adaptation? The answer is 4. The Godfather, Rocky, The Return of the King, and Platoon. I'm counting Godfather and Godfather Part 2 as the same game, and that Titanic game is a bootleg, so it's not an official adaptation. Plenty of people have noted how bizarre it was that Sunsoft chose Platoon to adapt as a game for children, given that it was an R-rated drama about the horrors of the Vietnam War. But I'm not going to say it was impossible to make a good game out of the concept. They did not make a good game out of the concept. Instead, you get to navigate a series of mazes. Initially side-scrolling, eventually first-person, and then you shoot the Vietnamese soldiers who pop out anywhere at you. You basically have to learn the maze, and learn where not to stand in order to avoid getting hit, or learn to not put this game in your NES in the first place. Rampage was an iconic arcade game, and the NES port brought most of that home. You smash up cities as one of 2 different monsters, punching out chunks of building and revealing potential items behind them. And you're constantly beset by regular people trying to take down the giant monsters. Individually they don't do much, but they'll slowly whittle away your health bar. But then you could eat them to recover a tiny sliver of health. So it all balances out. There's a 2-player simultaneous mode, where it feels like the players will be fighting each other more than the rest of the people. Though that is kind of appropriate for giant monsters. The NES version of Rampage has 128 levels and infinite continues, so it's really more of a matter of patience if you want to see all of them. Rampage is a good port, but it's a game that's fun in small bursts. Definitely not 128 consecutive stages of it. Sorry, Tengen still hasn't started releasing unlicensed NES cartridges yet. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is based on an arcade game based on the movie. The quality as you went down that chain got lower and lower, and it wasn't especially high to begin with. Your goal on every stage is to rescue the children, find a key, and get to the exit. The stages loop both horizontally and vertically, and when you jump, Indy can go pretty much anywhere. It all makes navigating the stages way harder than it should be. You'll have to jump down ledges, jump out of minecarts, and anytime you jump, you have to hope that you land on something. The arcade game is played with a trackball, and to make up for that with the NES version, they make it feel like Indy's sliding around on ice. And if playing it wasn't annoying enough, they've also chosen pretty much the most garish color palette possible. This is a game that hurts to look at and hurts to play. Rare is back, and this time they're helping High-Tech Expressions launch a line of very dubiously educational games. This is Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, and it features 2 different styles of games. Either you match something with Ernie, color or shape, or you count things with Grover. And these are the games in that style where parents are told they're buying something educational, but there's not a chance in hell that it ever helped a child learn anything. Even if these were structured in a way to be educational, they're slow and completely unengaging. And of course, decades later, as a retro game enthusiast, there's absolutely nothing here for you to be interested in. Well, at least with these international releases, I'm not playing Mahjong. Tecmo Baseball is Tecmo's entry in that sports franchise, and the best thing I have to say about it is at least the view's a bit more dynamic. Going behind the pitcher makes it look a bit more like television than the usual family stadium view. But other than that, it is a very standard baseball game. There are no team licenses, of course, so everything's just identified by city. Players are at least identified by their first name. I did notice that the fielding AI didn't seem to be especially good. It definitely wasn't fast or responsive to me. I put this down as not the worst baseball game, but pretty far from one of the best. Rare is back, this time developing WWF Wrestling for Acclaim. Acclaim is going to ride that WWF license for the next 10 years. And unfortunately, just like every other 8-bit wrestling game, this is not good. You have a roster of popular wrestlers, you pick one out for you pick one out to beat up, and then get into the ring and punch and kick your way until they run out of energy. There's very little grappling, not a whole lot of maneuvers that you can do, and the fighting is completely boring. The only way you would get any fun out of this is playing against another person, but even then that would be a stretch. There will be better wrestling games coming up, but even those aren't good. WWF Wrestling goes to pretty much the bottom of the pile. And here I have reached the first unlicensed game I'm going to talk about, Baby Boomer from Color Dreams. Color Dreams figured out a way to shock the lockout chip in the NES, forcing it to reset and letting the NES run any software that was inserted at that point. Baby Boomer is one of the stronger Color Dream games too. In it you have a baby that's having a day out, and you have to use the zapper to protect the baby from creatures that are running around. There's also a milk meter that's counting down that you refresh by shooting bottles, gold nuggets that the baby collects on its own and will eventually earn an extra life, and sometimes you'll have to shoot open a path. It's kind of basic, and it can be very unfair with how it drops some of those animals on the baby, but it is an engaging game, unlike a lot of what we're going to see from the unlicensed publishers. Besides getting around Nintendo's publication limits, Konami often used the Ultra Games label for things that they felt wouldn't sell in Japan. Not that the brand crossover would matter a whole lot in the 80s, it was probably just a convenient way for them to keep track of it. Q*bert is Gottlieb's arcade classic from 1983, but Konami created this port themselves, and in play, it is just about arcade perfect. It's got all of the monsters, all of their correct behavior, the stages and colors are laid out correctly. One problem with it is the control scheme, where rather than offering two different options, Konami wants you to map every direction of Q*bert's movement yourself. The goal of the game is to make the pyramid all the same color by having Q*bert land on the squares, which will change the color. Meanwhile, a snake is bouncing around, balls are dropping on him. Q*bert's a stone-cold arcade classic, one of the greatest of its day, and if you love the arcade version, this version's pretty good. Now here's a pair of names that we haven't seen in this video yet, but are very common on my Japanese game videos. Tosei and Bandai. What horrors have they wrought upon the world with Bandai Golf Challenge Pebble Beach? Well, it's actually a good golf game. I swear if Bandai wasn't in the title, I'd think that somebody else published this. It offers elevation maps of the course, detailed paths on the green, a pretty good course layout, which they took from the famous Pebble Beach golf course. The only thing that I spotted that was off with it was that the winds change really fast and randomly. Otherwise, this golf game's actually a little bit ahead of its time for 1989. There will be other golf games this detailed and full-featured, but we won't see them for a while. At this point, it's almost a cliche to say that Friday the 13th has a worse reputation than the game actually is. But that is kind of true. It's still not a good game, but Atlas was wildly ambitious when they made it, when LJN would have been happy with literally anything to use for their license. The concept is that you're playing as a set of camp counselors, and as you explore the camp looking for items that will help you defeat Jason, sometimes Jason will just start attacking someone, and then you'll have to decide if you want to let them go or try to drive him off. And at the start of the game, you won't survive any encounter with Jason, so you're just going to have to accept some losses. This is a game where everything is almost there, but not quite. The side-scrolling action is a bit stiffer than it needs to be, and your attacks don't really work very well. The cabin exploration is slower and clunkier than it needs to be. You can see the outline of a good game here, it's just the execution let it down. The Adventures of Captain Comic is another unlicensed game from Color Dreams, and it's what you'd get if you told someone to make the most generic NES action game possible. Captain Comic is a spaceman wandering through a medieval landscape, and it's a side-scrolling platformer where you collect an item to give you a gun, and then have to collect keys to enter doors to advance to the next stage. It's all things you've seen before. Captain Comic himself is very stiff. He can't crouch and shoot at anything, and he tends to slide around, so when you get to these small one-square platforms, you're going to have a tough time staying on them. The best thing I can say about the adventures of Captain Comic is that it's functional. It could have been sold in a white box with black letters on it that read NES Game. Hey, it's my first football game. Developed by Rare and published by Tradewest, John Elway's Quarterback was one of the more popular football games on the NES. You pick a play, and then you run around, just like you would in the football game. Passes are handled by pressing the B button, and then moving the arrow to where you want to throw it. The computer-controlled defensive linemen are usually nice enough to slow down for a moment and let you take that pass. John Elway's Quarterback isn't a bad football game by any stretch, but it is a bit limited by the platform, and nothing here really has any personality. There aren't stats for anyone, not even on a team level, and the plays don't really feel dynamic. There's not much reason to go back to this one. Marble Madness is an arcade classic, but it didn't transition well to a home game for the NES. Rare developed this version, and it was published by Milton Bradley, and it is as faithful to the arcade version as you can get without having a trackball. They at least let you choose the orientation of the controller. The biggest problem with Marble Madness is that even if you're not good at the game, you can finish the whole thing in about 10 minutes. Every stage is less than a minute long, and there are 6 stages. You're always racing the clock to guide the marble through the maze to the bottom, and then the next stage will give you some time back on that clock. You'll have to avoid the roving monsters that will dissolve or eat your marble, falling off platforms which can stun or break it, or completely going off a cliff and waiting for a respawn. This is a decent enough port, but Marble Madness was a slight game in the arcade, and they didn't add anything for the NES version. Apex's series of sports games were wildly popular on computers in the mid-80s, but after summer games and winter games, they really had to start stretching. And when it came to the console ports, there were no concessions to playability, which makes them pretty awful to play these days. World Games is probably the worst of the games series, with its hodgepodge of events that would show up on ESPN4 in the middle of the night. You've got log rolling, bull riding, barrel jumping, weightlifting, cliff diving, the saber toss, and sumo wrestling. There is no consistent control scheme among any of these, and any controls are incredibly non-intuitive anyways. You have to read the manual if you want to get good at this game, and nobody's ever going to want to get good at this game, so why bother? Metal Fighter, or Metal Fighter Mu if we go by the title screen, is another unlicensed game from Color Dreams, though it has the weird distinction of getting a Japanese release for the Famicom. Unlicensed game weirdos Hacker International, who really made their money by selling porn games, put this out for the Famicom. Those Famicom copies are incredibly rare and extremely expensive these days. It's a decent shoot-'em-up with a couple odd mechanics. You start out as a ground-based robot, having to jump around, and then you collect a power-up that lets you fly. Collecting further power-ups takes you to a special screen where you have to shoot down a mini-boss, and that gets you the upgrade. You also have the ability to charge your shots so that they go through enemies. Metal Fighter has quite a few rough edges to it, but it is kind of a creative shoot-'em-up, and something worth looking at. It's Taboo: The Sixth Sense, and I almost feel like I could move on right now. Rare developed this fortune-telling software for Tradewest so that you could use the power of your NES to determine the fate of the world. Or I could have just used a pseudo-random number generator to pick out a list of cards, which have been assigned arbitrary meanings by people who can't even agree on what those meanings should be. It's definitely one of those too. This kind of scam software seems to have gone over better in Japan than the US, since the Famicom got several of these fortune-telling packages, while the NES just had to settle for Taboo. I wavered back and forth on including HAL Laboratories' Adventures of Lolo. This series is kind of complicated. The 3 US releases all have a unique combination of levels taken from 6 different Japanese games. So do I include the Adventures of Lolo series because they're unique games? Or do I leave them off because I've already covered all of the content in them? Basically, including just this one is my compromise. The idea behind the Adventures of Lolo series is that you're Lolo, and on every level you have to collect all of the hearts, and then the treasure chest opens. Then collecting the treasure will complete the stage and make all of the enemies vanish. Mostly you deal with enemies by knowing their unique behaviors, and by shoving blocks around to get in their way. These are really good puzzle games that should be played in any version. Though I will point out, there's a lot more puzzles if you follow the Japanese series. Okay, now Tengen's going unlicensed. I'm not giving myself enough time to even properly dip into the most dramatic video game story of the 1980s. But here's the game at the center of it all, Tetris. Improperly licensed from the Soviet Union, infuriating Nintendo, and recalled shortly after release. The Tengen version of Tetris is worlds better than the bulletproof software version that was released for the Famicom. It controls and plays fairly close to what you'd expect Tetris to play like. The 2 player modes are really great additions as well. So great that bulletproof software stole them when they made Tetris 2 back on the Famicom. I actually think that Nintendo's version of Tetris plays a little bit better than this version when it comes to NES Tetris. But if you had Tengen Tetris, you definitely wouldn't complain. Continuing Tengen's unlicensed rampage, there's Vindicators, a port of an Atari arcade game. Atari's arcade games at this point had a lot of completing stages and then buying permanent upgrades, and in Vindicators you do that with a tank. It doesn't replicate the arcade game's distinct control scheme, but I think this port carries over the feel of the arcade game pretty well. At the very least, you've got the 2-player simultaneous mode still. The game is pretty straightforward. Drive your tank, shoot the enemies, collect power-ups and stars that are used as currency to buy permanent power-ups, and don't forget to pick up a key that will let you exit the stage. Just be careful of your fuel level, since once you run out of gas, it's game over. Vindicators might not be the most dynamic action game on the NES, but it's still a pretty good time. Monster Party is one long, how did they get away with this? The game was intended for a Japanese release, but it got cancelled, meaning the US version is all that's out there. Human Entertainment developed this action platformer for Bandai, and initially you start out by playing this kid who enjoys baseball. The baseball bat can hurt enemies directly, or it can knock their attacks back at them. Collect a question mark, which are usually dropped from mini-bosses, and you'll turn into a demon. The demon can shoot beams and fly, but this form only lasts for a limited time. Monster Party has a lot of blood and gory images, or as gory as you can get in 8-bit cartoony drawings. Definitely enough to freak out children at the time. It's also packed with pop culture references. Fortunately, most of these were major enough that they're still understandable. Monster Party is a real wild action game, and pretty enjoyable even from a perspective of what happens next. Now this is the Tosei and Bandai that I know. Shooting range is pretty much the bare minimum for what would be acceptable as a Zapper game. Shoot the targets, which are always the same target, that little red and white disc, and once you have enough points you move on to the next stage. Every stage is 2 screens across, but there's no reason for them to be 2 screens across except to waste your time. You are on a timer, and also your shots take up energy, and if that runs out, then it's game over. There are 3 stages with a western theme, a ghost house theme, and a science fiction theme, plus 1 bonus stage where you shoot bottles when they flash. And that's it. That is literally everything here. I guess if you were playing every single Zapper game, then eventually you'd get to shooting range, but everyone else should stay clear. So have I mentioned lately how much I dislike Epyx's Games series? And once more, Rare is porting one of them to the NES on behalf of Milton Bradley. California Games wound up being the most popular of Epyx's games series, and it lets you take part in events such as skateboarding, BMX, rollerblading, hacky sack, frisbee, and surfing, though they didn't use the trademark for most of those. Naturally, all of these games have completely incompatible control schemes, and making an error on inputting anything causes you to immediately fail the event. Better break out that manual, I guess. At least this one has an 8-bit rendition of Louie Louie as the title theme, so there's one positive thing here. Wait, I hear you say, wasn't Fantasy Zone released on the Famicom as well? And yes, there was a version of Fantasy Zone on the Famicom. That one was developed and published by Sunsoft. The NES version of Fantasy Zone was developed and published by Tengen, and it is probably the worst version of Fantasy Zone that I've ever played. It's stiff, unresponsive, scales the game down. I don't think there's a single aspect of Fantasy Zone that isn't made worse in this version. For those unfamiliar, Fantasy Zone is a shoot-'em-up where you roam a stage, destroying all of the enemy spawners, and once you've done that, a boss appears. Enemies can drop coins, though not the weirdly giant ones from the Tengen version, and you use those to purchase power-ups in the shop, though the weapon power-ups are on a timer. I love Fantasy Zone. I think I own 8 different versions of Fantasy Zone. I will never play this version of Fantasy Zone again. Strider isn't really a port of Capcom's arcade game, it just shares the title. Instead, it's an action-adventure game where you engage in globe-trotting adventures, collecting secret documents and power-ups, and eventually stopping an evil organization. The problem with Strider is that somehow it has the worst sprite handling of just about any game on the NES. Your character interacts with walls and floors very poorly, and that results in a lot of glitches, including one that I've used to beat the game in just a few minutes. The glitchiness and poor handling makes Strider for the NES a frustrating game to play. Nothing quite works the way that you want it to. Just play the arcade version or its Mega Drive port instead. Well, this isn't the worst thing that Micronix has ever made. Thundercade was published by American Sammy, and it's a port of a Seta arcade game. This is a shoot-'em-up where you're driving a motorcycle, and you're driving into a nation to blow up their atomic plant. The gimmick of the game is that you get motorcycle sidecars, and they can shoot forward or to the side. Sidecars also screen you from enemy attacks, taking a bullet for you but getting destroyed in the process. The other visually impressive thing here are the bombs, where a jet flies overhead and drops a row of explosives on your enemies. Thundercade is a rare example of competent work by Micronix, but being competent doesn't make it worth playing. Thundercade winds up being mediocre instead of truly awful. Cobra Triangle is another game developed by Rare, but at least this time they were developing it for Nintendo. And so it plays really well, it's just also brutally difficult. The concept here is that instead of racing RC cars in an isometric perspective, now you're driving a boat. And instead of doing just one thing, there's now a few different styles of stages. You could have to race a clock, grab mines and drop them at a disposal site, defend swimmers, collect items on a course, and possibly fight a boss. Your boat is also equipped with weapons, so you can destroy your competitors, or blow up other obstacles that get in your way. Cobra Triangle is surprisingly fast-paced for a game that takes place on the water. It winds up being a pretty intense action game with a really distinctive look and theme. I really do not like Cinemaware. They were the original developers of Defender of the Crown on computers, and Cinemaware had a bad tendency to make very pretty games that were just collections of really bad minigames. Defender of the Crown is where that started, and this port by Beam Software for Konami's Ultra Games label is pretty true to that. You pick a medieval lord, and then decide to conquer Great Britain. You'll need to buy up a bigger army, move it across the land taking whatever you can, and sometimes raid castles or engage in tournaments. The controls are a real mess because they were designed for a system that had a joystick and one button, and they didn't bother making any improvements or reinterpretations for the NES. All the minigames here are not very good, and Defender of the Crown winds up being a slog, though not the worst Cinemaware-based game we're going to see. We're back to Color Dream's unlicensed games with Crystal Mines. This game is very obviously based on Boulder Dash, but it doesn't have the same dynamic qualities. The only things that fall are the boulders themselves, and you have to push them, they don't roll. Your goal in every stage is to collect all of the crystals, and your little robot can dig out the dirt to get around the maze. You can also collect dynamite and plant bombs that destroy everything in the vicinity. Once you collect all the crystals, a path opens up, and then you go on to the next level. Crystal Mines isn't especially good. The enemies are pretty easily avoidable. There really isn't any puzzle solving. This is just a very degraded copy of Boulder Dash, in which case you might as well play that. It's time for Rare to port another computer game on behalf of Milton Bradley. But the computer game was Julius Erving and Larry Bird one-on-one. Dr. J had retired by this point, so for the NES version they had to pick out another basketball superstar, and this Michael Jordan kid seemed likely enough. The central feature of the game is a one-on-one match between Jordan and Bird. Bird winds up being a bit better at three-pointers, while Jordan's better close to the net. There's also a slam dunk contest and a three-pointer contest, and those modes are sideshows to the one-on-one basketball battle. This game was hugely popular back in the day, but I always found it a little bit clunky. The game just doesn't really allow for the kind of action to make one-on-one basketball really exciting. A lot of the time, you're just going to wind up trading baskets. Hey, it's still one of the best representations of basketball you're going to find on the NES. If there's one Color Dreams cartridge that stands out before they change their name and start focusing on some very different kinds of games, it's Master Chu and the Drunkard Hu. This action game is themed along the lines of a Chinese martial arts film, and your goal on every stage is to collect 8 of the yin-yang symbols. You find those hidden in objects around the stage that you have to shoot open with your beam, bullet, whatever that is. You also have a fan that can be used to deflect enemy shots, though it's so ineffective I wonder why it even exists. Because that gives you 2 different actions, that means that up is jump in this game, and it plays worse for it. The items aren't hidden especially well. There's always something standing out for you to shoot at, and when you've collected the 8 symbols, you go to a small boss arena. Master Chu is another case of Color Dreams delivering adequate, but not really good games. Don't worry, they'll get worse soon enough. And here we have Beam Software's magnum opus, a game that they will forever be remembered for, Back to the Future. A strong contender for worst game on the NES. And of course, it's published by LJN. The movie wasn't exactly calibrated to be a video game, but somehow Beam made it worse by representing it as running down the same streets with some very repetitive droning music and collecting clocks as you move. Slightly brushing up against anything will cause you to fall over. You're on 2 different time limits for some reason, one with people fading from existence in the picture, and the other a regular stage timer. You can jump over some obstacles, but this doesn't always work for some reason. Back to the Future is a painful game to play, and it completely deserves its reputation down at the bottom. Fester's Quest is such a weird game. It was inspired by the Addams Family, and in it you play as the clan's Uncle Fester, wandering around and fighting an alien invasion. And it plays almost like a pseudo-sequel to Sunsoft's Blaster Master. At least the overhead parts of Blaster Master. Fester has to work his way through a maze-like city, powering up his gun, collecting cash and other power-ups, purchasing tools to use in tougher areas. The layout's about 3 times as confusing as it needs to be, and a lot of Fester's weapon power-ups are wide, curvy shots that get blocked by walls, and a lot of those mazes have tight, narrow walls. On top of all that, you only have one life. You have infinite continues, but you're put back at the start when you die. Fester's Quest winds up being absolutely punishing to play. A game that's really out to get you. Bad Street Brawler had an odd journey. It was originally a computer game titled Boppin' Rumble, or Street Hassle, and I'll let you decide which of those two titles is worse. Those computer games were created by Beam Software, and when Mattel needed a game adapted to use the worst peripheral ever conceived, Beam ported their already not good brawling games to the NES as Bad Street Brawler, and added support for the Power Glove. The concept is simple. You're a vigilante who walks from left to right and beats up everyone they encounter. You have 3 fighting moves, each assigned to one button or pressing the buttons at the same time, and these moves change between stages. Bad Street Brawler is an ugly game that also isn't any fun to play. It winds up feeling like a worse version of Kung Fu. That's not a good place to wind up. Rare has made another game show game for GameTech. That's a lot of games in one sentence. This time it's Hollywood Squares, one of the least engaging game shows on television. The idea is that the contestants are playing tic-tac-toe, but the squares are occupied by D-list celebrities. Or at least they're occupied by them on television. They didn't even bother with caricatures here. A question is given to the celebrity, they answer it, and then the contestant says if they think the celebrity was correct. If the contestant is right, then they get the square marked for them, otherwise their opponent gets it, unless it would win the game, in which case it stays blank. This version of Hollywood Squares attempts to replicate the banter that always accompanied the questions, banter that was very, very poorly written. And somehow Rare has actually made it worse. This is a bad version of a game show that was already bad to begin with. There's no need to even look at this one. And here's Atlas with another sports game for LJN. Their NFL football is the first game to have the NFL license, and it's a strong contender for worst football game on the NES. You have to have the instructions in order to enter plays, and then the rest of the control scheme is just as unintuitive. The NES already struggles with football, and NFL doesn't really help that reputation. I actually have a sealed copy of this one that I purchased for about $10, solely for the novelty of having a sealed NES game. I'm never opening that because I am never going to play this again. It feels like we're going in circles because we're back to Rare and High-Tech Expressions, making a Sesame Street educational game with no educational value. Sesame Street ABC gives us 2 different styles of games again. One where you have to stop a Ferris wheel to match the appropriate symbol, and the other where you just make a path for a duck to go somewhere. You probably want to reach Ernie, but it doesn't really do anything other than that. It's better than the previous Sesame Street 1, 2, 3, since these are actually kind of sort of games, but they're still really bad games, and they still wouldn't have taught kids anything, or reinforced any kind of lesson, or did anything that the game was being sold to parents on. These days, the only reason anyone would have one of these Sesame Street games is because they're checking off NES games on a list. Software Creations was a British development house, so it's a little bit strange that Taito picked them to port Toaplan's Flying Shark to the NES. They had already been successfully porting other Taito games to the Commodore 64 and demonstrating some real technical skill with it, so Taito must have decided to give them a shot at a bigger stage. And the result is pretty good. It's obviously scaled down, but the game retains a lot of the Toaplan flavor. It's brutally hard, and you're going to have to memorize patterns if you're going to make any kind of progress, even on stage 1. I'm genuinely impressed at how many little touches Software Creations got right with this one. I'm a little bit surprised that Taito didn't bother bringing this back to Japan. I feel like it probably would have done pretty well there. We're back to Rare, and this time it's LJN. LJN continues their streak of making terrible games based on Robert Zemeckis films, with Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Not to be confused with Kemco's Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which was released in Japan, and was the first game in the Crazy Castle series. The LJN game stands on its own because no one would ever want to follow this thing up. The idea is it's supposed to be an adventure game where you're trying to find the pieces of Marvin Acme's lost will, but mostly you walk into random buildings, poke at things hoping to find something, and then don't. Follow it up by dying instantaneously when you come into contact with about half the hazards, and you only take damage from the other half of the hazards. It's a game that's confusing if you don't have the instructions, and awful if you do. The kind of thing that you have to play with a walkthrough in front of you because otherwise you'd hate yourself too much. Roadrunner is another unlicensed Tengen game, and it's a port of an arcade game. An arcade game I never found to be especially good. As the Roadrunner from the classic Warner Brothers cartoons, you have to avoid Wile E. Coyote while collecting birdseed. You'll have to navigate narrow passes where you'll get stuck on geometry, and meanwhile, occasionally the coyote will get a burst of speed, and you'll have to try to dodge around him. The thing about this and other Roadrunner games for me is, Roadrunner's not the protagonist of those cartoons. Wile E. Coyote is. It strikes me that a more interesting perspective on this would be if you're playing as Wile E. Coyote trying to catch the Roadrunner. Even if you have to fail after you succeed, letting the Roadrunner get away from your trap, it would still feel closer to the original cartoons, where the Roadrunner is more of a force of nature. This game's okay, not very good, not something I see people getting excited for. The Three Stooges sure is a train wreck. Original computer game by Cinemaware, this port by Beam Software, and published by Activision, who are at an especially low point. Like all Cinemaware games, you've got some nice digitized artwork, but the gameplay itself is a series of mini-games that are all terribly designed. The goal of the game is to earn enough money to save the orphanage. You only have a few days to earn enough money, and on every day you pick out one mini-game to play. So if you've got bad timing, you would wind up picking something that just wastes your time. I mean, waste your time more than playing a Cinemaware game. Fortunately, I think this is the last one of these we're going to get on the NES, or at least the last one that was originally by Cinemaware themselves. Unfortunately, their style of game infected a lot of European developers, so we'll get a lot more terrible minigame collections in the future. Rare and GameTech are back to milk those game show licenses even harder. First up is Wheel of Fortune Junior Edition. It is literally the exact same game as the previous Wheel of Fortune game, only easier puzzles. Well, maybe easier if you were a kid in 1989. At this point, a lot of cultural context has been lost. The only reason anyone would want to play this is if they've somehow exhausted the original Wheel of Fortune game and wanted to keep going with the kids edition. And of course, here's the counterpart, Jeopardy! Junior Edition. At least here they seem to have changed the characters to make them look like kids. So that's one change. I'm not sure what it was with the game shows at this point, but there were lots of Junior Edition things running around. You get Trivial Pursuit Junior Edition, for example. So as a path to cash in on a popular license, it's not like Rare and GameTech just pulled this out of their ass. But no one's seriously looking for Jeopardy, but easier for 80s kids. In the late 80s and early 90s, stealth fighters were all the rage. I don't mean fighting games, I mean combat jets. Flight simulators like to lean into the hot new tech, and that was definitely stealth. For Stealth ATF, Imagineering tried to fit a flight simulator onto an NES cartridge, and the result was so impressive that Nintendo decided to publish it themselves in Europe. Though personally I find that strange because the game is pretty bad. The 4-button controller on the NES really isn't up to doing a flight sim, and if you want to make any kind of progress here, you're really going to have to read the manual and figure out all the controls, and even if you do that, all you've got is a very bland shooting game. I don't even think the game really takes advantage of the stealth concept. It's not like the enemy jets that you're fighting are tracking you visually. Stealth ATF is an overly elaborate game whose systems don't really work right, and it doesn't capture the feeling that they were going for. We're back into the realm of unlicensed games from Color Dreams with Raid 2020. You play a narcotics officer and are just trying to kill everybody who you come across. So a concept not really that far removed from real life. The game is frustrating to control because pressing up and down moves you diagonally. They decided to have the controls follow the perspective rather than your view on the screen. It makes dodging the landmines that are scattered everywhere way harder than it should be. You can enter buildings to find power-ups, like a jetpack that stops you from jumping, or entering buildings will let you take shortcuts around things. Honestly, there's not a lot of consistency in what your actions do. Naturally, it's really easy to get killed in Raid 2020, because they just couldn't stop rubbing salt into that wound. This is a perfect example of why unlicensed NES games got such a bad reputation. This is the kind of game that would make you angry to have bought it. We've already seen Tengen's version. Well, here's Nintendo's. The game on the other side of the greatest battle in video game history. Of course, Nintendo's Tetris is a really good version of Tetris. Between Tengen and Nintendo Tetris, I actually think Nintendo Tetris plays a little bit better. The controls are just a bit snappier, the movement of the pieces feels a little bit smoother, it's just that little bit better. Of course, it doesn't have the Versus mode that Tengen had, and it doesn't have features from the arcade versions of Tetris. But if you just wanted to sit down and drop blocks, this is a really good version to play, which is probably why it's the version preferred for competitive Tetris matches. It's hard to know what games from these early days will survive centuries into the future, but it's hard to imagine that Tetris won't be one of them. Lionsgate finally gets around to publishing NES games with 720 Degrees. They were a computer game publisher, and they seem to have had a close relationship with Atari, since they published computer versions of Atari Corp's arcade games. As the legal issues around the Tengen label become more significant, they're going to pick up publishing Atari's games on the NES. Game Software developed this port, and between 720 and EA's Skate or Die, 720 is by far the better game. It's not great, the controls are a pain, but it's at least playable. There's things that are happening that you can understand. You skate around a city, hoping the timer doesn't run out and you're told to skate or die, and pulling off big tricks will get you money, which you use to upgrade your equipment. The biggest money comes from winning competitions, which you find in their own separate areas. I think it's still a bit of a pain to play, and the controls aren't great, but this one at least is playable. To the Earth was developed by Cirque Verte, and published by Nintendo. It's one of those games that everyone forgets that Nintendo published. Nintendo makes a lot more than their big franchises, but a lot of it never really gets any traction. To the Earth probably didn't get published in Japan because it's a Zapper game, and in Japan the previous light gun game had been published 5 years before this. In To the Earth, your goal is to defend a ship flying through the solar system, shooting down the targets that are flying at it. The targets here are super fast. They'll blast across the screen in less than half a second. Really, the only practical strategy is to squeeze that trigger as fast as you can, because you're not going to have any time for anything other than spray and pray. That makes To the Earth incredibly difficult. It almost feels like it was balanced around people holding up their zapper to a 13-inch television. The result is a shooting gallery that's just too difficult to be any fun. Tubin might be one of the weirder arcade games that Atari made. Tengen made this NES port of it. The concept is you just float down a river with some beer. Oh, excuse me, not beer, soda. You want to avoid getting your inner tube popped, and go through some gates for points. The arcade control scheme, where you had separate buttons to dip your hands on either side, is not replicated here. Which way you push is which way you'll go on the screen, though there's always some current. Hitting A and B will throw a cannon at an angle, and that's all there is to the game. It's kind of a lazy point collector. I can't say tubing is an especially deep experience, but it does have its own kind of chill charm that makes it fun to play. Archon was a classic computer game, a big hit when it was first released in 1983. This NES port is fairly accurate to that original game, including all of its flaws. Archon plays kind of like chess. You've got a light side and a dark side set up on opposite sides of a board, and on every turn you can make one move. Your goal is to control the 5 power points on the board, and one of the big tricks here is that with every turn the terrain changes color, shifting from light to dark. That tells you which piece will have an advantage on that square that turn. When two pieces come together, they fight in a small action sequence, which mainly comes down to freely roaming around the arena and shooting at the opponent. These action sequences are brutally unfair against the computer opponent, who always shoots perfectly. But against a human player, they make a good challenge. With every piece, including ones on opposite sides, being different, there's an enormous variety here that works really well as long as you're playing against a human. Cybernoid is another port of a computer game, this time coming to us from Gremlin Graphics and Acclaim. This was clearly a European computer game because everything is on flip screen. In other words, you walk off the edge and appear on the next screen over. You're controlling a little flying robot that can shoot, but generally speaking, your gun's not really that useful. Mostly this is a game about avoiding obstacles. Any touch with something dangerous will destroy you. You get tons of lives, but they go fast. On the other hand, this is a very short game once you know how to play it. There might be 30 screens total, and most screens can be cleared in a couple of seconds. All that said, Cybernoid's not a horrible game to go through once. You figure out the screen, you move on, you do all of them, and then you're done. It's just probably not something that you'd want to keep coming back to. I didn't have the original Wizards and Warriors in this video, because that was the only one of the series that got released in Japan. Rare was the developer behind the series, and in the US they were published by Acclaim. And in this case, I've got to say Acclaim went all out, because Iron Sword is best known for its cover and label, things that the publisher had control over. That cover was a picture of 90s heartthrob Fabio, who was just starting his career as the model for all of those romance novel covers. As for how Iron Sword plays, well, it's similar to the original Wizards and Warriors in that it's not good. You've got a knight that can jump around and can barely wiggle his sword, and you collect a bunch of treasure hoping to open the path to the next area. The controls are slippery at best, fighting enemies is annoying, and the level design is headache-inducing. This one is probably the worst of the series. Sorry for this, but all you're getting for Short Order and Eggsplode is the title screen. Tosei developed this for Nintendo, and it's the only Power Pad game that wasn't made by Bandai. Actually, if you were going to play any Power Pad game, this would be the cartridge to get, but I really can't show them off, so I'm moving on. Sometimes people ask me, "Stranger, how did you become such a bitter husk of a person? A being of barely contained rage, who seems to despise the video game industry to their very core." And to that I tell them this story. In 1989, a young person received a total of $50 for their birthday. That was the entirety of their birthday present. This young person liked X-Men comics a lot. They eagerly followed Chris Claremont's run on the comic. And in those comics, they were advertising a new X-Men video game. And so this young person took that money, all of the money that they would have to buy a video game that year, and bought a copy of Uncanny X-Men. And that is why I will never trust another human being again. Well, at least this one isn't a flight simulator. Silent Service was one of Sid Meier's earliest computer games. He did a lot of simulators before he got the idea to make a game about the history of the world. Rare developed this port of it, and Konami published it under their Ultra label. The idea is that you're controlling a World War II era submarine, and you need to disrupt enemy shipping. There's a bunch of different scenarios included, including ones that put you right in the thick of the action. The interface does take a bit of work, though it's not nearly as bad as some, since it's mostly icon-driven. You go to the proper screen, click the correct icon, and then the action happens. This might actually be the best simulator on the NES, solely because things take place slowly, and it isn't difficult to handle the submarine. This wouldn't be the version of Silent Service that I'd play, but if it was all you had, you wouldn't complain. Tengen is continuing their ports of Sega's games to the Nintendo Entertainment System, and this version of Shinobi is based on the already not very good Master System version of Shinobi. I'm not going to say that this port is unplayable. I mean, this is a video about the Western exclusive NES games. There are true nightmare games around every corner here. This port of Shinobi is just blandly bad. The controls aren't quite good enough. The way they scaled the levels make them not quite as interesting. The way they place enemies so that they can always get cheap shots makes the game a bit less fun. The health bar is intended to compensate for that, and that's not even original to this version. Sega introduced it for the Master System because that version had similar problems. Even though this is different enough from the arcade that you might want to check it out, you'd still play that Master System version before it, because why play the bad photocopy of the photocopy? For quite a while, the Chess Master was the chess engine. If you wanted to play chess against a computer, you'd play Chess Master. Nobody else was even close to its quality of AI or presentation. This port of the computer game to the NES carries over most of it. The AI is not as sharp, you don't have as many options, even for the 1989 versions. But it's here, it works well, and at that moment, this was the best chess game available for a game console. Okay, the only competitor was chess for the Atari VCS, but this is still a good port. Of course, with the 16-bit systems coming, there'd be better console versions soon enough. This is another situation where Nintendo was so impressed with how it turned out that they took from High-Tech Expressions, Software Toolworks' port of their own game, and published it in Europe. At least in this case, I don't think anybody who bought it at the time would wind up disappointed. Infiltrator is a port of Infiltrator 2. It seems like publisher Mindscape didn't want to confuse anyone like Konami did, so they just renumbered it for the NES release. Infiltrator is a helicopter flight sim, and just like other flight sims on the NES, it's a nearly unplayable mess if you don't read the manual. And if you do read the manual, it's still a mess. It's just a mess where you might actually accomplish some things. Since they didn't have a keyboard for the interface, pressing select cycles through about a dozen different systems in the helicopter, and then you hit the A button to use that system. This is guaranteed to confuse you. Every function is only represented by a letter on the interface. So this is amazingly user-hostile. Once you get in the air, well, the graphics are a pain to look at, the action's clunky, and you're likely to just spin in place for a while you try to shoot people down. Fortunately, I think we're just about out of actual flight simulators. Beam Software developed this port of Atari's drive-in gun arcade game Road Blasters, and Mindscape were the ones that published it. And honestly, this isn't a bad port. It's not especially graphically impressive, but the high-speed action is mostly intact. You'll zip down the road shooting everybody up, occasionally getting picked up by a passing helicopter and given a new gun, and you have to pick up orbs to replenish your fuel so that you have enough to make it to your destination. The weakest aspect here is the driving, which was kinda weak in the arcade as well. It's not like the courses have you take any really harsh turns. Overall, a pretty simple game, not necessarily one you want to play for more than 15 minutes or so, but good for the occasional pick up and blast. Kings of the Beach is Konami's beach volleyball game, and it works so well, I wonder why they didn't release it in Japan. Maybe it's because this was another EA computer game, similar to Skate or Die, and EA only let them release in the US. You can choose to play a match or a tournament. There's also 3 practice modes to help you master the moves that you have to use to win. On top of that, there's 4 player support here. Also, the players on the court are real beach volleyball players. St. John Smith was the actual beach volleyball champion at the time this game was released. I actually think this is better than the other beach volleyball game that was out for the NES at the time, though Super Spike V-Ball did have better characters. A new challenger approaches. Entering the unlicensed game business in 1990 is American Game Cartridges. As a company, they folded pretty fast, but they did have a couple of things that made them worth including. And the first is that they actually licensed some obscure arcade games. That includes Chiller, which was originally an arcade light gun game. This is just a horror-themed shooting gallery where you want to take out enough targets to achieve the stage's limit. There's only 4 stages here, and even if you're not a great shot, you'll zip through them pretty fast. And speaking of unlicensed horror games, here's Robo Demons from Color Dreams. Though I don't know why it's Robo. Everything just looks like regular skeletons to me. It's not like they're Necron. In this game, you start out playing a shoot-'em-up, and once you defeat the, I'm not really going to call this a boss. It's too puny for that. Once you defeat the big enemy, then it becomes a side-scrolling game. The action isn't especially good here. The worst aspect of it is your weapon's a boomerang, and you can only have 1 shot out at a time. Most enemies take 4 or 5 hits to defeat, so it goes really slow. There isn't that much action in the shoot-'em-up sections. They seem to have made all the enemies tougher in order to put fewer on the screen. Your movement in the side-scrolling sections is stiff, and you'll have to march very slowly to one end of the upper area, find a key in the lower area, and then march all the way back. This feels like a game that was really designed for tedium. Dash Galaxy and the Alien Asylum is a weird mess of a game. It's one of those games that tries to do a lot of things, and winds up not doing any of them especially well. For example, the gaps between stages are box-pushing puzzles, but not very good or interesting ones, and sometimes you have to blow up the boxes with items that you find in stages. The stages themselves are only a couple screens across, and here the jumping works almost like a cinematic platformer, like Prince of Persia, but then at some points it has weird air control, and there's some automatic jumping. The flow of the game just doesn't match up. You need to collect the items in these stages to complete them, and then once you've completed all these stages on a floor of the Alien Asylum, you can go up to the next one. Beam Software clearly had a few okay ideas when they started development here, but none of them really came to fruition before Data East released this one. Destination Earthstar is a weirdly late entry in the Star Raiders clones. And similar to the flight simulators that we've been seeing, there's some weirdly elaborate controls. You hold down B and hit up and down to change your speed, but your ship slowly accelerates and decelerates. You can go fast enough to warp between sectors, but if you just point yourself in the general direction, eventually you'll get there. There's a radar that's nearly useless, and the little screens beside it do a lot better job of telling you where to point your ship. Perhaps strangest of all is, after you've cleared a stage of enemy fighters, you fly to their base, and it becomes a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up. Initially it plays a lot like Scramble, but you can collect power-ups, follow multiple paths, and blow up terrain. Destination Earthstar is one of the better games that Acclaim releases on the NES, but that's a very low bar. American Game Cartridge released the unlicensed Death Race. Well, unlicensed for Nintendo consoles. It does have a different license, that of the infamous 1976 arcade game, but it isn't licensing the Roger Corman movie. Death Race for the NES doesn't play anything like Death Race for the arcade. Here you buy power-ups for your car, and then drive around a circuit running over or shooting pedestrians. The controls for your car are actually pretty smooth. Your car has a ton of inertia, which is what makes it tough to run down those pedestrians. Once you're in a stage, you're on a timer to get everybody, And the pedestrians aren't completely helpless. They'll shoot missiles back at you, and eventually other obstacles like a helicopter will spawn in. There's even a 2-player mode if you and a buddy want to compete. I can't say Death Race is a good game, but it is a game that gives you exactly what you'd expect out of it. Tengen's version of Ms. Pac-Man is surprisingly robust. Namco's never liked the Ms. since she came about from people hacking their Pac-Man machines. And this Ms. Pac-Man actually reflects those roots. While you could play the standard arcade mode, there are options that let you play on different maze layouts that are clearly inspired by the same set, but just a little bit different. And you can even enable a turbo button that speeds Ms. Pac-Man up, something that was one of the first Pac-Man conversion kits, and directly led to Ms. Pac-Man. It is still just Ms. Pac-Man, but it is a surprisingly good and advanced version of Ms. Pac-Man. Several years after this, Namco would release their own version of Ms. Pac-Man for the NES, and I'll show that in due time. But it also isn't nearly as good as this one. Shockingly, it isn't Rare that made this game based on the TV game show Win, Lose, or Draw. It was Rydell Software Productions, the first game from a company that would change that unwieldy name to something simpler, Running with Scissors. And it was High-Tech Expressions that published this one. After you set up your teams, you can also choose whether or not the computer will draw for you, and it's probably better if the computer does. And then as it's drawing, you don't have to ring in, you just spell out the word. You're given the number of letters in it, and if you guess the word incorrectly, then you lose some of the points that you'd earn. There's that base score you get for guessing, and then bonus points for how long it took you to guess. So being fast is almost as valuable as being right. All I have to say on this one is that it's functional, but the better Guess the Drawing game on the NES is Anticipation. Magic Johnson's Fast Break is a 2-on-2 basketball game, and it is surprisingly bad. Software Creations and Trade West were responsible for this one, and the first big problem is that it is a full-court 2-on-2 basketball game. Even on the easiest difficulty level, the AI has no trouble stealing from you and rushing back down the court, and it's weirdly difficult to sink a basket. Not only that, Magic Johnson's head keeps popping in. Anytime there's a penalty, or you sink a 3-point shot, or he feels like he hasn't been on camera in a few minutes, his head just pops up to interrupt the flow of the game. Yes, I know you licensed Magic Johnson for your basketball game. That's the title. You don't need to keep putting him on the screen to remind me. You don't see John Madden popping up every time there's a penalty in Madden. I've noted that these 8-bit platforms have a tough time with team sports, and Magic Johnson's Fast Break is a good example of how bad it can get. Two Fisher-Price games released at about the same time, and rather than try to separate them, I stuck the games right next to each other in this video. First up is the better of the two, Fisher-Price I Can Remember. It's a memory game. And if that's the better of the two, that should tell you something about how bad the next one is. You're matching pictures of Fisher-Price toys in order to uncover a picture of a Fisher-Price toy. The fact that this was more about marketing Fisher-Price to kids than it was about making a decent game really put me off on this one. Also, the computer cheats like crazy. You can flip over your two tiles at the start, and then it can run the table. Not much fun if you're trying to play it as a kid. The other Fisher-Price game is Fisher-Price Perfect Fit. Here, you get a shape that might be a letter but is more often a Fisher-Price toy, and then in the playfield there's a bunch of gaps. There's icons on the left-hand side that will let you flip your shape, mirroring it horizontally or vertically, and you do this to make it fit the gap. There isn't even a pretense of educational value here. And I'm not sure the interface is especially intuitive to the 2- or 3-year-olds who might be entertained by this. At least the computer opponent is dumb as a post. It just randomly flips until things fit. But then the idea of a computer opponent in this is laughable. Both of these Fisher-Price games were developed by Beam Software, and they were published by GameTech, and it feels like a poor effort on both of their parts. Target Renegade is a bit of a weird situation. Renegade was a fairly popular Taito arcade game. Of course, that was its international title. In Japan, it was the first Kunio game. Taito licensed Renegade to Ocean Software to make computer ports for the UK market, and somehow included with that was the rights to make a sequel to Renegade. And that's Target Renegade, which has no connection to Kunio, though the characters do look a bit Double Dragonish. Taito picked up that sequel from Ocean and had Software Creations make an NES port. The result is a decent beat-em-up, though I think I'd rather play the actual Kunio games. The control scheme feels very microcomputer. What action you do depends on what direction you're pushing when you hit the button, and getting your attacks to connect can be tougher than it seems. This is fine, it's just not up to the standard of Technos Japan. Boy, we're hitting all the quick cash-ins right now, aren't we? Wheel of Fortune Family Edition removes all the swear words, the double entendre category, and of course the nude code. None of that's true. This is the exact same Wheel of Fortune game that Rare made, and they've been re-releasing every single year with a different set of puzzles. I'm a bit surprised they even bothered changing the title screen. I'm not sure if Family Edition is the same thing as Junior Edition, but really, it doesn't matter. I'm actually kind of annoyed that the games are basically functional, rather than being complete disasters. This is the kind of thing that's annoying to show up when you're doing an entire system library, but wouldn't really stand out on store shelves. Jack Nicklaus's Greatest 18 Holes of Major Championship Golf is the longest title of any NES game. The game actually has a bit of a weird pedigree, since it's a port of the most popular computer golf game at the time. And the Jack Nicklaus series of golf games would be the standard for computer golf games until EA started making games branded with Tiger Woods. I have to say that as a golf game, the concept here is pretty good. Rather than one coherent course, they had the greatest golfer of the day pick out his favorite 18 holes from all golf courses. Then just smash them all together. So you get holes from Pebble Beach right next to holes from St. Andrews, even though those are courses with completely different styles. The game also has a very elaborate rendering system to give you a view from your shot, though I think the NES's low resolution actually makes the view confusing. Konami had Sculptured Software make this port for them, and as good as the whole selection is, it's just not the best playing golf game that you could choose. American Game Cartridges is back with their first original game. And it's not the craziest thing I've ever seen. The idea in Shockwave is that rather than pushing the boxes yourself in this box-pushing puzzle, you shoot the box, and that makes any boxes in contact with it explode away. So if you want to get a box out of your way, you have to get another box over there, and that will require shooting another box to line that up, and so on. Your goal on every stage is to collect all of the crystals, and if figuring out the puzzles weren't hard enough, there's also enemies that can chase you down. The presentation here has some rough edges, but as an original game from an unlicensed publisher, this is way better than what we've been seeing from a lot of companies. Unfortunately, American Game Cartridges only has one more title left in them. Now a rule about avoiding science fiction when the author drops apostrophes in the middle of words for no good reason. That's right, Anne McCaffrey. I'm calling you out. Despite that, Color Dreams' Paradicus Conflict is a more forward-looking game than you might expect. The idea here is you start out as a lone ship on the frontier, and if you check your communications, you've received a mission to destroy aliens. Not all aliens, just enough to power up your ship so that you can handle better missions. You get a map of the star system, you can warp to other star systems, and if you back all the way out of the interface, you can fly around the star system that you're in. Use the map to plot a course to different planets, and then get on an upgrade treadmill, building up a better and better ship taking on tougher and tougher missions until you can stop the Paraticus conflict. It's kind of open world, kind of freeform, but also doesn't have a lot to do other than fly around and shoot down ships. So interesting that it exists, but other games take this concept to better places. Ivan Ironman Stewart's Super Off-Road was a hit arcade game, and they handed the port for the NES off to Rare. Rare actually was probably the best choice for this, since they had decent experience with making isometric perspective racing games. The cars here are a little out of control, they bounce all over the place, but that's also the kind of game this is. You're given a giant pile of nitro boosters at the start of the game, and in between races you can take your winnings, or things that you've picked up, and buy more nitro, improve your truck, and then it's back to the races. This is a game that works best with multiple players. Snatching victory from your friend is a lot sweeter than snatching it from the computer, but overall this works pretty well as an arcade racer. Back to Rare again, but this time it's another game show adaptation. They made this version of Double Dare for GameTech, and it's pretty bad. The issue is that Double Dare, as a television show, revolved around what are essentially minigames. And as we've seen, a collection of minigames is pretty much the worst thing you can have on the NES. The controls are terrible and often unclear, they wind up quickly getting repetitive, and the whole thing winds up being severely frustrating. And it doesn't help that Double Dare itself was not the best designed game show. It was an excuse to get kids to jump into pools of slop. The game show structure was an afterthought. So this winds up being a bad translation of not very good source material. As I play through the Japanese libraries, there are a few companies that could send shivers down my spine. The biggest publisher for that was Bandai, and one of their major licensees was Advanced Communications Company. They weren't as bad as when Tosei teamed up with Bandai, but they could get pretty bad. Dino Wars Destruction of Spondylus is a train wreck of a game. It controls poorly, you only get one life and there's instant death pits, and the weapons are often puny and useless. There's two different modes of play, one where you're just a guy in space armor, and another when you're driving your giant robot dinosaur, and as bad and uncontrollable as the spacesuit is, the dinosaur is worse. There's even graphics glitches when you're standing on a platform as your sprite jitters up and down because the game can't handle the collision between the two. That was a solved problem before Super Mario existed. This is a bad, bad game. The title is by far the best thing about it. Surely they couldn't make a game worse than the original Ghostbusters for the NES, right? Right. Actually, Ghostbusters 2 isn't as bad as that one, but I had to think about it for a while. Of course, this isn't the great HAL Labs version of Ghostbusters 2. This is Activision's Ghostbusters 2, developed by Imagineering. Just getting past the first stage is a challenge, as any touch will stun you, and you can only be stunned 3 times before it's game over. Enemies move in erratic patterns, and many of them are invulnerable to your slime weapon. Your only real hope is memorizing the stage, but there's nothing here that justifies putting that much effort into it. You really don't need to play Ghostbusters 2. There's nothing here worth seeing. Snake's Revenge is infamous as the other Metal Gear 2. Metal Gear was originally a computer game, and Konami made a lot of changes when they brought it to the Famicom. Then, when it turned out to be a bit of a hit on the NES in America, Konami made Snake's Revenge as a sequel to that version. Meanwhile, the computer game version of Metal Gear got its own sequel, and that's the one people refer to. In this game, they try to make up for the fact that Metal Gear isn't in the original game, because this one concludes with Snake destroying Metal Gear. Otherwise, Snake's Revenge plays very similar to the first Metal Gear game on the NES. You start in the jungle, have to infiltrate the base, find more keycards than you know what to do with, have transceiver conversations with people who will betray you. Basically, what you'd expect. I know there's people out there who avoid this one because they say it doesn't count, but it is pretty close to the original NES game. Rougher in some ways, better in others, it kind of evens out. Pinbot is one of those games that you'd never think of as a Nintendo game, but they published it after Rare developed it. Of course, it's really based on a Williams pinball machine, but this version's technically impressive enough that they deserve some credit. I've got a whole video on the progression of pinball video games through the 1980s, and Pinbot was a good step forward. It's got a good table thanks to copying Williams' design. The ball isn't scaled properly for it, but it works better for the video game that way. The split screen effect that always keeps your flippers in view is especially impressive. The physics are pretty good for an 8-bit processor with no floating point math, though the ball does tend to get sucked up ramps like there's a vacuum. All in all, one of the better pinball games that you can get for the NES. And there's a pseudo-sequel coming. Although RBI Baseball was the US version of Family Stadium, the later RBI Baseball games were all Tengen. Though to be honest, it feels a lot like they just took RBI Baseball and made the graphics look a bit more realistic. It plays fine as a baseball game. It's very standard for 1990. But there is one special thing about RBI Baseball 2. They got the Major League Baseball Players Association on board. So while teams are only referred to by their city, or two-letter abbreviation for their city, the players themselves use their real names. There are gaps because there are a few players who weren't members, but this game has pretty much anything a player could want in a 1990s baseball game. I'll even go as far to say that it's one of the stronger baseball games on the system at this point, but it's still baseball. It feels a little bit weird that Impossible Mission 2 was getting published to the NES by American Video Entertainment as an unlicensed cartridge. At this point, Epix was a subsidiary of Atari in all but name, and the original Impossible Mission never came to the NES, because it was going to be the killer app for the Atari 7800. The Impossible Mission series were very popular action games on computers, where you had to search a facility full of killer robots looking to collect a code. And the trick was always figuring out how to navigate the rooms while avoiding the robots, sometimes shutting them down using computer panels, and getting to every searchable spot in the room and looking behind it. Impossible Mission 2 on the NES is better than the 7800 version of Impossible Mission, because at least you can complete this game. Unfortunately, Impossible Mission 2 was a big fish in a small pond on computers, where things like the tough-to-use control scheme didn't really stand out. On the NES, well, you'll probably choose to play any other action game than it. If you're not familiar with remote control, don't worry, I don't think anybody's thought about it in 30 years. It was MTV's first non-music program, so now you know who to blame. And it was kind of the leading edge of the hip, sarcastic game show that was trying to appeal to a younger audience. Rydell Software Productions made this for high-tech expressions, and at the very least it captures the chatty nature of the program. Of course, the only thing anyone's going to notice are those faces. Those are horrifying. The questions are all pop culture centric, which means at this point, they are severely out of date. That's always a problem for trivia games, they've got a shelf life. The best thing I can say about remote control is that it reasonably accurately represents the show. I just don't know who would want that now. If I told you that F-15 City War was a copy of a Sega Superscaler game, you'd immediately go, ah, Afterburner. But no, it's a copy of Thunderblade. And honestly, just in terms of tech, it's not a bad copy of Thunderblade. American Video Entertainment was responsible for this unlicensed cartridge, and if you play F-15 City War for about 2 minutes, you'll go, well, it's not spectacular, but it's impressive that they managed to do this. But the longer that you play, the more the problems set in. The enemies have a very small set of patterns, and they quickly repeat themselves. On top of that, the stages go on way too long. There's some problems with ground targeting because you can't really tell where your missiles are going to hit, and there's just a fire hose of tanks that stream up in a straight line. Some of this is due to technical limitations, but some of it they probably should have reworked a bit. I'm going to put F-15 City War down as a surprisingly good effort that didn't quite work out. Color Dreams made Challenge of the Dragon, a side-scrolling fantasy action game, and it feels like something that should have been released about 3 years before this. You have a fairly limited number of moves, swing your sword and do little kicks. All of these have a microscopically short range. Enemies have health that seems more like it should be for a beat-em-up. It takes a lot of blows to knock someone out. The movement's a bit jerky, which doesn't help with the platforming. The whole effect just makes Challenge of the Dragon obnoxious. There's a pretty good reason that this one's super obscure. I thought I was done with CinemaWare. I completely forgot that Beam Software and Kemco made this port of Rocket Ranger because who remembers that Rocket Ranger exists? Rocket Ranger is another collection of mini-games from them, these ones inspired by the movie serials of the 1940s. You're a hero with a rocket pack, there's an evil dictator that's going to take over the world with Moonmen technology, and you do some very primitive, very poorly controlling mini-games that are the action scenes. There's also a strategic map where you move agents around a map of the world, trying to find more resources, because to complete the game you need to build a rocket and reach the moon, where you can stop the alien threat once and for all. The NES version of this is really stripped down. For example, in the computer version you're fighting Nazis. All in all, this is a really unappealing game. Cobble was a Taito arcade game, but they decided it wasn't worth their effort to port it. So Rare made this version for Milton Bradley. The arcade game had a fancy control scheme where you moved the character with a joystick, but aimed your gun with a trackball. That wouldn't work on the NES, so instead, when you're firing, you're stuck in place and can move your crosshair. Releasing and pressing the fire button again throws a grenade. And grenades are actually in limited supply. You can take cover behind walls, but those rapidly get destroyed by enemy fire. And you have a dodge maneuver, but it's really tricky to use. You have to hold down B and push in a diagonal direction. It's just not convenient. There's a 2-player simultaneous mode at least, though the game already has issues with the sheer quantity of sprites on screen. The biggest problem here is that there's only 5 stages. The stage is only about 30 seconds long, so Cobble is a game that wears out its welcome pretty fast. I know you were missing Jeopardy! This time it's the 25th anniversary edition. So surely Rare and GameTech must have cooked up something special for it. Nope, they just re-released the exact same game with a new set of questions. Or I guess answers, since this is Jeopardy! I did some checking, and the NES is the game console with the most versions of Jeopardy! Only the PC beats it, and that's because the PC has been a continuous platform for over 40 years. The good news is, this is the last release of the Rare version of Jeopardy! That we're going to see. The bad news is, there's still more Jeopardy! The Last Starfighter is a very bad port of a very influential game. The original computer game was Uridium, an absolutely massive success on the Commodore 64, as nobody had seen this kind of high-speed shoot-'em-up on the computer before. For the NES, Lionsgate had a license for The Last Starfighter and had Eastridge Technology do a quick port of the popular game without really changing anything. The game has nothing to do with the movie The Last Starfighter, they just put the name on the box. Something you'll notice if you try to play The Last Starfighter is that it is absurdly fast, and things tend to blow you up before you can see them. That was always a challenge in Uridium, but it feels like it's a lot worse here. It's harder to maintain any control over your speed, and the visual design tends to let things blend in, which doesn't help either. The Last Starfighter winds up being brutally difficult in a way that feels unfair, and that's just going to keep people away. Rad Racer was the game that saved Square after their disastrous Disc Original Group fiasco. And it was an even bigger hit in the US, which is probably why Square made this US exclusive sequel. Rad Racer 2 is exactly what it says on the box. It's more Rad Racer. It's still a checkpoint race where you're competing against the clock, and your time refreshes when you pass those checkpoints. It's got the same terrain feel. You still have to press up on the D-pad to boost in order to have enough speed to get anywhere. And the biggest threat is still skidding right off the road in a curve, hitting some palm tree beside it. The game's biggest flaw, if it can be called a flaw, is that it's just Rad Racer again. You'll have to look awfully hard for any actual differences, and most of them are cosmetic, like the little indicator for corners that are coming up. This is good if you want more Rad Racer, but if you didn't, well, you're not going to care. Heavy Shreddin', or Snowboard Challenge if you're in Europe, is our latest extreme sports game. And this one's actually pretty good. All you have to do is take your snowboard from the top of the mountain to the bottom. While it's a continuous course, there are sections where you have to perform certain actions, like beat the timer, pass through the slalom gates, or perform tricks. And the whole time you have to avoid the hazards that you'll find on the mountain. Colliding with anything makes you fall, and then you have to restart that leg. You only get 4 falls before it's game over. Heavy Shredding controls a lot better than the earlier skateboarding games, and I like the way it strings the challenges together. So overall, a cool game. Silkworm was an arcade game developed by Tecmo, and it was Tecmo themselves that made this NES port, though they published it through Sammy. The distinctive thing about Silkworm is that you've got your choice of flying a helicopter in a standard shoot-'em-up, or driving a jeep along the ground, but with the ability to jump and free aim. You get 2 very different experiences based on which one you're playing as, and there's a 2-player mode where each player takes 1 role. As a shoot-'em-up, this isn't bad, because there really isn't much to the weapons, but the enemy patterns are nice and readable, there's lots of action, it all works pretty well. At this point, we're seeing a lot more Japanese developers and publishers creating things specifically for the US, and I think that's because the market for action games in Japan has really shifted away from the Famicom. So even though Silkworm's a pretty good game, it never got a release in Japan. And we're continuing that theme with Mechanized Attack, another arcade port, this one developed and published by SNK. This one's a shooting gallery similar to Operation Wolf, and you can use the zapper or the regular controller. A neat thing about the zapper is that they've kind of inverted how it works. Usually you get the black screen with the squares that are targets, but here they're tracing a pixel and draw a rectangle where you're aiming. Then any sprites toward the center of that rectangle get destroyed. It's a little bit slower than the standard zapper input, but it's a lot more flexible. I kind of wish they had used it in more games. Mechanized Attack has one more feature that gets people's attention. There's a nude code. I'm not going to show it here, but if you want your 8-bit nudity, it's hidden in the game. Mechanized Attack is one of the better shooting galleries on the NES. Definitely worth giving a try if you've got the zapper. Arkista's Ring is an action game created by Japanese developer NMK, the developer best known for making the P-47 series of shoot-'em-ups. And there's a pretty good chance you've never heard of that game. NMK actually developed quite a few games in their 10 years of existence, but their entire library is pretty second tier. Quite a few games that make you go, oh, that was okay, I guess. And that's where Arkista's Ring falls. You're playing from an overhead view, and your goal on every stage is to locate a key and then make it to the exit. You can fire arrows at monsters, and collect spells that give you big attacks. But you can't turn in place, so if monsters are approaching, you can't turn and shoot at them. And the monsters that have ranged attacks fire as soon as you're in view. And since you'll need to turn and move a full square before you can fire back, you're going to get hit. Arkista's Ring is not a complete stinker, it's just one of those games that'll make you go, oh, that was okay. The real question about Captain Skyhawk isn't why Rare made it, or why Milton Bradley published it, it's why Nintendo published it in Europe. This is a shoot-'em-up that takes advantage of the isometric perspective that Rare loves so much. You're always down in the low areas, so you can collide with terrain that pops up. Better to just stay out of any terrain's way. Maybe the best thing in Captain Skyhawk is spotting the graphics and sound effects that Rare used in other, more popular games. One of which was released the following month. As a shoot-'em-up, Captain Skyhawk's kind of mediocre. Your sprite is so enormous that it makes a big target. The enemies and their patterns are really boring. At the end of the stage, the boss is just a big platform. It's not remotely the worst thing that Rare has put out on the NES, but it's definitely not one that will thrill you. I'm going to talk about a few Disney-based games as I go through this list, but most of them aren't going to show up for quite a while. Adventures in the Magic Kingdom is the other Capcom Disney game, the one that people don't want to talk about. Your goal is to find a bunch of keys to unlock the main gate at Disney World and start a parade, but the keys are scattered through the park, and you'll have to locate them by answering trivia questions or playing mini-games based on future feature films, like Pirates of the Caribbean or The Haunted Mansion. It's still a Capcom game, so there's some basic level of competence here, but this does rank among the worst Capcom 8-bit games. The level design in those mini-games is pretty boring. You only get one shot to clear them, and if you fail, you have to start over. And the Disney trivia questions you have to answer, well, the Disney Renaissance had literally just started at that point, so the questions are mainly about the bad old stuff. Just play one of the other Capcom Disney games instead. This is the first time we're seeing Color Dream's Menace Beach in this video, but not the last. I'll tell that story when we get there. In Menace Beach, you're a weird little skateboard guy who's trying to rescue a girl, and this might be the widest gulf between gameplay graphics and cutscene graphics that you're going to find on the NES. Yeah, the between-stage cutscenes are definitely a choice. The controls are awfully slippery here, and the skateboarder's attack is really pitiful. This is another mediocre effort from Color Dreams that's mainly notable for its weird connection to another game. Dudes with Attitudes by American Video Entertainment, yet another unlicensed game from them, doesn't look like much. It's got some very crude graphic design, and the layout doesn't look like much. It's actually a decent, simple little puzzle game here. Your dude, which also might be a dudette, is a face that constantly bounces left to right. You don't have any control of them horizontally, but you do have control vertically. Your goal is to collect all of the gems on the stage and then make it to the exit. Gems can only be collected when the dude is the same color as the gem, and gems aren't always gems. The red gem is a heart, the yellow gem is a coin. The important thing is match the color, collect all the items, get to the exit. But there are enemies and obstacles in the way that hurt the dude, especially if you're not the color to deal with the obstacle, which isn't always the color to collect the gem. So it's a simple but tight little dexterity game. It's one of the better games that AVE is going to make. The pedigree of Little League Baseball Championship Series is more complicated than you might expect. This game was made for the American market, but it's not really an original game. It's a graphical rework of Baseball Stars, SNK's Major League Baseball game. Baseball Stars is one of the best baseball games on the NES, so I don't have any complaints about them reusing the engine. They've tweaked the rules of baseball to make it match Little League a bit more, reducing things to just 6 innings. One of the nice touches in here is how the players interact with each other in the game. It's just animation touch-ups to give them a little bit of personality, but it's effective. If you have Baseball Stars, you really don't need Little League Baseball, but if you didn't have either of them, Little League Baseball wouldn't be a bad option to play. Mad Max was developed by Grey Matter for Mindscape, and as a developer, Grey Matter's track record was disastrously bad. Just notoriously awful game after notoriously awful game. I mean, their last game was the adaptation of Crow City of Angels, so that should tell you the level that we're working on. The concept behind Mad Max isn't bad. Roam the wasteland, fight bandits, get stuff, trade supplies in order to keep your car running, and then engage in vehicular combat against other cars. But the game systems that are here don't work especially well. Finding stuff so that you can buy additional supplies isn't worthwhile since you can just rush over to the arena where you'll be fully stocked with everything that you'll need in order to fight. The environments you drive through are generic and hard to navigate. All in all, this Mad Max game is just mediocre. In terms of playing chess, Battle Chess is okay. It's not top tier, but it does well enough. Beam Software ported this computer game to the NES on behalf of Data East, and the game comes through mostly intact. The problem with Battle Chess, and this extends to the computer versions to some extent, but it's especially bad in the NES version, is that the game is nightmarishly slow. What the game is known for are the animations that play when pieces are captured, which is why I'm doing some stupid sacrifices here. But the real problem is just taking any move. Pieces very slowly shuffle out of the way, very slowly make their way over to the square, and then, if you're capturing a piece, you get the animation that you're looking forward to. It makes Battle Chess more frustrating to play than you might expect. If you like chess, you're going to get frustrated, and if you just want to watch the animations, you can pull that up on YouTube. Snake, Rattle, and Roll is the final form of Rare's isometric games. They love that perspective, and you could arguably say that they invented its use in computer games. But it's now 1990, and the limitations of the perspective are becoming an issue. Snake, Rattle, and Roll is all about a snakehead that wants to grow long enough to open the door to the exit. To do that, it has to bounce around and eat other things, finding body segments buried behind manholes or shooting out of generators, and bouncing all over the stage like crazy. Platforming can be especially challenging here, since the snake has an absolutely absurd amount of air control. It's basically a guided missile after you jump, and that can let you get to some weird places on the map. Snake, Rattle, and Roll often shows up on lists of hidden gems on the NES, and it is one of Nintendo's more distinctive games. You can tell that Rare brought this one to them, and it is their baby. The result is pretty good, just maybe a bit more confusing than it needed to be. You know, I could just let the game sit here on the title screen, because you're getting the best part of it now. If there's one thing that Pictionary on the NES is known for, it's the insane Tim Follin soundtrack. This might have been an LJN-published adaptation of a board game, but he definitely did not half-ass the music. As for the game itself, well, if you play with other people, then you have to draw and hope they guess what you're drawing. But if you're playing by yourself, then you play a mini-game, and as you progress, you get another small piece of the drawing. The mini-games control very poorly, and naturally, there is no leeway when you enter your answer. The game doesn't even tell you what it was supposed to be if you can't get it. So listen to the soundtrack, but other than that, Pictionary is not worth playing. The thing that I remember most about the video game Bigfoot isn't the video game, it's how they kept using it on the TV show Video Power. And even then I could tell that Bigfoot was an awful game. I mean, it said Acclaim on the box, and I had some basic pattern recognition. Thing is, you can't really tell how awful Bigfoot is until you actually play it. Beam Software put this together for Acclaim, and they put all of their skills at making something terrible into it. In the overhead races, the controls are flaky, unresponsive, the vehicle's mostly out of control, and it feels like often things happen without you doing anything. On the side view races, you have to tap left and right to accelerate, and then use A to change gears. It might be the most insane method for driving a car in video games. Bigfoot is nigh unplayable. Just stay away from this one. What happens when Japan's greatest wrestling game developer, and its worst publisher, team up to make a game based on the kitschiest television show of the 1960s? Well, you get the adventures of Gilligan's Island. Human Entertainment developed it for Bandai, I have to say that playing it inflicted more horror on me than Human's Clock Tower series. You're controlling the skipper, and you can freely roam around the island. Gilligan's following you, but he tends to get trapped by things, like falling in holes. You have a relatively long time limit normally, but if Gilligan's not around, the time limit shrinks a lot. You've got a goal on every stage, though what you're actually doing really doesn't represent that goal. You just go around and talk to the other castaways there, and hope to get some direction. And speaking of the castaways, they are missing one. There's no movie star on this island. The Adventures of Gilligan's Island is a mess of a game that wants to be an action-adventure in the style that they made around 1986, but there's a reason that people stopped making those. While I said I wasn't going to use Sachen games in this video, I am reaching a point where those unlicensed publishers on the NES are getting their games from Sachen and relabeling them for the US. So Silent Assault is a Sachen game, but here it was published by Color Dreams. Silent Assault is a very we have Contra and Russian attack at home kind of game. Your soldier walks slowly to the right, shooting enemies as they go. You can fire upward to hit things, and sometimes they'll drop weapons. And you even do a little somersault that doesn't really look like you when you jump into the air. So the controls are really stiff. You can sometimes jump on things in the background and sometimes can't, and there's no real way to tell them apart. The constant stream of enemies are set up to take cheap shots at you. It's just not fun. Silent Assault is definitely a game that would be guaranteed to disappoint any kid who received it. Race America, or Corvette ZR1 Challenge in Europe, is one of the worst driving games I have played on an 8-bit Nintendo platform. There are 3 bad things that really stand out here. First, for every leg in this transcontinental race, you pick out an opponent, and most of the opponents are offensive stereotypes. Second, because there's a 2-player simultaneous mode, there's also split-screen racing here. However, the split screen's also implemented in the single-player racing, and for some reason, whoever's in second place has a tiny postage stamp window that they race in, while whoever's winning gets the top half of the screen. So if you fall behind at the start, well, just look at your tiny little box then. Third, the upshift doesn't work. To shift up, then press up and hold it for about a second. Then you'll shift up and can start accelerating again. It's impressively unresponsive for something that you'll have to use constantly, since your car has a 6-gear manual transmission. Race America is just awful. I'm amazed that anyone would release this. I have hit a really bad block of games because here comes Pyramid, another Sachen import. This time it's American Video Entertainment that brought it to the US. Pyramid is a good example of the bad puzzle games that followed in the wake of Tetris. People thought all they had to do was link a few geometric shapes together, drop them in a hole, and make the line vanish when it filled up, and then bada boom bada bing, you're a millionaire. Well, as it turns out, the geometry you use matters a lot, and the geometry used in Pyramid is really, really, really bad. The pieces aren't consistent sizes. They're just adding a cut on the diagonal. The largest number of lines that you could erase at once is 2, and that would require an absurd amount of setup. And there's one style of piece that is guaranteed to not fit anywhere unless you specifically build for it. The well is way too wide for how narrow the pieces are, and the game doesn't run at a decent speed. I have played a lot of Tetris copies over the years, and Pyramid is one of the worst. The hits keep on coming with Dick Tracy. Right now I'm going, why did I choose to do this to myself? Dick Tracy was developed by Real-Time Associates and published by Bandai, and it's based on the movie rather than the newspaper comic. The idea is that Dick Tracy has to solve a series of crimes by going out and beating people up until they tell him what he wants to know. You start out in your office, then you have to drive around the city, carefully obeying all traffic laws because Dick Tracy won't drive on the left-hand side of the road. When you get to a location, you exit the car, head inside, and start punching people, or shooting them if you have a gun. If you find a mobster inside, you can interrogate them, or arrest them if you have enough clues pointing to their involvement in the crime. It all feels kind of LA Noirish, except you have bad side-scrolling sections instead of weird interrogation scenes. Swords and Serpents is the first game that Interplay developed on the NES. They've had their games ported to the system already, but this is the first time that they actually did the work. They were one of the biggest publishers of computer games throughout the 90s, and we're going to see quite a bit more from them as I go. Acclaim had to publish this one for them though, and it's a bit weird. If you play it as a single-player game, it's simple enough. It's a first-person dungeon crawl, streamlined to play more effectively on a console, and it does that extremely well. This might be the smoothest dungeon crawling experience on the NES. However, Swords and Serpents allows 4 players to team up, and what this means in practice is one player drives the party through the dungeon, and then the rest just hit the A button to attack when their turn comes up in combat. Yeah, this really isn't designed for multiplayer. But it is a great single-player dungeon crawl, so just do that. Barker Bill's Trick Shooting is Nintendo's last light gun game for the NES. I always thought the guy on the cover looked a bit like Mario, but Barker Bill has a thinner mustache. This is just a very basic shooting gallery with 4 different styles of games. You want to shoot targets that pop up, or targets that fall down. In all 4 modes, you've got 3 shots per set of targets, and you start with 9 lives, which drop by 1 every time you fail to hit a target. Like most of the shooting galleries we've seen, this is a pretty generic experience. If you didn't play Barker Bill's Trick Shooting, you are missing out on nothing. Interplay developed the Total Recall game for the NES, which turned out to be one of the most infamously bad games on the system. Just on the first stage, you get grabbed by people as you pass alleys, and then have to beat up a crowd before you're allowed to continue. And you have to stop every time you pass in front of a police station, as a bunch of armored guys who only take 1 hit each pop out. Now, as bad as this game is, and it is bad, I've already played much worse just in this video. And we have a lot of disaster pieces coming up. For all of its other problems, I can actually control Arnold reasonably well in Total Recall. I can't say that's true about many of the other games here. Although they did use "I'll be back" on the Next Life screen, so maybe it's the worst NES game because they quoted the wrong movie. The arcade version of Narc was a pretty big deal at the time. It was a forerunner to Mortal Kombat, taking advantage of digitized photos for sprites, and including mountains of gore as you shot your way through the inner city. It was also a really bad game. The kids like watching guys explode when they shoot them in video games, so it became really popular. The NES version drops all of the things that made that arcade version popular, and just leaves you with a really bad game. Shoot the guys who are walking down the street, or arrest them by walking up to them, and pick up the money and drugs that they drop. You have a limited number of bullets, and you have to collect more from the enemies, assuming that they drop any, which they often won't. One of the more annoying things in Narc is that the buttons do different things depending on whether or not you tap or press and hold. It just makes the controls more confusing than they have to be. Rare made this port of Narc for Acclaim, and the game is definitely up to Acclaim's usual standards. Crazy Creatures might be the last game you expect in 1990. It's a Match 3 game, though not quite the Match 3 that you'd expect. The field gets populated by a random assortment of animals, but they slowly come in so you can move things around as they arrive. You also don't have to just swap to a neighbor, you can move an animal to any empty space. You're operating on a time limit, and your goal isn't to clear everything, it's to just clear enough. You get points for matches, and of course the points escalate as you do more complex patterns, and you get points for every empty square once time runs out. And because of the way the game counts up those empty squares, you can even get a few more points by acting fast while scoring. It makes for a decent little puzzle game, not especially challenging, but one that can keep you on your toes as you try to clear as much of the field as possible. Skull and Crossbones fits into the pattern of the late 80s Atari arcade game. You get your choice of starting out on an easier level or a harder level, and you buy power-ups in between stages to improve your chances. But Skull and Crossbones was also one of the worst Atari arcade games at this time. Tengen was responsible for this port, and at the very least, I can say that they were true to the original arcade game. Because Skull and Crossbones on the NES has terrible level design, your character is unresponsive, platforming's harder than it should be, and enemies have a bad tendency to shoot you through walls where you can't fire back at them. So very similar to the arcade game. I think a major problem with Skull and Crossbones is that it just doesn't know what kind of game it wants to be. Do you want it to be a beat-em-up with pirates? Then why is there all this platforming? Is it supposed to be a run-and-gun where you're constantly swapping weapons? Then why is everything so slow? And why are the weapons so bad? This is one of those games where there's a lot of gameplay systems and none of them gel with each other. Well, G-Man's a bit of an improvement from what we've been seeing lately. That's not a surprise since it was developed by Kid, who made a lot of great action games in the later days of the NES. Toxin had to publish this one in the US, though Nintendo themselves handled the European distribution. In Low G-Man, you're a guy who wants to kill robots. You've got a freeze gun, and you've got a blade. The blade can only stab up and down, so your general tactic is going to be freeze the robot in place, jump on it, and stab it. The name Low G-Man comes from his ability to jump extremely high, and even increase that height by collecting power-ups as you play. Later stages are set up to really take advantage of that vertical movement. Another gimmick of the game is that for some enemies riding in vehicles, you can kill the driver and take their car. Low G-Man is one of those games that's packed with little details like that. While I wouldn't put it in the top tier of NES action games, it's definitely up there. I can't believe that somebody at LGN saw Beam Software's Back to the Future game and said, yes, let's have them do that again. On the positive side of things, Back to the Future Part 2 and 3 is not as bad as the first Back to the Future game, but it's still not very good. This is just a European-style platformer, where you wander around freely and are trying to collect all of the objects. They have to give you 9 lives because the game is that irritating, and when you revive, you're dropped a few screens back to the left, which might be over a hole. Of course, the game doesn't match the movies at all. There isn't a lot of action you could structure a game around, so they just pile in weird things to attack you. Everything in Back to the Future 2 and 3, the game, just drags on way too long. You'll be bored to death before you even get to the Old West. Jaleco made the first console port for Maniac Mansion, and that was released in Japan for the Famicom. That port was a disaster for reasons I have an entire video on. So LucasArts decided to port the game again themselves, and that version got released in the US market. And it's a version that became a beloved classic, though honestly I'd rather play the computer versions. 3 teenagers go into the mansion of Mad Dr. Fred to rescue a kidnapped friend, and they'll have to unravel the mysteries of the house. Maniac Mansion was LucasArts' first point-and-click adventure game, and while it doesn't completely represent their later philosophy of adventure game design, it is about 90% of the way there. It is very difficult to die or put yourself into an unwinnable state. You're given plenty of chances to retry things. It makes Maniac Mansion one of the most approachable adventure games of its day. Classic Concentration is one of those forgotten game shows of the 1980s, and it's forgotten because it wasn't a very good game show. GameTech had to resort to using Softy to make this version, rather than one of their usual game show developers. Though with a show this bland, I'm not really sure there'd be a difference. The idea of Classic Concentration is that 2 players take each other on in concentration. Everything behind the tiles is supposed to represent a prize that you'd win, and there are a few wild cards mixed in to speed up the game. Behind the tiles that you're taking is a rebus, a puzzle where you're supposed to figure out what it's saying from pictures. And the goal is to solve the rebus first. Classic Concentration, the video game, has the same problem as Classic Concentration, the show, where it's just very slow and drawn out, and for the most part, you're just playing a regular game of memory. Mule is one of the all-time classic computer games from the 80s, a game that's way more complicated than it might appear at first glance, but still simple enough that you can learn it easily. The 4 players are competing colonists on an alien world, and you have 12 turns to make your fortune. On every turn, you're granted a plot of land, and then you have the opportunity to take one of the mules of the title and use it to make that land produce one of 3 resources. 2 of the resources everybody needs in order to function. The other one is worth a lot of money, and you need the money to win the game. After every turn, there are auctions for resources, with one of the more ingenious ways to handle auctions that I've seen. Players selling walk down, players buying walk up, and there's a store that sets the floor for selling and the ceiling for buying. You can even play 4 players on 2 controllers, because no one ever needs more than 2 inputs at once. The NES version isn't the best way to play Mule, but Mule is such a good game that it doesn't really matter. NES Play-Action Football exists for one reason: to make a 4-player football game. This is one of Tosei's earliest collaborations with Nintendo, and Tosei has a bit of a bad reputation due to being behind a lot of awful games. A lot of this reputation seems to come from them being the people to hire if you want to make something fast and cheap, and that seems to be what Nintendo was doing with NES Play-Action Football. The angle on the field makes it hard to see the action that's happening, and everyone moves so stiffly, it's amazing that they can run up the field. Those unresponsive controls make it difficult to tackle anybody, let alone pass the ball successfully. And you can't even switch who you're controlling during a play if the action is particularly distant from you. Maybe the only thing that this one has going for it is the Players Association license, and how it tracks player exhaustion and lets you make substitutions. But when it comes to actually handling the action on field, NES Play-Action Football is a disaster. You'd think Konami would already have a perfect formula for a Mission Impossible game. Take one of their 2 Metal Gear games on the NES, give it the cool theme song, and you're done. But they wound up making something different, very experimental, and it doesn't really come together as well as those Metal Gear games. Mission Impossible is based on the TV series revival, not the movie or the 1960s TV series. And in the game, you're controlling a team of 3 agents, each with their own special abilities, and you have to rescue a kidnapped scientist. You'll need to do some investigation, gather clues, be careful not to injure any civilians, look both ways before you cross the street, and other things that will instantly take an agent out of action. It makes Mission Impossible feel, impossible. I mean, it's not really that bad, since it's not too tough to figure out what you're supposed to do. It's just not as frictionless as you'd want it to be. The best thing about Skate or Die 2 is that awesome opening riff. Just someone figuring out how to use the voice clips in the game to make some weird music. Once you're in the game itself, well, you skate around town, collect items, buy more tricks, shoot guys from your skateboard. While you can upgrade your hardware eventually, you start out very pokey. It doesn't feel like you're on a skateboard, you don't have any maneuverability, you're very slow to accelerate and decelerate, and you can't even jump especially well. Skate or Die 2 was an original sequel created specifically for the NES, not a computer port like the original game. Skate or Die 2 is better than that original game, but that's a bar so low that snakes can crawl over it. Time Lord is one of those games that you don't set out to play, you just wind up playing it. Rare developed this game for Milton Bradley, and it's a perfectly adequate action game. You're a Time Lord, but not one of those Time Lords, and aliens are destroying Earth's past, but not those aliens that are known for fighting Time Lords. There's only one thing that a Time Lord can do: collect 5 orbs. Initially, they're just sitting out in the open, but once you start time traveling, you'll have to fulfill special conditions to make them appear. When you collect 5 orbs in an era, you warp to the next one. What you have to do to progress in Time Lord is often obscure, and these days you'd just look up a guide rather than sit there for hours trying to figure it out. The action is fine, if a bit bland. Time Lord is just one of those games that doesn't stand out for good or bad reasons. Just because we're pretty much done with flight simulators doesn't mean we're completely done with simulators. Battle Tank is a tank simulator, and that means it's very different from a tank game. The most important way that it's different is that you control the barrel elevation, and that matters a lot for where you're aiming your shot. You also have a bunch of different things that you can fire from your tank, so besides shells from the main canyon, you've got a machine gun and smoke. You also have to set your speed, though your tank changes velocity very quickly. You're given a series of missions where you drive out to the desert and have to kill some enemy tanks. And because the area is wide open, you'll have to use a map to navigate to your targets. The whole thing isn't bad as a simulator. It's a bit lightweight, but that's what works on the NES. Still, it might not be what you want from a tank driving game on your Nintendo system. The technical aspects might put you off on this one. At this point, Tengen was done with producing unlicensed carts, and were mired in legal battles with Nintendo. So Mindscape published this version of Gauntlet 2, which was developed by Eastridge Technology. It's an enormous improvement over the original Gauntlet on the NES. For one thing, it's a lot closer to the arcade version. It supports 4 players simultaneously, and it has a bunch of crazy new features, like one player becoming it, and attracting all of the monsters. The biggest downside here is that they've greatly reduced the monster swarm. They're no longer filling the screen with ghosts and demons. There might be a dozen enemies on the screen at once. Also, the first Gauntlet game on the NES changed the arcade structure so that you had a definitive goal. While on Gauntlet 2, you're back to just smashing your way through levels because they're there. Gauntlet 2 on the NES is probably the better play experience. It's just a shame that you are losing a few things in this version. There's a weird connection behind Solar Jetman. It was developed in conjunction with Zippo Games and Rare, with Rare mainly providing the connection to their Jetman series. What's that, you say? I don't know any Jetman series for the Nintendo Entertainment System. And that's because they weren't console games before. The first game, Jetpack, was the game that put the developer that would become Rare on the map. That smash hit got a sequel titled Lunar Jetman. And so Solar Jetman completed the trilogy, releasing in a country totally unfamiliar with the first 2 games. Solar Jetman is all about dealing with gravity and momentum. You fly a ship by applying thrust, and have to deal with it drifting around and gravity pulling it down. Your goal is to recover items from the planets you land on, and towing them back to base throws you off balance and reduces your momentum. It's a pretty good system, and it works so well because they already had experience making this game twice before. Konami's Roller Games is based on a television series that tried to combine roller derby with a pro wrestling style presentation. The show was a huge flop, never making it past its 13-episode tryout. But the video games that Konami made based on it are actually really good. For the NES one, they combined roller skating with a beat-em-up, which I guess is basically roller derby. Because you're on skates, you've got a bit of momentum as you move around, but you're still fairly maneuverable. And if you run into something dangerous, there's a good chance you can jump over it. The fighting might have been a bit better. I feel like often when you're skating around, enemies can hit you a lot more easily than you can hit them. You've got to line things up just right to make that work. But then you get into one of the points where you stop and fight a bunch of people, and it works just fine. Roller Games is way better than any game with this premise deserves to be. Pipe Dream was a LucasArts created puzzle game, and one of their big hits back when they were Lucasfilm Games. Distinctive Software made this port of the computer game for Bulletproof Software, and they were a development house that had way more experience going the other way, porting arcade and console games to computers. But Pipe Dream is a straightforward enough game, so they did just fine with this conversion. In Pipe Dream, you drop down tiles that have pieces of pipe on them, and a few seconds after you start playing, slime starts flowing out of a start pipe. Then your goal is to keep it flowing for as long as you can. If the slime flows through enough pieces, then when it runs out of pipe to go through, you'll start the whole thing over, only the slime moves a bit faster. Pipe Dream is a nice little game, but I've always found it a little bit on the easy side. I've really got to crank up the speed to make it a challenge. I'm trying to think if King Neptune's Adventure is the worst Color Dreams game. I don't think it is, but it's definitely down there. In the game, you're controlling King Neptune, and you have to swim around some mazes looking for items. The mazes have an incredibly confusing layout, particularly because they warp top to bottom and left to right. So mapping it is a bit of a pain. You have two kinds of weapons, bombs that you pick up and have a limited number of. You also have to manually make them explode in order to hurt enemies. You have plenty of lightning bolts, but for many enemies the lightning bolts pass right over their heads. Unless you bounce the bolt off the wall and it gets the 50-50 chance of going down and ricochets just right. The levels are awful to play, fighting enemies is bad. This is just a game made for frustration. Double Strike is another Sachan game that got brought to the US by American Video Entertainment. And the best thing I can say about it is, it's not as bad as it could have been. This is a very primitive shoot-'em-up, where you just fly along and blow up some very similar looking planes. The red ones contain power-ups which might let you drop bombs as well as shoot your gun, or it might double your shot's firepower or make you invincible for a short time. But none of these really change how you're playing the game. Well, except being invincible, because then you can plow through things. You can even get a triple shot, but none of the weapons really make a difference in how you play. The stages go on way too long, and the enemies are all pretty much the same. However, they do tend to put out a lot of bullets, which makes the game a bit of a challenge. On the other hand, they also give you a ton of lives. All in all, Double Strike is a pretty bland shoot-'em-up, but it's nowhere near the worst thing that we're going to see. Caveman Games is one of those minigame collections with a whole series of events to take part in, but this one isn't originally by Epix. The original computer version was created by Dynamics. Painting by Numbers was responsible for this NES port, which was published by Data East. There are 6 events here, and of course all of them have control schemes that don't make a lot of sense, or even relate to the other games. You'll have to read the manual if you want to even successfully complete an event. The events are all caveman-themed variations of events that have been used in other sports games. So instead of pole vault, you've got dino vault. And instead of fencing, you've got clubbing. Maybe the best thing about this one are those large expressive graphics. And that's the kind of thing that will amuse you for maybe 10 minutes. Playing Caveman Games instead of just watching it will just make you go, ugh. Loops is yet another puzzle game that started out on the computer, though it doesn't have quite the pedigree as the previous one. The original computer game was by Audiogenic, who are best known for, well, loops. They also made a bunch of cricket games. The concept of loops is that you're given pieces of track, and your goal is to make loops. There's a relatively small area that you can put them in, and you can rotate the pieces. You have a short time in which you can place them, and if the timer runs out, then the piece you're holding is destroyed. Fail to place a piece 3 times, and it's game over. Obviously, the way you get rid of pieces is by making loops. The pieces come in various sizes, and that means that you'll often be stuck waiting for just the right pieces to come up, so that you can close a loop and get rid of them. As a puzzle game, Loops moves pretty quick, though I do wish there was an easy way to rotate left and right instead of just one rotate button and one place button. Kids in the late 80s and early 90s sure loved their R-rated movies. Rare made this Nightmare on Elm Street game for LJN, and it's actually one of the better LJN games for the NES. I wouldn't call it a must-play, but it is something I could see people enjoying. Your goal is to enter the various houses on Elm Street and then recover all of Freddy's bones from within. There's monsters roaming everywhere, and you can punch them out, and it takes a few hits from a monster before you'll go down. There's an exhaustion timer, and when that runs out, you wind up in the Nightmare World, where enemies take twice as much damage. However, while you're in the Nightmare World, you can also get power-ups that grant you dream abilities, like turning into a wizard. The whole thing winds up working okay-ish. Orb 3D is a weird little game. It was originally released on computers as Beyond the Black Hole, and this NES port was made by Software Toolworks for High-Tech Expressions. The way the game works is that there's a ball that is bouncing back and forth between the left and right-hand side of the screen. You control paddles to keep it going, and as it goes left, it flies below the playfield, and when it goes right, it flies above the playfield. You can hit a button to send the ball passing through the playfield and curving back the way it came. And that's what you have to do to clear the stages in Orb 3D. Hit targets in the playfield by having the ball pass through them. Now what you actually have to do with the targets varies with every stage. Some you just have to hit, some you have to hit from a direction, some you have to guide in directions. The biggest feature of Orb 3D is the 3D. It came with a pair of kind of prismatic glasses that gave you a pseudo 3D effect when playing. A cute idea, but it didn't really work, which also applies to Orb 3D in general. Well, I'll give Sesame Street Big Bird's Hide and Speak this. It's the first one of these Sesame Street games that I think is actually educational. Bridal Software Productions made this for High-Tech Expressions, and the big selling point of this cartridge is the sheer quantity of voice samples. Big Bird talks a lot in this game. In fact, I think there's probably more speech in here than in any other NES cartridge. Now, the games themselves are simple, that's a given, but they are structured as basic learn-to-read lessons. The kind of thing that would reinforce what a 4-year-old was learning. So even though this has no appeal to an adult or a collector decades after its release, Big Bird's Hide and Speak at least did what it was supposed to do. The first game for the Power Glove was released a full year before Super Glove Ball, so you can see exactly how much software support Mattel was giving it. Rare was the developer behind it, and at least Super Glove Ball is the one game that actually kind of works with the Power Glove. Super Glove Ball is basically Breakout in a box. 5 sides of the box have tiles on them, while the glove that you're controlling hovers around the 6th, or I guess 4th wall in this case. You launch a ball and it smashes into tiles, and you have to use the glove to keep the ball in play. Hit a question mark tile and you might get a power-up like multi-ball, or an effect that prevents the ball from going behind you. And if you smash all the tiles on a surface, then you might open a path to the next room. That's assuming there's a path there. Sometimes it's just a solid wall. You can also catch the ball with the glove and then throw it somewhere else, and shoot lightning bolts to attack enemies or knock out tiles on the far wall. The whole thing works relatively well, even with the weird controller. And if you really want to play Super Glove Ball, you don't have to use the Power Glove. A regular gamepad works just fine. Look at that, 3D polygonal graphics on the NES. Okay, they're being used in service of a NASCAR track, and we'll get much better 3D polygonal graphics eventually. But it's still kind of impressive that they even did it. Unfortunately, Days of Thunder is just a NASCAR racing game, and even if it's based on a Tom Cruise movie, you're just driving around in a circle. I noticed that momentum affects you on those curves a lot more than it affects your opponents. They seem to be glued to the track and can maintain a constant speed, while you get pushed to the outside. And races go on for a long time. Even this first one is 12 laps, or roughly 6 minutes. Game Software did a surprisingly good job here, but it's still not a very fun racing game to play. We're back in the realm of low-quality unlicensed software with American Video Entertainment's Deathbots. I'm trying to think of what game it's the most like, and I'm gonna have to go with Gauntlet, but it's not really. You're a guy wandering around a maze, shooting up robots. And your goal on every stage is to just get to the end of the level. You have limited ammunition, and no way to see how much ammunition you have, but you can pick up additional weapons that are sitting around, and then equip them as needed. The levels are bland and the doors are often unresponsive. The robots are all identical, and fire a continuous spray in your direction. Deathbots is definitely the kind of game that makes you go, I could be playing anything else. I'm a little surprised Pac-Mania never got back to Japan. This port of Namco's arcade, well, not hit, but success, was published by Tengen and developed by Westwood before they got into Command & Conquer. And it's a decent Pac-Man game. Maybe the last good Pac-Man maze game until the 2000s. The gimmick of Pac-Mania is that it gives you a new perspective on Pac-Man, tilting the angle downward a bit. Your goal is still to eat all the dots in the maze, and collecting the energizers in the corner will let you eat the ghosts. And even some of the mazes are the same. A big addition here is that Pac-Man can now jump. Just go right over the ghost's head. Though, to counter that, ghosts can turn around pretty easily, and there's a few ghosts that are able to jump. There's also potentially more ghosts in the maze, though you'll have to clear a few levels before you could see that. This is a pretty good extension on Pac-Man, and even though you'd think jumping would change the game up a lot, it still feels very classic. I know the Silver Surfer is one of the most infamous games on the NES, but I don't find it to be that bad. Obviously I'm grading on a curve here because the difficulty of Silver Surfer is enough to turn anybody off. And most of the problems with the game are due to design decisions that made it more difficult. This Software Creations developed game is a shoot-'em-up where you control the comic character and zap your way through some horizontal and vertically scrolling stages. Despite possessing the power cosmic and being nearly indestructible, the Silver Surfer goes down with one hit from any little thing. His sprite is big and chunky while his board is slow, which just makes everything more difficult. Enemies are often placed in ways that are completely unfair and difficult to avoid unless you know they're coming. At least they let you do these stages in any order, though some of them are a lot harder than others. Silver Surfer isn't a great game, but it's definitely better than its reputation. It's just you have to be willing to put up with an extreme challenge. Winkysoft teamed up with Sega to make a lot of Formula 1 games, many of which were released on the Famicom. For whatever reason though, Formula 1 Built to Win was only released in the US, and it's not strictly a Formula 1 game. In this game you start out with a Mini Cooper, and go to different tracks around the US, paying an entry fee to get into races, and hopefully winning some money back. Then you use that money to buy better car parts, or eventually a better car. And you keep doing that until you're finally driving a Formula 1 racer. Like in other Winkysoft racing games, the other drivers are hyper-aggressive. They will push you off the road. So when you're at the bottom when you start out, it is a tough climb up. At least by this point, Winkysoft was pretty good at making decent racing games, and Formula 1 Built to Win drives pretty smooth. The world seems to be pretty divided on The Immortal. You've got some who say it's one of the great hidden gems on the NES, and some who say it's one of the worst games ever. Myself, I honestly find it to be kinda bad. The Immortal is an action-adventure game where you control a wizard exploring a dungeon, and that stuff works reasonably well. My real problem is the combat system, which feels really clunky. And unfortunately, you have to engage with it a lot. Attacking and dodging are stiff and slow to react. You can get the rhythm for it, but it never feels good. Sandcastle made this port of a computer game for Electronic Arts, and they did have to strip the game down a bit to fit on the cartridge. While I don't like The Immortal, I can't really say that I hate it either. So if you happen to be one of those people who thinks it's great, well, more The Immortal for you then. Whew. I was getting worried since we hadn't seen a minigame collection in almost a dozen games. Muppet Adventure Chaos at the Carnival is obviously based on Jim Henson's creations. For some reason, to rescue Miss Piggy, the other popular Muppets have to travel to various attractions at a carnival, which are of course mini-games that they have to complete. Of course, none of these mini-games have any resemblance to carnival games. They just seem to be whatever leftovers developer Mind's Eye had lying around the office. And of course, all of the mini-games don't work. Kermit floats down a river like he's playing Tubin, but it's easy to get trapped in terrain and not be able to make any progress. Gonzo flies a shoot-'em-up that resembles asteroids, but he only has 8 directions, so it's extremely difficult to shoot the incoming asteroids. Muppet Adventure Chaos at the Carnival is pretty bad, and once more we see that cramming a bunch of bad minigames together does not make a good game. Arch Rivals is another 2-on-2 basketball game, but this one's got a twist. Instead of a steal button, you have a punch button, and the refs don't call fouls. That might sound pretty extreme, but really it doesn't add a whole lot to the game. It's not like there's a Street Fighter combo system, it's just sometimes the players get knocked down. Besides that, for a game that doesn't have the ref calling any fouls, the flow of the game is being constantly interrupted by the ref telling you that you've scored points. Arch Rivals was developed by Rare, who previously developed Jordan vs. Bird 1-on-1, so you'd think they'd know how to make a basketball game better than this. But it's a weak basketball game that only stands out because of the fighting gimmick, and the fighting just doesn't work that well. The Miracle Piano Teaching System is one of those situations where I don't have the controller, so I can't properly show it, but at least this one has a demo mode. The controller in question is a piano keyboard. Not a full-sized one, but 4 octaves, so pretty big for a game controller. The Miracle was published on a ton of different platforms simultaneously, and the idea is it's automatic piano lessons. Some drills are gamified, so there's very basic mini-games that you control with a piano keyboard, but the real heart of things here is that you've got sheet music that you're supposed to play along with. Since you're scored based on how well you match the music, it's a good example of a very early rhythm game. I'm not sure how effective the Miracle is at teaching people how to play piano, but I always love it when software for a game console tries to impart a skill to its players. The Ultimate Stuntman is the first Camerica game that I'm going to talk about, and they can fight with Tengen for the title of Most Important Unlicensed Game Publisher. The most important thing that Camerica will release for the NES isn't a game, it's the game Genie, which I'm not really going to talk about because it's not a game. The company's name comes from their association with British software titan Codemasters. All of Camerica's games were Codemasters games first. The Ultimate Stuntman is actually an original title for the NES, and it's an action game that has a variety of different stages. You drive a vehicle, you beat some guys up on foot, you climb things while also controlling a sniper rifle protecting yourself, and you have to do a puzzle game-like challenge to disarm bombs. The Ultimate Stuntman has a lot of rough edges. It doesn't quite come together very smoothly, but it is a good start from Camerica, and one of the better unlicensed action games. And I bet you thought we weren't going to get any Mahjong in this video. Okay, Tiles of Fate isn't a Mahjong game like that. Instead, it's a puzzle game that's trying to do a lot of the same thing as Shanghai. American Video Entertainment must have been prowling Taiwan looking for games, because this is by a small developer there called C&E. This was their first game, and we're going to see them a few more times before I'm done. Originally, C&E made this as an, let's say erotic game. And the version that was published in Japan by Hacker International still has that nudity, but the US version doesn't. Sorry. Just like in Shanghai, the idea is that you're matching tiles, but instead of being confined to the left and right, you can connect tiles as long as there's a path. It's relatively simple, and personally I'd rather play Shanghai. But since that never got an NES release in the US, Tiles of Fate would be the best you could do at that point. It feels to me like Star Tropics should be coming a lot later in this video. Of course, the sequel was one of the last games, so we won't be seeing it for a while. Star Tropics was Nintendo's big push for the American market. A game about an all-American kid who loves yo-yos, baseball, soaking letters in water, and other American pastimes. It's an action-adventure game where you're hunting for your abducted uncle, mostly by going through caves, jumping on tiles, and hitting animals with yo-yos. The cave layouts give the game kind of an original Legend of Zelda feel. And similar to Zelda, you will be upgrading your equipment multiple times as you go. If you're not in a cave, then you're probably walking around a South Pacific village, talking to people like in an RPG, trying to get clues on where to go next. Overall, Star Tropics is pretty good. It just doesn't quite reach the level of greatness that some of Nintendo's other games do. Digger: Legend of the Lost City has the distinction of being the first Rare video game. Now, it'd be Rare the game developer, not Rare as in how many copies are available. If you haven't fallen asleep and left this on in the background, you might be going, "You've talked about lots of Rare games already." And that's where you're wrong. I've been simplifying things because Rare wasn't Rare when things started. There's actually multiple companies involved and a few different names, but what it boils down to is Digger was the first game made by the company under the same name that is the Rare that you'll know and love throughout the 90s. As for the game itself, well, it's technically good, but the gameplay is kind of a flop. You're a miner who can dig through the soil to look for items, and on every stage your goal is to get to a pillar that will cause the exit to open, and then escape through the exit door. You can attack monsters with your shovel or with items that you've picked up, and you can smack boulders around to make them fall. The technical qualities here are great, but in terms of gameplay, there's a lot going on, and it's not presented to the player especially well. I know what you're saying to yourself. Is this the 170th game? Or 169? At a time like this, you've got to be asking yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do ya, punk? Probably not, because then you wouldn't be playing Dirty Harry. Just about one of the worst NES games. Setting aside the theme, it's a side-scrolling action game where they hide the jump button. B does a melee attack, A draws and then shoots your gun, which for what it's worth has a lot more than 6 bullets, and you have to press the 2 buttons simultaneously in order to jump. It's just crazy. You can also enter a lot of things, so levels are kind of non-linear. You'll be on a street and then go into an alley and then go into a house, and the environments are confusing to navigate. I haven't even gotten into how bad the action is with how enemies can get in closer than your gun. Dirty Harry is just a complete train wreck of a game. It's just the nature of things that a lot of games in a system's library aren't going to be memorable or very good. The Adventures of Rad Gravity is one of those games where if you played it and then turned off the system, you wouldn't even remember it 2 days later. Rad Gravity is a space adventurer, and you go to different planets to get the locations of other planets, and progress in your quest to, I didn't bother looking at the manual for this one. It's just going to do something. Your starting attack is very short range, so a lot of enemies can outreach you. You can take quite a few hits, but you only have 1 life. At least there's a password function and you have infinite continues. The biggest problem with Rad Gravity is that the visual design doesn't really help you understand what you're doing in a stage. There are things that look like you can walk on them that you can't, things that you can walk on that look like you couldn't, and you can't drop through platforms. You have to go find gaps in the floor. Interplay made this for Activision, and unfortunately at this point, Interplay does not have the best track record for console games. I can't even figure out what they're trying to do in Pest Terminator. I mean, I can describe the gameplay. You seem to be controlling an old-timey silent film era villain who carries around a giant mallet, and you explore a maze-like house crushing bugs and mice and rats. And there's a text screen that appears when you start the game explaining that you're after Ronnie the Super Rat. But why? None of the theming comes together. Even for an NES game where I'm used to things having weird, loose themes, this one has a weird, loose theme. You need to kill all of the bugs on a stage in order to progress to the next one, but they seem to respawn when you re-enter rooms. If you can manage to get past the first stage, there's 8 levels like this, and they're all mazes, so you just have to go through every single door in turn, hopefully getting the things that you're supposed to kill. Exterminator's not a very good game to begin with, and they certainly don't make it easy to enjoy it. Where does American Video Entertainment come up with such creative titles like Puzzle? It's yet another game from a Taiwanese developer, this time Ideatech. So American Video Entertainment must have really been searching around Taiwan for this stuff. Puzzle is just sliding block puzzles. You need to assemble a picture or put some things in order, and there's some gaps for you to work with. Early on, there's really big gaps for you to work with. You get points based on the timer. All this is really a who cares kind of game. It's sliding puzzles. There isn't even really creative applications of them. If you got this as a kid, it would always be the game that was at the bottom of your Nintendo game stack. Now here we're getting into some fun. Fun House. I've heard this described as one of the worst games on the NES, but I actually don't think it's that bad. Maybe the biggest hurdle to overcome here is that this is a game with tank controls. Left and right rotate your character, and up and down move them forward and back. You're also supposed to be on roller skates, which makes you zip around weirdly. I don't mind the control scheme because I feel like the game is built around using that as the challenge. The title of the game comes from a Nickelodeon game show, but the game itself has nothing to do with the show. In the game, your goal is to flip all of the panels by throwing objects at them, and the last panel you flip will be the key you have to collect to exit. Sometimes you have to flip the panels in order, sometimes there's hostile enemies around that will knock you down and make you lose time. Real-Time Associates made this for High-Tech Expressions, and they actually made a Game Boy game with much of the same concept, but not the Funhouse brand. So this is a case where they probably just slapped the title on a game they already had sitting around. As much as I hate to say it, The Punisher is one of the better LJN games. Of course, the reason that I hate to say it is that the Punisher, the serial killer vigilante from Marvel Comics, has become fetishized by the worst people on Earth. The game is kind of a shooting gallery. You're controlling the Punisher, who has a presence on screen that you can move around, but you're also controlling the crosshair where he's shooting, killing anybody who pops out of the background as he goes past. You can get weapons with higher rates of fire, and grenades that make an explosion when you throw them, and those cover a big area but not the whole screen. The biggest problem with the game is that it's kinda tough to dodge bullets with the Punisher. You don't get a lot of maneuverability with him, and the shots are pretty big. But overall, it's a decent shooting gallery that happens to have a theme that has become extremely toxic. Peter Pan and the Pirates was developed by Equilibrium and was the first game published by Toy Headquarters. A few years later, they decided to just go by their initials, THQ. The most interesting thing about this game isn't the game itself, it's what was happening around it. It's based on an animated cartoon of the same title that was embroiled in a bit of a legal battle. The reason for that is, by US statutes, the original Peter Pan and Wendy has a bit of a complicated copyright history. It might have been in the public domain in the US, as at the time of this game's release there were ongoing lawsuits. But in the UK, even though the copyright period had expired, the law had a specific carve-out just for Peter Pan and Wendy. And the reason for that is that J.M. Barrie left the play and book to a children's hospital in his will. And of course, no one would want to step on the source of funding for a children's hospital, except giant US corporations. As for this game, it's pretty bad. Dull, repetitive, boring action, flight controls that fail half the time. Just play something else. Kix is a classic arcade game from Taito, and it truly was classic at this point. The arcade game was 10 years before this NES port. This port was made by Novotrade, who had changed their name to Appaloosa about 5 years after this. They were a developer behind a ton of mid-level stuff throughout the 90s. They've made a very solid port of the arcade game here, though they didn't really add a whole lot of flourishes. The concept behind kicks is that you're supposed to be entrapping the kicks. You're controlling a point that can draw in blocks, and when you enclose an area, the kicks is barred from going there. You can draw lines fast or slow, and which one you choose determines how many points you get. If the kicks touches the line as you're drawing it, you get killed, and there are things that are roaming around on the outline that will also kill you if they reach you. Cover enough area, and you go to the next stage where the kicks moves faster, or there might be multiple kickses, and that's all there is to it. Kicks was one of those games that was very simple, but a challenge. And that carries over to the NES version. Here's a big one, Wayne Gretzky Hockey. This is a port of a computer game that was the first big success by Bethesda Softworks. And Bethesda handled the NES port themselves. In Wayne Gretzky Hockey, you freely roam around a vast barren area with few points of interest. Occasionally you'll be told to head toward a goal, and you should just follow the map marker. And the only missions they've got in the game are fetch quests, where you have to deliver small packages. Frankly, it's all terrible game design, and I'm glad Bethesda never did anything like this again. G.I. Joe. Now there's a real American hero. This game is surprisingly late considering it's based on the early 80s cartoon version of G.I. Joe. There was a new cartoon at this point, but it wasn't doing well, and the game is definitely based on the 83 version. It was made by Kid and published by Taxon, a team that did pretty well in this era. I don't think G.I. Joe's their best game, but it is a pretty good one. You pick a team of 3 Joes, each of which has their own special weapon, and then do some run and gunning. Some stages have you work on an additional goal, but mostly it's just shooting bad guys. You can freely switch between your 3 heroes, and they have a melee attack and ranged attack. The whole package is pretty slick and plays really well. It even looks pretty good. This game's well worth playing. Trog is a game that lost a bit of something when it came to the NES. The arcade game was mostly notable for using digitized clay figurines for all of its sprites. The NES just couldn't handle that. The gameplay concept is straightforward. It's Pac-Man. You're controlling a dinosaur and you march around an island collecting eggs. The Trogs are the Cyclopes that wander around, and you can chomp their heads off if you eat a pineapple first. You also have the ability to punch them, though that just pushes them away a bit. Although that can be pretty effective since there are no edges to the island, and anyone can fall into the sea, including you. The stages start out wide open, but they quickly become more complicated. Trog is a pretty simple game since it is just a variation on Pac-Man, but it works pretty well. And the port's decent, even if the graphics are a significant step down. The Hunt for Red October is the first console game based on a Tom Clancy novel. Although there's a Paramount logo before the title screen, so I guess it's based on the film, but the film was based on the novel, so I guess it counts. It was developed by Beam Software, and that means the game is a bit of a mess. Most of the game takes place as a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up, where you're driving the titular Red October, a stolen Soviet nuclear submarine. You have to fight your way through underwater defenses, an aircraft carrier, and Sea Lab, in order to escape to the United States. The final stage is a platforming level where you're controlling Sean Connery and fighting the crew of the Red October that is still loyal to the Soviet Union. This is one of those times where there's some real distance between the source material and the video game. Since the book and movie are espionage thrillers that put an emphasis on the shared humanity of people on both sides of the Cold War, well here, your goal is to just kill everyone. As a shoot-'em-up, The Hunt for Red October doesn't play very well, especially due to limited ammunition, something that just doesn't mesh with any kind of shoot-'em-up. Ultimate League Soccer is another unlicensed game from American Video Entertainment, and it is a very, very bad soccer game. The AI doesn't work, but that's okay because your controls barely work as well. I watched my computer opponents just kick the ball right out of bounds, and constantly do that over and over again. If the goalie intercepts the ball, then the opponent just sits on top of the goalie, walking back and forth. You can't pass effectively, you can't intercept the ball easily. I genuinely don't know what they were even thinking releasing this. Perhaps the most amusing thing about Ultimate League Soccer is that when Hacker International released it in Japan, they added naked women. I don't know where they managed to fit them in, but apparently they're there. Galaxy 5000 is a game that doesn't quite work for me, and I bet there's plenty of people who had more fun with it than I did. The idea is that you're racing spaceships on a space race course. It's basically Oops All Rainbow Roads. With your ship, you can fire a gun, and you can jump. And your jump is pretty good. Not only can you get over obstacles and opponents on the track, you can easily cut corners and take shortcuts. In fact, you pretty much have to. Between races, you'll need to repair your vehicle, and if you've earned enough money, buy a faster one. The reason I didn't care for it is I didn't really like the feel of the control scheme, though they do give you options there. I wound up feeling like I wanted it to play a little bit more smoothly, but maybe if I had gotten this when I was 10, I would have fallen in love with it. Sometimes you can just tell that one of these games was a computer game originally. Not that you'd be able to find Conan the Mysteries of Time for your ZX Spectrum. The title you'd have to look for there is Myth, History in the Making. The control scheme here is probably the worst one that I've ever seen. Ready? A punches, or uses a weapon, B kicks, down jumps forward, up jumps straight up. If you want to pick something up, you have to press A, wait till the punch finishes, and then press down. And if you want to change your weapon, you have to hit select and pick it from that menu. One of Conan's preferred weapons is casting magic spells, as we all know from the title of his popular films, Conan the Sorcerer. And if I hadn't already said enough bad things, the game is nigh impossible. You often have to take obscure, nonsensical actions in order to progress. And fighting anything is slow and clunky, but doubly so when you're dealing with the boss monsters that are peppered everywhere. Conan the Mysteries of Time is often rated as one of the worst NES games, and for very good reason. I have been trying to get some reasonable footage of these games as I've been playing, but there's over 350 of them, so sometimes I just get stuck, like I did with The Last Ninja. The Last Ninja was a smash hit on the Commodore 64, one of the biggest games for the system. And this NES port is notoriously rough. It's yet another game that brings over its computer-based control scheme, and so that doesn't work. The controls are tied to the isometric perspective, which means that the D-pad always makes you go diagonally, even though that's not the direction you're pushing, and that's the kind of control scheme that only works if a player doesn't have to use anything other than the D-pad. I spent almost all my time capturing this footage just trying to interact with objects and not being able to do anything. Team Software is to blame for this one, though it was Jellicoe who was willing to publish it. I'm suddenly seeing a lot of these adventure-style games show up here, and The Last Ninja ranks among the most unplayable of them. One of the most successful games on the NES was The Simpsons: Bart vs. the Space Mutants, and I'm not sure there was a kid out there who actually enjoyed it. In my neighborhood, I was notable for actually being able to complete the first stage. Every level in Bart vs. the Space Mutants has a different goal. On stage 1, you have to get rid of all of the purple objects. The catch, at least on stage 1, is that it's more of an adventure game than an action game. And the steps that you have to take to get rid of all of those purple objects are not immediately apparent. Like you have to make a prank phone call to Mo to lure him out of the bar, and then spray paint his purple clothes. If you don't get all of the purple objects, then the boss at the end doesn't appear. Besides puzzles that might have been a bit tricky for 10-year-olds, the platforming in the game is really rough. Bart bounces around like crazy. And of course the game is based on just Season 1 of The Simpsons before it really became The Simpsons. So this is a weird, awkward game to play even if you're a Simpsons fan. Now this is how you make a really bad top-down racing game. Supercars was developed by Magnetic Fields for Electro Brain. and it is a real mess of a game. The big problem with it is that the cars are extremely slow, and yet somehow you don't have any fine control. The hitbox for collision is way larger than your car, which makes tight turns or fitting into gaps between your rivals way more difficult than it should be. You won't be able to pull along the wall because when you get half a car length away from it, it's a collision. But don't worry, to make up for these problems, they also made your opponents incredibly slow. This game doesn't feel like you're racing supercars, it feels like you're taking really crappy go-karts out along a bad track. I actually had to double check if Magician was originally a computer game. Nope, it's an NES original. And in this case, I don't mean originally a computer game in the derogatory sense. What I mean is that this is a complicated adventure game with a lot of fiddly systems. The kind of thing that tends to be popular on computers. The idea in Magician is that you're a magician's apprentice, and there's an evil wizard out there that you want to stop. You start out with nothing except some water and a bag of cash, and one of the biggest things that you'll have to do is acquire magic spells. You might be able to guess the spells by just dropping runestones down, or if you happen to learn any the hard way, or you can buy scrolls that teach you how to do them. Different spells are necessary for different enemies, and of course you'll need some to solve particular puzzles. Famicom made this game, and while I don't think it completely works, the combat gets a bit messy, I appreciate that it's a distinctive adventure game for the NES. In case you couldn't guess from the title, Ski or Die is a sequel to Skate or Die, and I think it's a lot better game. It was first released for computers, and Konami made this NES port themselves. The structure is the same as Skate or Die. You compete in a bunch of events, and hopefully win medals. One of the big things you're going to notice is that the control schemes are a lot more coherent. I'm not going to say they're perfect, but you'll no longer be crashing all over the place as you try to figure things out. It's possible for a novice to just pick up a controller and at least do something. It makes Ski or Die a lot more approachable. You're not going to do well until you master the controls, and you might need to look in the manual to learn how to do all the tricks, but you can do something. That makes it one of the better extreme sports games that you're going to find on the NES. Camerica's Firehawk is an interesting game. It was developed by the Oliver twins, a duo that became very well known in British computer circles for their Dizzy games. I'm going to tell you right now, Firehawk is spectacular. It's basically 90% of the way to the Strike games. You know, Desert Strike, Jungle Strike, that series. With just a couple additional twists. You're given missions, and your helicopter takes off from a carrier, and then you freely roam around a map, shooting up a ton of targets everywhere, hoping to complete your mission. For some particular objectives, you'll have to hover in place for a moment while you lock in, and then you'll go to a different minigame, like here where I'm trying to pick up this prisoner, and I have to defend myself from attackers while he slowly climbs up. There's a really impressive flow to the game. It all controls smoothly, it even feels like you have a ton of control over your helicopter's motion. The whole thing is really spectacular. One of the better and more innovative action games on the NES. Perhaps the worst thing about the Harlem Globetrotters game is that it does not include a guest appearance by Scooby-Doo. Okay, that's not true. The worst thing about the Harlem Globetrotters game is playing it, but I wanted to squeeze in that reference. Softy is responsible for making this thing on behalf of GameTech, and it's a basketball game featuring the jesters of the court. Not that you could tell that the game was about a performance rather than an actual basketball game. You don't do goofy tricks, you don't screw around with the opposing team, you just play basketball. And the basketball game is very poor. If you want to know who you're controlling, it's the Globetrotter with the different colored shirt. Not that you can really tell, or that they're especially easy to control. Everything is stiff, and it feels like players teleport a few feet when something happens on court. I've played some bad basketball games already, but this one takes the cake. And here we have the first Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade game on the NES. For some bizarre reason, we're going to get two of them. This one is an original creation by Software Creations, and it was published by Taito. The big feature of this Indiana Jones game is that you can pick which scene of the movie you want to follow. You can follow the plot sequence relatively closely, or skip ahead to other action scenes. There are 5 stages in the game, and each of them plays dramatically differently because, of course, it's a minigame collection. Though at least 3 of them use a platformer-style side view with common controls. Common controls which require that you press both buttons to jump. Maybe the most egregious thing here is at the end of the game, when you have to make your way through the temple where the Grail resides, and Indy spells out Jehovah with a J. I want to say that this is the worst of the 2 Last Crusade games on the NES, but I haven't played the NES version of the other one, so I've got that to look forward to. Pee-wee Craze was the title that Taito used in the US for this port of New Zealand Story. They must have been getting some mileage out of Software Creations that month because that was the developer of this Taito game as well. And I feel like Software Creations was really putting all of their effort into this, because this is actually a pretty good port of the game. It's not the one I'd choose to play, but if it was the only version I had, I'd have absolutely no complaints. Your goal is to guide Tiki the Kiwi through every stage, rescuing another captured Kiwi at the end. Tiki can fire shots, and there are power-ups that change what Tiki shoots, but Tiki is also vulnerable to everything. One touch will take her out. The primary challenge in Kiwi Craze is navigating these huge levels. You'll often have to figure out how to get a ride to make your way through some particular obstacle. This port captures the spirit of the arcade game really well. It controls smooth and it even looks cute. It was a really good effort. What is it with NASCAR games on the NES and being really technically impressive? I felt that Days of Thunder didn't play very well, but Bill Elliott's NASCAR Challenge, I think, delivers exactly what you'd want in a NASCAR game. It might help that this is a port of a computer game, and while it had to be stripped way back for the NES, you still get a lot of the feel of simulation here. Holding left and right will turn the wheel gradually, so you can tap it to hold a wheel position. Meanwhile, the other cars in the race are presented pretty well. They're getting pulled to the outside by those curves just like you are, but it feels possible to cut through them. There's plenty of options for modifying your car, plus a good variety of courses, not just the loop at Daytona. This isn't a game for me, but I can definitely see the appeal for someone else. This is probably the closest that the NES can get to realistic NASCAR action. The nicest thing I have to say about Secret Scout and the Temple of Demise is that some of the sprite work is okay-ish. The game was made by Color Dreams, who around this time was transitioning into being a very different kind of publisher. But I'll get to Phase 2 of their NES days pretty quickly. The concept of Secret Scout is that you're a Boy Scout exploring a Central American pyramid, and you'll walk along and beat up the people you find there. Why are you doing this? Well, because you found the Temple of Dr. Demise, and that is literally all of the story in the manual. Stages are boring, and the enemies are relatively easy to deal with compared to random objects flying in from the edge of the screen suddenly. This game really likes hurling those at you. For the most part, you just advance a couple screens, fight whoever's there, advance a couple screens, fight. Secret Scout winds up being pretty dull. RBI Baseball is the final Tengen game that I'm going to talk about, or final game that they published that I'm going to talk about. Maybe the most notable thing about this one is that now you can choose between a few different seasons of your favorite team. If you want to have the '86 White Sox play against the 1990 Detroit Tigers, why? But you can do it. Other than that, it's pretty much the same game as RBI Baseball 2. It plays well enough, it has the Major League Baseball Players Association license, so everybody's using their real name, and it's perfectly fine. If you really wanted a baseball game, it'd work. There's nothing that makes it stand out, but at the same time, nothing that's really wrong with it. RBI Baseball 3 is a fine baseball game for your NES. Rad Racket Deluxe Tennis 2 is another unlicensed game from American Video Entertainment, and it's also another one from Taiwanese developer Ideatech. Presumably, Rad Racket 1 was something they released there. You get your choice of 6 different players, each of which has a different strength, and then take it to the court. For this tennis game, A and B determine which side you swing on, and for the most part, the game works just fine. Well, except when you complete a game in tennis, the transition where it's showing you the state of the set doesn't account for all of the graphics on the screen, and it becomes a bit of a mess. This doesn't play as smoothly as other tennis games available on the NES. There's a bit of stiffness in the motion, and the timing of the swings feels a bit tighter than it probably should. Rad Racket Deluxe Tennis 2 isn't a disaster, it just shouldn't be your first pick for a tennis game. Now here's the LJN we know and loathe. Rare made this game based on Beetlejuice for them, and it's a little bit fuzzy on if it's based on the cartoon or movie. I mean, Beetlejuice is the antagonist of the film and isn't especially active until the very end, so his actions in the game feel more like the cartoon, but a lot of the visual elements in the game are taken from the film, not the cartoon. Maybe it's based on the musical. It is mostly a platforming action game, though you have to do a bit of exploring to find switches and keys, so there's a little bit more activity there. On the other hand, Beetlejuice is a horrible combatant with a tiny little kick that he performs. Further in the game, there's top-down stages and special scare powers that Beetlejuice can use. But this is the kind of game that will put you to sleep before you get to that point. This feels like a situation where they just cranked out whatever for the license, so they could go back to making a game that they actually wanted to. It's time for the Family Feud. It's been a while since we've seen a game show adaptation, almost a whole half hour. And a full hour if we don't want to count the games that didn't actually adapt the game show they were titled after. Yeah, I know this video is getting really long. We're only about halfway through, too. Anyways, the goal in Family Feud is to guess survey results. 100 people are asked a question that has many answers, and then the players on the show try to guess which answers were given. More popular answers score more points. And once you have control of the round, you keep guessing until you've gotten 3 answers wrong. Of course, this game has the same problem that a lot of these game show games have, where entering your answers is more ambiguous than it really should be. This time it was Beam Software's turn in the game show barrel, and of course it was published by the people who love their game shows, Game Tech. This is another one of those situations where the game does exactly what it says on the box, no more, no less. The Rocketeer is based on the Disney movie based on the Dave Stevens comic, a film beloved by all the weird kids of the 90s. The better-known video game version was the computer version, which wound up on several 16-bit platforms. But this 8-bit version, which is unique to the NES, is a much better game. It was developed by Real Time Associates and published by Bandai, and it's a side-scrolling action game. You're controlling the Rocketeer as he punches his way through mobsters, Nazis, and Errol Flynn, and after you've gathered some fuel, you can even fly around the levels in your rocket pack. The levels are giant, sprawling passages, the kind of level design that was common in computer games of the era and was starting to show up a lot more on consoles around this point. So you'll spend a lot of time going up and then back down and then back up again. At least they don't have you collecting a bunch of useless items. Just bullets for your gun, fuel for your rocket pack, and health for your life bar. The Rocketeer is a straightforward action game, but sometimes that's all you really need. It's been a while since we've had a flight sim, so I guess we're getting that last burst of them now. Flight of the Intruder is actually based on a book, or at least the title is from a book. The book's the story of a fighter pilot in Vietnam, but the game doesn't follow that plot. Instead, it sticks to pseudo-historical missions. The only real flight sim parts are the takeoff and landing. Once you're in the air and fighting other jets, there's no real flight model here. You can't even crash into the ocean. Sometimes the game will take you to bombing missions, and these will go to a behind-the-jet view, so again, not a whole lot of accuracy. Flight of the Intruder was originally a computer game, and Imagineering toned it down a lot when they ported it to the NES. Probably for the best. Clearly the Intruder has a good deal of verisimilitude between the historical setting, how your jet is carrier-based, and the limitations of your missiles and bombs. So even if it's not realistic, it's close enough for the NES. Even though the film Attack of the Killer Tomatoes came first, the game of that title is based on a cartoon series that was airing around the time. The game revolves around a young boy fighting killer tomatoes. Tomatoes turn carnivorous by the machinations of an evil mad scientist. It's kind of a straightforward action game. You jump on tomatoes to smash them flat, and that's almost everything there is to the game. It is just that simple. The gameplay might be simple, but Imagineering actually put quite a bit of effort into the presentation. Things like the illuminating street lamps on the first stage, or the shimmering slick puddles on the second. On the other hand, they also made some stages into mazes, where you'll have to wander back and forth, hopefully finding the correct path. That just winds up wasting your time. I can't say I hate Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, but I also don't think there's really any need to play it. And at last we come to Dizzy. The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy, to be exact. The 7th-ish game in the Dizzy series. Look, it's a little bit complicated what counts and doesn't with the Dizzy series. Either way, you might be curious where the other Dizzy games are. And obviously, those are on computers. Dizzy was an absolutely massive hit for UK microcomputers. And as a result, we're actually going to see quite a few more Dizzy games before I'm done with this video. This NES port of the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy was developed by Dizzy's creators, the Oliver twins. And so it's very true to the series. That said, they did have to cut it down for this NES version. In computer versions, there's 250 stars that you have to collect, while here there's 100. But you're still controlling an egg that can jump around. You still have to avoid obstacles more than attack them. You still have a first-in, first-out inventory system for carrying necessary items around. And the game is still brutally difficult and confusing. And that said, this actually is one of the more approachable Dizzy games, so if you wanted to try it, then yes, the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy is a good place to start. But personally, I think it's okay to not start at all. It feels kind of strange to me that Konami brought out Base Wars in the US. They had their own series of baseball games in Japan, but this is a totally new one. The idea is that in the future, they finally spiced up baseball. They've replaced all of the steroid-chugging humans with robots, and now if a robot wants to take a base where the ball is, they can try to beat up the baseman to get through. If you play the pennant mode, then you've got options to buy new robots or upgrade them. There's a few different styles of robots, and they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. As a baseball game, it tends to play pretty quickly. Once the ball is in the air, it is moving. But your robots also move pretty fast in order to handle it. As a baseball game, I don't know if it's really that satisfying. Having to learn how to play a bad fighting game in order to get on base doesn't really work. But if you want to jazz up baseball a bit, Base Wars may be for you. THQ's Videomation is something we haven't seen before. It's a drawing program. You can sketch things out by drawing the lines directly, place straight lines, rectangles, circles. You can also use stamps of a few different varieties. And once your drawing is done, you can have an animated character dance in front of it. This was one of the very first releases by Farsight Studios, who many years later, they would get some success with the Pinball Arcade series. As a drawing program, this is really limited. I mean, it is for the NES after all. They heavily restrict the palette options, the resolution is always going to be low, and the D-pad isn't really designed for drawing. But hey, it's an art program for your NES. At least they were doing something different. This ain't your daddy's Rainbow Islands. By which I mean, it's not the version of Rainbow Islands that was released in Japan or the US. Ocean made and published their own version of Rainbow Islands. And look at those big sprites. Don't they look pretty? And that's the only thing that's an improvement here. Everything else, from the controls to the way that the rainbows come in, to capturing the arcade feel is significantly worse in Ocean's version. The zoomed-in perspective just doesn't give you enough to work with, and I'm playing the PAL version on NTSC hardware here, so the game is playing almost 20% faster, and it is still this slow. If you are weird enough to play the PAL version on NTSC, the timer is going to be a bigger issue. I suspect this version came about because Ocean had ported Rainbow Islands to other 8-bit platforms, but they really should have let Taito just use their own version. Some of you have been waiting the whole video for this one. Don't try to deny it. But sorry to tell you, Mermaids of Atlantis is the version without the naked women. The other version, Bubble Bath Babes, has become kind of infamous as one of the few porno carts released in the US, right alongside Peekaboo Poker and Hot Slots, neither of which are showing up in this video. Mermaids of Atlantis is kind of a puzzle game where clumps of bubbles float up to the top of the screen, and your goal is to connect 4 bubbles of the same color. Then they'll disappear, and hopefully other bubbles below them will float up. One complication here is that if there's nothing above a bubble when it stops, then a blank bubble forms. And the only way to get rid of those is to have nothing above or below them. So it's actually easier to get yourself walled off than you realize. Also, the styles of bubbles becomes more complicated as time goes by, and there's special power-ups and bubbles that will pop up from time to time. For a title that's mainly known for its connection to a porno game, Mermaids of Atlantis is surprisingly good. It's better than a lot of puzzle games on the NES. Frankenstein: The Monster Returns brings true horror to the NES. A Bandai game developed by Tosei. And I'll give it this, it's not as bad as it could have been. You play through the Famicom library, you encounter the real monsters unleashed by that pair. This is the two of them attempting to do Castlevania, and by 1991, Tosei has a decent handle on how to produce 8-bit games, and Bandai has figured out that you can't just dump absolute garbage onto the market and expect it to sell. As the hero, you're out to stop the returned Frankenstein, whose demon hordes are marching across Europe. You start out only able to punch enemies, but some of them will drop their weapon, and you'll be able to use that. And once you have a weapon, you can get upgrades to add a ranged attack. But if you get hit at all, you'll drop your weapon immediately. The Castlevania intentions are really obvious here, especially when the first boss is death. Unfortunately, the stage design is kind of boring. The visual design is decent, but not the stages themselves. And the monsters other than the bosses aren't great. But it's an okay game. It's not like you're playing Muscle. You might be more familiar with Clash Ball under a different title. Speedball. Speedball was one of the defining games for the Amiga. Originally created by the Bitmap brothers, it presented a futuristic death sport similar to rugby. Sofel produced this version for the NES, and unfortunately, Clash Ball is awful. You don't even need me to tell you that. You can just look at the screen and how jerky everyone moves. The game feels unfinished. For some reason, when you get possession of the ball, everything becomes smooth for a few moments, but then you'll throw it or it'll get stolen and the ball will start bouncing around, and everything's back to moving in chunks. If you only played Clash Ball, you'd never even want to look at Speedball because it is just that bad. But at least give the original a try. High Speed is the second of Rare's pinball games on the NES, and this one's not as good as Pinbot. The graphics for the table here are a lot muddier, so it's hard to tell where the ball is going and which lanes it's going to follow. But worse, they added a lot of features that interfere with the ball in play. Things like a puddle that will slow the ball down and redirect it, or a capture that will move the ball over and drop it right down the center between your flippers. It's bizarre that they chose to put these so front and center in High Speed, considering there weren't really elements like this in Pinbot. It's still a fast-playing pinball game. It still has the creative split screen with the flippers below, but this is not an 8-bit pinball game that you'd want to play. It's time for our first Big Nose the Caveman game. You know, everyone's favorite NES franchise, Big Nose the Caveman. Yeah, for some reason, Camerica really seemed to think they had a hit character on their hands here. This game was developed by Optimus Software, who you probably have never heard of. Their best known game would be Shadow Man for the Nintendo 64. As you might guess from the title, Big Nose is a caveman, he has a club, and he walks through stages beating up dinosaurs. You can collect bones for extra points, and there's power-ups that will let you throw things from your club. And I'm out of things to say about this one. Big Nose is really basic, really simple, and pretty generic. It's not a stinker of a game. It looks and plays just fine, it's just there's nothing special here. Bill and Ted's excellent video game adventure is distinguished by being the only NES game to feature Keanu Reeves. Seriously, his digitized portrait turns up everywhere. I was going to mention George Carlin here, but it seems like he probably didn't give them the rights to use his likeness. The game is an adventure game that plays as a sequel to the first film. Historical figures have been scattered through time, and it's up to Bill and Ted to put them back in the correct spot. You alternate controlling Bill and Ted, who have to explore various time periods and hopefully find those historical figures along with the items they need to bring them back. Moving them around is a bit weird because normally they'll stick to paths, but you have the ability to do huge jumps, and these can take you out of bounds where you can wander freely. Rocket Science Productions, who developed the game for LJN, tried to inject the game with the same style of humor that was found in the film. This is a game that's garnered a bit of a mixed reception over the years, and personally I come down on the side that doesn't care for it. I just find it a bit too clunky as an adventure game. But if it works for you, great. Konami's Lone Ranger has a weird aspect to it. While obviously it comes from the radio and TV show from the 50s, the plot and structure is actually closer to the legend of the Lone Ranger, a notorious film bomb from the early 80s. Yes, that's right, there's more than one notoriously awful Lone Ranger movie. In this Lone Ranger game, you explore the Old West looking for the Clayton gang who has kidnapped the president, and of course you're the only bad enough ranger to get him back. You explore towns from overhead views, getting hints about where you're supposed to go, buying up new equipment. Sometimes you'll get into shootouts where you can use the zapper to take on gang members. The Lone Ranger's become one of those not-so-hidden gems. It didn't do well on release because kids weren't interested in the Lone Ranger, and later on it became known for being a great game. The Lone Ranger is exceptionally good. One of the stronger 8-bit games from Konami. Well, I hope you're ready to get really British, because between Elite and the next game, we are getting heavy into microcomputers. There's a good argument to be made that Elite is the most important Commodore 64 game. A spaceflight simulator, complete with combat and trading, and polygonal graphics, made in the mid-80s. This NES port isn't as brutally difficult as Elite was, but it still contains 90% of the game, which is an entire galaxy to explore. The fact that they could make it work on the NES is just about miraculous. Elite is a game that should not function, for more reasons than I can count. And yet, here it is, running relatively smoothly. They even managed to create a kind of compromised control scheme that might not be the fastest way to handle things, but it's pretty understandable. Elite itself can be a bit impenetrable if you just try to dive in, but this NES version can be a good way to see what all the fuss was about. Quattro Adventure asks you, what if we put not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different British microcomputer games on one NES cartridge? Okay, 2 of them are original, but they are still very much in the mold of microcomputer games. NES Spacehead is a side-scrolling game where you're playing as an alien crashed to Earth who has to gather up his lost spaceship parts. There's a decent variety of stages here, and it works well enough. We're going to see a standalone sequel in a little while. Super Robin Hood was one of the big hits in the UK microcomputer scene. Naturally, you're playing as Robin Hood, and you have to get through a castle to rescue Maid Marian. You collect keys to open paths, use your archery skills to shoot the sheriff's men, and spend a lot of time dodging traps. This is a pretty good port of the game, and I'd say this is the best one on the cartridge. Boomerang Kid is a series of single-screen challenges where your titular Boomerang Kid has to collect, but not use, boomerangs. You avoid the native Australian wildlife because any contact with it will kill you, just like in real life. Figure out how to jump between platforms to reach the boomerang, and then make it to the exit. One additional challenge here is that if you fall too far, you'll die, and then have to start over again. Of the 4 games, this is the most basic, but it still works just fine for what it is. And finally, Treasure Island Dizzy. The second game in the Dizzy series, both in terms of how it was developed and in the order they showed up on the NES. I actually have an entire video about how absurdly difficult the Spectrum version of this game is, and this seems to be a fairly faithful port. Your goal is to collect all of the coins so you can get off the island that you're stuck on. Any contact with anything even slightly hazardous will kill Dizzy instantly, and you only have 1 life. When you die, you start the game all over again. The game is obscenely unfair, doing things like hiding coins behind terrain that you'd have no reason to interact with. But it was very popular in the UK because they didn't know any better. Now, all of that said, if you wanted an easy way to check out the British microcomputer games, the Quattro Adventure cartridge was pretty much the best option available to you in the US. Monster Truck Rally is one of those games that has a terrible control scheme, where if you don't know it, you're gonna have a bad time playing the game. If you do know it, you'll still have a bad time playing the game, but at least you'll understand why it's so bad. The game was developed by Real-Time Associates for INTV. You might know them better as Intellivision. They spun off of Mattel after the crash of '84, and kept trying to keep games coming out. Monster Truck Rally is their only NES game, and it's the final game that they published. This is a top-down racing game, and the perspective is a bit of a mess here since it obscures your view of hills that you need to climb. That makes the game way harder to play. The way that you accelerate is hold down A until you reach top speed, then release the A button, and then tap it again to upshift. That's why I'm going so slow in this footage. I was still figuring things out. The best thing about this one is that there's a fully featured track editor, and it allows for 4 players, so you can get a pretty good group going if you could find anyone willing to play it. Finally, another Jeopardy game. And this time, it's a whole new Jeopardy game because it's not based on Rare's PC game. It does require a little bit of explanation though, because Super Jeopardy wasn't regular Jeopardy. It was a special tournament that was run in 1990, airing in prime time, where the best Jeopardy contestants throughout the years all competed for significantly higher money. So that's why the money values are doubled in this first round, and there's 4 contestants instead of 3. Imagitech made this version for GameTech, and they made it kind of weird because you can reselect categories, and there's some badly digitized audio samples of you clapping for yourself when you get a question right. It actually makes Super Jeopardy a worse version of Jeopardy to play than the old ones. The arcade version of Smash TV was a pretty big hit. It was all about a future games show where players competed for big money and big prizes. I love it. Beam Software made this NES port, and it's kind of astonishing it works at all, but that doesn't make it a good experience. Smash TV in the arcade was all about flooding you with sensation. Giant hordes of enemies chasing you down and that you quickly dispatched. Mountains of prizes appearing in the playfield for you to quickly gather up. The NES just can't handle the scale of the game, though they make a good effort. Maybe the most notable thing here is the special control scheme, because Smash TV is a twin-stick shooter, and while the basic setup lets you lock a direction and fire, you also have the choice of using 2 controllers at once, holding them sideways, and then steering with one controller while shooting with the other. Not a bad compromise to make the control scheme work here. The first stage in Captain Planet and the Planeteers has you trying to stop a oil drilling scheme in national parks. It's so good that 25 years later, we don't have to deal with that idea anymore. Every level in Captain Planet has two parts. First is a shoot-'em-up section where you're flying to your destination. Then there's an exploration section where you're flying around as Captain Planet. Neither of these work especially well. Your sprite is just too big and any little touch takes you down. You can rotate through the elemental powers by pressing start, but usually there's one obvious best choice at any given moment. The abilities wind up acting more as keys than gameplay elements. Captain Planet and the Planeteers is a mediocre NES game that's bad enough that it could possibly turn kids off from environmentalism. Where's Waldo is based on the series of picture books where you're supposed to pick out the red and white striped fellow from enormous crowd scenes. If you're in the UK, you might know it as Where's Wally? And there's a few other variations on the title around the world. It's a cute concept for a picture book, and the illustrations are great. It's not a good idea for a video game. Bethesda was responsible for this version, presumably as a dev for hire by THQ. In the video game Where's Waldo, you have a fixed set of time and have to spot Waldo and then keep moving through additional scenes, hopefully progressing far enough to win the game. One issue with spotting Waldo when you're starting out is that the illustration is really bad, and if you're playing on the higher difficulty levels, then it requires a weird amount of precision to point him out. The crosshair has to be centered on his head for it to work. If it's a little bit off, well, it doesn't count, and you lose time for not picking the correct guy, and then you waste a lot of time trying to find him elsewhere because you thought you picked wrong the first time. Whereas Waldo is just an awful game. It definitely ranks down among the worst on the NES. I'll give Aussie Rules Footy this. It's the best Australian rules football game on the NES. No other game even comes close. Okay, that's a little bit unfair here, because it seems like Beam Software took a little bit of hometown pride and actually put some effort into one of their games for once. I'm not going to speak to how accurate of a game this winds up being, but it controls smooth, you can always tell where you are, the action moves fast, you never feel like it's out of control. From my outsider perspective, who's never seen Aussie Rules football before, this feels correct. It's still an 8-bit sports game, so I'm sure there's better ones since then. But in a situation where players wouldn't have any other choice, I don't think they'd have much cause to complain here. Wally Bear and the No Gang is yet another unlicensed game from American Video Entertainment. It's the only NES game, licensed or unlicensed, that is recommended by the American Medical Association. The concept behind Wally Bear is that he's one of those mascot characters that tells kids to say no to drugs. You don't get a lot of that out of the gameplay, but sometimes there will be a cutscene that gives you that anti-drug message. In the game itself, Wally Bear can jump, and that's about it. Well, you get power-ups that let you skate faster or throw a frisbee to attack enemies. Until you have that frisbee, you'll have to just dodge everything. Any contact with an enemy will kill you instantly, and some of them just spawn at the edge of the screen and come straight at you, so they're extra hard to dodge. If you have a power-up, you lose the power-ups instead of dying, but otherwise you have to go back. It makes Wally Bear brutally, unnecessarily difficult. The kind of thing that will drive kids to taking drugs. Oh boy, it's another baseball game. Roger Clemens' MVP Baseball at least does one thing different. It tries to give you a more dynamic view of the field, with many camera viewpoints that it switches between during play. Sometimes this works fine, like when the ball is going in an easy direction and the action is all focused on one area of the field. Sometimes it doesn't, like when there's a big pop fly, and you not only have to maneuver off-screen fielders to try to catch it, you have to maneuver them while the camera keeps switching. This game has neither the Players Association or the MLB license, and so everything is named slightly off from what you'd expect. For some, you might be able to figure out the connection, others wind up being trickier. This was by Sculptured Software for LJN, and at least it's better than LJN's previous baseball game. But Roger Clemens' MVP Baseball is definitely not an MVP. He's the best there is at what he does, and what he does isn't pretty. Because what he does is star in bad video games. Wolverine's always a problem for game developers because his superpower is that he heals. But health is a primary resource to be managed in video games. I mean, unless you're playing a first-person shooter created after 2001. But usually it's a primary resource to be managed. Wolverine for the NES solves this by just not having Wolverine heal. You have to get burgers and drinks in order to do that. Wolverine barely even uses his claws here. You have to specifically choose to take them out, and he puts them away on his own pretty quickly. The concept behind the game is that Wolverine's been kidnapped by Sabretooth and Magneto, so now he has to fight his way through their maze of death. The action itself is weirdly difficult. A lot of enemies able to shoot you precisely from long distance, and you're not especially maneuverable for handling the situation. This is a game that doesn't have a lot of flavor of Wolverine, and it's not a very good action game. Home Alone is one of those games where you have to go, why did anyone even think this was doable? Bethesda made this one for THQ. That's a duo who has been doing exceptionally poorly lately. And the concept is that you're controlling Kevin McAllister, and you have to run around your house, avoiding the burglars for 20 minutes. To help you avoid them, you can drop traps that will stun them for a short time. All of these exist solely as icons placed on the screen, and they can be reused if you really want to. The house has a flat layout with many dead ends, something perfect for a game about people chasing you through a small location. And it's possible for Kevin to hide in certain locations for a short time. This is an insufferably dull game. Once you stumble onto a winning strategy to let you loop around the house avoiding the burglars, there's no reason to play. But you still have to wait out the 20 minutes of the game doing the same actions over and over again until you finally win. Home Alone on the NES is almost unplayable. Time for another game show adaptation, but it's a game show that's being adapted as a set of mini-games. So you know American Gladiators is going to have some high quality. Incredible Technologies developed this for GameTech, and they're best known for the Golden Tee golf games. In American Gladiators, you pick out one of 5 events to compete in, and if you can complete all 5, then a 6th event becomes available. While some of the events resemble ones from the TV show, they are dramatically different. For example, in Joust, you knock a gladiator off the platform, and then you jump between platforms to fight the next one. In Human Cannonball, you jump off a trapeze to try to knock gladiators off a platform, and if you succeed, you take on more gladiators. And in The Wall, you're climbing what seems to be about a 10-story building, with gladiators coming at you from above and below. This isn't as bad as some sports mini-game collections that we've seen, since the controls are kind of intuitive, but it still winds up not being a whole lot of fun. Somehow, the NES didn't get Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. They jumped straight to Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego. And shouldn't that be When in Time is Carmen Sandiego? Of course, this is a port of the educational computer game, where players have a time machine and have to pursue a crook through history. At every destination, you have to determine where the crook has gone next, as well as uncover clues to their identity. You're on a time limit, so you can't afford to just keep checking things, but that's also how you get enough information to be able to arrest them. Originally, the game came with a small encyclopedia to help kids figure out the clues they were given. The Carmen Sandiego series is pretty straightforward, so it didn't lose anything when it came to the NES. And that makes Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego a pretty solid educational game. And here we have one of the games that competes for the title of Worst NES Game. Darkman is based on the Sam Raimi film, and in the game you control the scarred superhero, attempting to take revenge on the person who injured him. Darkman can climb walls, balance on tight ropes, and fight mobsters, although the fighting controls are so awful that you might want to just avoid that if you can. The worst aspect of this game is that Darkman suddenly accelerates after he's been walking for a couple of seconds, and that has a huge variation on how he jumps. You don't have a lot of fine air control, but the game requires quite a bit of precision platforming. Because of that, just completing the first stage is a significant accomplishment. Darkman was made by Painting by Numbers for Ocean Software, and they have never been held to account for their crimes. Once upon a time, Sid Meier was a programmer who liked flight simulators. He made several flight simulators that were very popular, and then as the 80s were starting to come to a close, he thought, why don't I make some games all about history? And the first of these was Pirates, spelled with an exclamation point. The computer versions were massive hits, and Meier decided to keep making games built on history, and well, we all know where that leads. In Pirates, you're a pirate. You pick out a nationality, you can pick a starting year, then you wind up with a ship and crew, and can just go do whatever you like. Become a privateer for a nation? Sure. Raid whoever you want and set up your own pirate town. Go for it. Go treasure hunting. Why not? Blast other ships with your cannons, or board them and get into sword duels with their captain, or raid the towns of the Caribbean. You've got a lot of flexibility here. The NES version is a pretty good port of Pirates, and it gives you all of that same open world feeling that the original had. For a very brief moment, I had hopes that Bo Jackson Baseball would turn out to be something special. Beam Software made this for Data East, and it's not your standard baseball game. You pick out what type of pitch you want to use and how you want to swing the bat. You still have to time where you're going to swing though, so it looked like there might be a bit of strategy in the game. And then I played it, and it was worse than most baseball games. The batting perspective is awful. You're going to have a really hard time telling when you need to swing. Fielding is even worse than normal. Your players seem to fumble with the ball whenever they encounter it. It makes throwing somebody out weirdly difficult. Bo might know baseball, but he doesn't know baseball video games. Now, the real troubles begin. Color Dreams, the unlicensed game publisher, has made a major pivot. While there's still a few more Color Dream cartridges to go, they're putting all of their efforts behind their new Wisdom Tree label. NES Games intended to be sold in Christian bookstores. Christian media is a phrase that will send a shiver down the spine of anyone who's ever been forced to sit through it. First out of the box for them was Exodus, a game about Moses playing, Boulder Dash? Well, a worse version of Boulder Dash at least. On every stage you have to collect the M bottles, I don't know if those stand for Moses or milk, as well as all of the question mark boxes. Do that, and the exit appears. Moses has the ability to shoot W's, and only a few blasts of his Moses power will kill people, as well as destroy rocks. Even if the theming wasn't nonsense, the stage design is awful. Exodus makes for a pretty bad puzzle game, and a bad start for Wisdom Tree. Space Shuttle Project puts you in the space program, as represented by a bunch of nonsensical minigames. You've got to do a timing and memory minigame in order to complete your registration, rapidly go up and down the gantry to different points in order to fuel the shuttle and load the crew, and then line up arrows and precisely time some bars in order to successfully launch. And it just keeps going from there. Imagineering made this game for Absolute, and while I certainly wasn't expecting a space shuttle simulator, because flying the space shuttle is actually kind of dull, Space Shuttle Project is so far from a space shuttle that the theming pretty much feels meaningless. Weirdly enough, the launch minigame is probably the closest thing to realistic flight here, since all you have to do is manage a little bit of timing. Maybe they could have made this work if they had better minigames, but they didn't, and so Space Shuttle Project winds up being a bore. Robin Hood Prince of Thieves brings us more digitized celebrities. In this case, it's Kevin Costner, since he played Robin Hood in the film. And this is a bit of a distinctive game. There's a lot of RPG elements rather than being a straight-up action game, and while they're not especially deep, you will need to talk to people for clues, explore dungeons, solve minor puzzles. However, there's also cinematic action sequences where you get more detail than just Robin Hood slashing at people from an overhead shot. Sculptured Software developed this one, and while there's plenty of rough edges, it's still much better than it has any right to be. You'll have to deal with infinitely spawning enemies, and random drops never quite giving you what you need, and perhaps the dungeons aren't as cool as they could be. But it's still a surprisingly competent game for a movie tie-in. Sculptured Software had 2 games out that month because there's also Eliminator Boat Duel, and it's also surprisingly good. Eliminator Boat Duel has you take part in a series of races, one-on-one against a group of kooky characters. And rather than just being a straightforward racing game, there's 3 different driving modes, and every course mixes them up. You always begin at the starting line with a side view. Here, the quality of your boat and how quickly you mash the accelerator matters. And then you could go to an overhead view, where you're trying to stay in your lane, or you could go to a rear view, where you have to remain between the flags. Your boat has the ability to boost and jump, which is very handy for avoiding obstacles. And there's a lot of items to collect as you race. What you collect determines how much money you get at the end, and then you can repair and upgrade your boat to prepare for the next one. Eliminator Boat Duel works really well because it's constantly changing up what you're dealing with. It makes for a really exciting race. And here's the most dreaded wisdom tree software of them all, Bible Adventures. 3 games on 1 cartridge, except they're all kind of the same game put in a different wrapper. For example, in Noah's Ark, you go around picking things up and putting them in the Ark. And in Baby Moses, you pick up Baby Moses and carry him to the end of the level. And in David and Goliath, you pick up animals and things they launch at you and throw them at each other. Even if the actual goal is different, they all wind up feeling the same. They also all control terribly, have awful hit detection, are rather unfair when it comes to dealing with enemies, and are the kinds of games that would make you cry. Venice Beach Volleyball is from American Video Entertainment, and you know what that means? It's an unlicensed game originally developed in Taiwan. And even in Taiwan they called it Venice Beach Volleyball. This is a beach volleyball game where you can pick between 6 teams and then just play volleyball against each other. Something you'll quickly notice is that there's not a great indicator for who you're controlling. You start with one, but then when you strike the ball, control switches, and it doesn't show you that. It also doesn't buffer your actions when you hit the ball, so when control switches, that player immediately does a dive. I couldn't get the timing on the spikes down at all, but that's not an uncommon issue for me with these volleyball games. They often have super tight timing for that. Venice Beach Volleyball is a pretty standard volleyball game otherwise, but why would you put up with those little headaches when there's other perfectly fine volleyball games out there? Don't confuse Captain America and the Avengers with the arcade game of the same title. The arcade game is a beat-em-up, the NES game is an action platformer. You control Captain America, Hawkeye, the Vision, or Iron Man, and battle the forces of evil across a map of the US. On every stage you have to collect key gems in order to open the exit, and these are hidden inside thingies that you'll spot floating around on every level. You start out only controlling Captain America, but as you progress you'll find the other heroes, and once they join up you can switch freely between them. The heroes also level up if you collect enough energy crystals for them, so you'll also need to keep track of who has how much power. If I was going to play any Marvel Comics based superhero game on the NES, it would probably be this one. It's pretty simple and straightforward, but that works to its advantage, since it's just a decently executed action game. There's only one thing that people know Treasure Master for, and that's being at the center of a contest. On a particular day, MTV announced a code for Treasure Master, at which point players would put the code into the game, starting a competition mode with a whole new stage. They had 24 hours to complete the stage and send in confirmation of that. And then from the people who won, there were drawings for prizes like a trip to a rock concert, your choice of sports championship, or $10,000. And anyone who won those prizes would have truly earned them, because they would have had to play Treasure Master to get them. There's something to be said for the base level of quality increasing over time when it comes to these games. Now, Treasure Master is a big step backwards to the most basic, uninteresting, and dull platform game from about 4 years before this. This is a game so basic, the only way that they could sell it was to attach a contest to it. And as soon as that contest was over, nobody cared anymore. I'm not sure why Capcom chose to not release TaleSpin in Japan. The Disney Afternoon cartoons aired there, so it's not like their audience would have been totally unfamiliar with the concept. And it's not like Capcom was winding down their Famicom game releases at that point. The show that this game is based on reimagined the Jungle Book characters in a 1930s island-hopping South Pacific setting, with Baloo the bear as a cargo pilot getting into trouble. TaleSpin on the NES is a shoot-'em-up, where you gun down air pirates as you pick up cargo. A distinctive feature of this game is that in some areas you can backtrack, flying upside down and traveling right to left instead of left to right. As a shoot-'em-up, I've always found TaleSpin to be a bit dull. You have a very slow rate of fire, and while the power-ups give you a faster shot, that's the only thing they do. And a lot of the levels don't really make any sense for the context of the game. TaleSpin winds up feeling like a weird afterthought in the Capcom Disney library. I really wanted to be nice to Barbie. There's absolutely nothing wrong with using her as subject matter for a game, but she's attached to so much low-effort garbage. The NES is a perfect example of that, as she stiffly jumps and moves around. Her attack consists of throwing a diamond, which travels upward for as long as you hold down the button, and then falls back to Earth. The diamond has a few different effects depending on which mode you've selected, but having to select the effect doesn't really add anything, or change how the diamond behaves. And of course the stage design is awful. Barbie moves so poorly that you have to do some near-perfect jumps to get through even early stages. Imagineering created this for high-tech expressions, and it feels like this is a situation that the license was more than enough to sell the game, so why bother putting any effort into it? And speaking of games sold solely on their license, here is The Simpsons, Bart vs. the World, using the exact same engine as Bart vs. the Space Mutants, just with minigame puzzles. In terms of gameplay, well, it's a step up above Space Mutants, but not by that much. Besides the platforming stages, there are some that have a little bit more free roaming as Bart's on a skateboard, and the minigames consist of things like a sliding block puzzle, playing memory, or answering trivia questions about the show's first couple of seasons. Every stage also has a boss, which is some relative of Mr. Burns. At least this is the last time that The Simpsons will allow their name to be used with an inferior licensed product. I mean, could you just imagine if there were decades of terrible Simpsons games? Maybe with one or two good ones peppered in to give you some hope? Well, that absurd scenario definitely would not come to pass. We're back in Wisdom Tree Land with King of Kings, The Early Years. Another multi-game collection where all three of the games are pretty much the same. You would play the Wise Men, in which you play Balthazar riding on a camel. Actually, I don't know which of the three he is. He could just as easily be Melchior or Gaspar. You have to platform to the end of the stage, and if you need to attack wildlife on the way, the camel can spit. The second game is Flight to Egypt, where you control the donkey that Mary and Joseph are riding on, slowly making its way to Egypt. And it plays exactly the same as the camel in the Wise Men, except the donkey kicks instead of spits. Finally, there's Jesus and the Temple, where Jesus has vanished and Joseph has to go find him. Life in 10 AD Judea is awfully dangerous, so it makes Jesus into a real jerk for running off like that without telling anybody. And of course when Joseph arrives, he's all, "You're not my real dad." If you need to recover health as you go here, you can collect tablets that will ask you a Bible trivia question. But there are so few Bible trivia questions that I was getting repeats before I finished recording, and I didn't play more than 2 stages of any of these. As one might expect, all 3 of the games stink in pretty much the same way, and the extra repetitive public domain music really doesn't help in this one. Camerica is back, flouting the Nintendo seal of quality, and taking a strong anti-American position with MiG-29 Soviet fighter. In the game you fly the Russians' hot new jet, and shoot down as many Americans as possible. It's only fair since there's been so many games where you play an American shooting down a bunch of Soviet jets. The game plays a lot like Afterburner, and they honestly don't do bad with the superscaler effect. That's something that will never be great on the NES, but there's enough sense of motion and speed here that it covers up the faults. You have unlimited ammunition regardless of what weapon you're using, and at some point in the mission you'll have to refuel, which just consists of lining up your fuel line with the tanker. There's also a boss at the end of every stage, and once you defeat it, you have to land, which just consists of lining up with the runway. Honestly, this is a pretty good effort, though I did find it a bit difficult to tell when missiles could hit me. Kickmaster is one of those late-era Taito masterpieces that will cost you a small fortune if you wanted to purchase it today. It's a fantasy action game where you play a hero who's really good with his feet. All the enemies are item piñatas, and once you kick them and make them explode, a variety of candy shoots out, and you don't have enough time to collect all of it. So you pick out the symbols that you spot that can help you. Eventually you'll also pick up magic spells, but those aren't kicking, so why would you use them? Kickmaster is a game with great visual design, cool enemies, exciting levels, pretty much everything you'd want in an action game on the NES. This is another game developed by Kid, once again showing that they know what they're doing when it comes to NES games. You know what's worse than another baseball game? Another baseball game, but this time it's by Tosei and Bandai. The gimmick of Legends of the Diamond is that rather than playing with current teams, you play with teams made up of the greatest baseball players of all time. You have the opportunity to pick your teams from about 30 players when the game starts. Though since it's all action-based gameplay, where what you as the player choose to do has more of an effect on the outcome than the player's abilities, the fact that you can have Cy Young pitch to Hank Aaron doesn't make a bit of difference in how the game is played. There's no personality in your players. One thing that's different for a lot of American baseball games is that the fielders can act on their own, though you also seize control over them if you use the D-pad while the ball is in play. So if the ball gets hit, just don't touch anything, and hopefully your fielders will get under the ball. Beyond that, well, there's not much reason to play Legends of the Diamond, unless you like seeing a famous name appear on the screen. Motor City Patrol is based on the Matchbox line of small cars, and it's even published by Matchbox. You're controlling a cop whose beat is Motor City, and you can freely roam around the streets when you're on patrol. Your goal is to bust criminals, which is any other car you see on the streets. You do that by pulling them over with your siren, or shooting them with your gun. If you do choose to use the gun, you've got pretty limited ammunition, so you can't just fire it willy-nilly. After a day's patrol, you get paid and can upgrade your car, improving handling, how much damage you can take, and buying more bullets. Unfortunately, the game's a bit tough to control. Even before you buy upgraded handling, your car tends to swerve pretty severely when you turn, and if you do bump into something, you'll need to spin it around and then pull out. There's some amusing ideas here, I just think it doesn't work altogether as a game. I think Nightshade is the best original adventure game for the NES. And when you consider that most of the other ones are ports, it's not saying a whole lot, but Nightshade is still pretty creative. The idea is that you're playing Nightshade, a pulp superhero, and at the start you've been captured by your arch-nemesis Sutek. So you have to figure out how to free yourself from the death trap, and then escape his lair. The controls are simple for the NES. You've got two commands, examine and use, and of course an inventory of objects that you've picked up. Sometimes you'll encounter enemies and have to do a little fight scene against them. These play out as a basic fighting game, and these actually work just fine, though I wouldn't want to play a full game of it. Actually, it's one of the more creative NES games, which is probably why it's stuck around, and you could even buy it on Steam right now. Monster in My Pocket is based on a toy line that focused on figurines of classic monsters. In Konami's game, most of them have gone crazy, except the Vampire and Frankenstein. You pick out one of those two to play as, though in-game they're identical, and then punch your way through a bunch of levels scaled for 3-inch tall monsters. Your punches actually send out a wave, so you have a bit more visualization of what you're going to hit. You also have the ability to knock projectiles out of the air, which you'll have to do in a lot of situations. Konami made and published Monster in My Pocket, and it's a very easy game for them. If you're decent at playing games, you'll probably finish it within half an hour. That's not an inherently bad thing, since I think the target audience was younger children here, and there's a co-op mode that's pretty fun that will extend the game quite a bit. A little bit of good news about Wheel of Fortune featuring Vanna White. From what I can tell, this is the last Game Show game on the NES. I guess GameTech decided that they didn't need fresh versions of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune for 1993. This is a fresh version of Wheel of Fortune, developed by Imagitech, and just like their Jeopardy game, if you don't like the look of the puzzle you're given, you can pick a new one. I still don't get why that's a thing here. Other than that, it's still Wheel of Fortune. If money comes up, you play Hangman and get cash depending on how many letters turn up. For vowels, you gotta spend money to get them, and you only get to keep the money if you're the person who guesses the answer. If you really like Wheel of Fortune, yeah, this is fine. It doesn't do anything beyond what you'd expect from Wheel of Fortune. Cyberball is football with robots. And because they're robots, sometimes they explode when tackled, and sometimes the ball explodes if you haven't been doing enough. Cyberball was originally an arcade game by Atari, which means that Tengen made this port, though Jaleco had to publish it for them. And this port of Cyberball is really, really bad. Even though there's fewer on-screen robots, the visual design is more muddy, so you can't really tell what's going on during a play. And you don't have enough coverage to prevent your quarterback from getting blitzed all the time. Passing is weirdly harder than it should be, too. If you like the concept, the Genesis port is actually decent. This version of Cyberball should be avoided. Japan got their own special version of Rampart that it greatly enhanced the game, but the US and Europe got this version of Rampart, which was a straight port of Atari's arcade game. Bitmasters made this port for Jaleco, probably because Tengen was busy with some of the other 100 ports this game got at the time. The idea behind it is that you control a castle, and there are invading ships. You fire cannons at the ships, while the ships fire cannons back. The walls of your castle get smashed during this raid, and after you've driven them off, hopefully, you have the opportunity to rebuild your walls, placing new ones out of Tetris-style pieces. Ideally, you expand your territory by enclosing additional castles, but you don't keep anything that you fail to enclose. And as the game goes on, the pieces become harder and harder to place. Rampart as an arcade game is pretty good, and this is a fine port. There's a 2-player mode that has you and an opponent struggling over territory, and that can also be a lot of fun. Because Rampart was on literally every single game console in existence, you can play it on a better system than the NES, but if this was all you had, it works. It's our second Addams Family game, but the first one that ties into the movie. Well, Fester's Quest was significantly older than the movie, but we have another Addams Family game to go that exists mainly as a consequence of the movie. This game was created by Ocean, And it's really easy to tell because this feels like an 8-bit microcomputer game developed in the UK. And by that I mean, the controls are bad, you have goals that are given to you on a text screen that don't make a whole lot of sense, the level design is punishing, and there's plenty of items to collect that do absolutely nothing. You're playing as Gomez Adams, and you can platform around the stage, bouncing on the heads of enemies to defeat them. It actually feels really generic, like Ocean just had a game sitting around and put the Addams Family license on it because they didn't have anything else. The Addams Family isn't the worst thing that Ocean's ever done, but it is a mediocre platformer with really no reason to play it. And here we have it, the king of unlicensed games. I don't think there's an unlicensed game on the NES that was a bigger success or cast a longer shadow. Micro Machines is a big reason why I'm including all of these unlicensed games, because without it, this list would feel incomplete. Based on the toy line of very tiny cars, Micro Machines is a racing game where 4 competitors go through courses all designed at very tiny scale. 2 players can race simultaneously, and if one of them falls off the back of the screen, then they're pulled forward but with a penalty. As a racing game, Micro Machines goes surprisingly fast. Your tiny cars fly up and down these courses. You'll have to learn them if you want to do well. Even though this was an unlicensed game, it was so popular that it got multiple sequels. And some of those even had proper licenses for the consoles they were released on. Godzilla 2 War of the Monsters is in a genre that is so underrepresented on the NES that I seriously wonder why it was an American exclusive. This is a strategy game. You build your units at your bases, and then send them out to slowly whittle down the monsters that are marching across the countryside. There's 6 different scenarios to play, and they all seem to be based on different films in the Godzilla franchise. When one of your units comes into contact with a monster, battle begins, and it's resolved with a slot machine mechanic, spinning up different symbols. The only reason I can think that this didn't get released in Japan is that in 1992, people were pulling out from Famicom hard. So maybe Toho felt this one wasn't worth it. It also isn't the strongest 8-bit strategy game. When the enemy side consists of giant monsters, there's not a whole lot of strategy involved in rushing over to them. It's still a neat game though, and there really isn't anything else quite like it on the NES. I've finally reached the end of the Sesame Street games with Sesame Street Countdown, which, as the title suggests, stars the Count. This is a kind of platforming game that is oddly tricky to manage. You're given a number at the start, and then the Count has to collect items in that quantity, or the number itself. You can choose if you want him to hop continuously, but I don't think he's a Chinese vampire, or he can run and jump. One of the more tricky things about this one is it's not exactly clear what you can jump on and what you can't, and the Count can also climb some objects. It's not so confusing that a 10-year-old wouldn't be able to play this, but the subject matter makes me think that this is targeted more for 3 to 5-year-olds. And I could easily see them becoming frustrated. It's weird that by being the Sesame Street game on the NES that has the most gameplay in it, Sesame Street Countdown might also be the one that's least appropriate for its audience. F-15 Strike Eagle has the distinction of being the game that made Sid Meier Sid Meier. While he made games before it, including a few flight simulators, F-15 Strike Eagle was the flight simulator to play in the mid-80s. In fact, by the time this NES version was released, they were up to F-15 Strike Eagle 3 on computers. This console port is a bit tough to use. While there's a lot of missions, and it's possible to just play the game as a shooter, the control scheme is extra tough to use, and the frame rate is so choppy you can't really tell what's going on, especially when you have to attack ground targets. You can't really dogfight in the game because it's just that choppy, but that's okay, they give you so many missiles that you can just fire them off at will. If you really wanted to play F-15 Strike Eagle, then you definitely do not want to play the NES port. Any other version would be better than this. For the 25th anniversary of the original series of Star Trek, Interplay made a very good adventure game that replicated the feel of the classic series extremely well, and was even written by people who wrote episodes of the series. And then Interplay made this 8-bit version that's completely different. They didn't have their own console publishing wing at that point, so Konami had to publish this for them. The good news here is Interplay didn't really screw it up. Star Trek 25th Anniversary on the NES might be a completely different game, but they still put in plenty of effort in replicating the feel of the classic series. Or at least as close as they could get. You've got cutscenes on the bridge, you go on away missions with Bones and Spock, there's references to the things you like. Interplay turned it into an action-adventure game suitable for consoles, and it actually turned out halfway decent. MC Kids, or McDonaldland if you're in Europe, is probably the best game based on a fast food chain. That's right, suck it, Sneak King. If it didn't have the license, this would be recognized as an extremely good platformer. By 1992, everybody's figured this stuff out, and we're going to see a surprising number of games that have learned the lessons of Super Mario Bros. 3 and made something really good. Virgin Interactive developed and published this game themselves, and they could have taken the easy way out with it, but they absolutely did not. There's two mechanics that make MC Kids stand out. The first is the ability to pick up blocks and throw them, which gets used a few different ways through the game. And the other is the ability to reverse gravity. At some points you can flip upside down and then fall up if you need to. MC Kids is an outstanding platformer, one of the better ones on the NES. Maxi 15 is a quick entry here because it's not a game, it's a collection of 15 games. All 15 games that we've already seen from American Video Entertainment. I would say that this was the best way to get all of their games, except that the US version of Maxi 15 is pretty rare and a lot more expensive than buying the games individually. Konami Hyper Soccer was released just in Europe, which means it's designed for the PAL television standard, running at 50 Hz. Well, I'm in America, where we use a powerful 60 Hz signal, because we know how to alternate our current properly. What that means is that while I'm playing, the 50 updates that the game does that are supposed to occur every second actually occur every 0.8 seconds. And that's why everyone's running around the field at super speed. So I actually think it plays pretty well this way. At NTSC speeds, this is one hyperactive game of soccer. It is a straightforward soccer game. You pick a team and just go to it. But it does exactly what you want very competently. While there are better 8-bit soccer games out there, there aren't that many better ones. So I'm sure kids in Europe were pretty happy with this. I'm just gonna say it, Wizards and Warriors 3 is the best game in the series. Okay, that's a low bar to clear, but this is still the one game in the Wizards and Warriors series that I'd play. The game controls a lot better, as in you're no longer completely out of control like you were in the previous two, and the game is set up to let you do a lot more exploration. There's interconnected areas now rather than a set of levels. The big gimmick of the game is that you'll acquire the ability to change into different forms as you progress, so you don't just stay as a knight, you become a thief or a wizard. And of course you have to use those abilities to access new areas. This was developed by Zippo Games, who often worked with Rare and would eventually be acquired by them. This was the final Wizards and Warriors game, and I'm glad they managed to make one decent game before the series wrapped up. Obviously, Fisher-Price Firehouse Rescue won't hold any interest for an adult player today. It's a game where they were targeting 3-year-olds, giving them some very basic tasks that would work with the controller, and letting them try different things. I have to look at the game though and go, did this work for that purpose? Imagineering made it for game tech, and I think it's okay there. It wouldn't likely hold a kid's interest very long, but then you probably don't want that young kid playing this for an hour anyways. The idea is that you drive the fire truck through a maze, and these mazes seem to be randomly generated. You go to a house that's blinking, and once there, you just pull the truck in front of a window and hit a button to make the people come down the ladder. There's no time limits, no failure states, just a couple of simple tasks, and then you get your little reward. The kind of thing that will work just fine for very small children, and anyone else would be bored. Ghoul School is one of those games where the end result is less than the sum of its parts. The idea is that you explore a high school, collecting equipment to deal with an undead invasion, and you can go into every single room, you can dig through all of the lockers, you can interact with a lot of stuff, and very little of it actually matters. This game is made by the same minds at Imagineering that created Bart vs. the Space Mutants, and you can kind of tell. Ghoul School is frustrating to play, and it's incredibly difficult to make any kind of progress in it. It's been quite a while since we saw the first Town & Country Surf Designs game. That game, based on a clothing line, was one of the very first NES exclusive games, and now they're back with Thrilla's Surfari. That's S-U-R-F-R-E, not S-A-F-R-E. You're playing as the surfing gorilla Thrilla, and you're trying to rescue a kidnapped bikini girl. You travel throughout Africa, alternating between skateboarding and surfing. Sculptured Software developed this game for LJN, and it's not bad. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way for it, but they took a very simple premise, just traveling down the paths, steering around or jumping over obstacles, and took that concept just about as far as you can go with it. Being basic isn't a bad thing as long as you've got the execution to back it up, and I think Thrilla's Surfari has that. G.I. Joe: The Atlantis Factor is the second and final G.I. Joe game on the NES, and once more, Kid was the developer, and they brought their usual flair to things. The game plays very similarly to the first game. It's a run and gun where you can switch away from your gun to a melee attack, and similar to the first game, if you get multiple members on your team, you can switch between them and they all have their own weapons. One of the big differences here is that you start out solo and have to locate additional team members. There's also an overworld between stages, a map of the island and the paths that you can take. It's similar to Bionic Commando, and maybe Kid could use that since Capcom decided to publish this one. Between the two, I think I prefer the first G.I. Joe game just a bit, but G.I. Joe: The Atlantis Factor is a pretty good action game for your NES. Camerica released 3 of these Quattro game packs, and Quattro Sports may be the worst of them. And not because it's the sports games. 3 of the games are original to the NES version of Quattro Sports, while the other one was originally a microcomputer game released in a compilation called Quattro Sports. Baseball Pros is obviously baseball, and for some bizarre reason, when you hit the ball, it is played from an overhead view. The AI here is completely brain dead, and the most amusing thing about Baseball Pros is that there's only a couple of US teams, and pretty much the rest of the teams come from countries where baseball isn't played. Then there's BMX Simulator, the only game to be carried over from the microcomputer version. This is a racing game in the style of Super Off-Road, where you have the whole view of the track, and unfortunately collision between track elements and your bike is really weird. If you hit anything, including another racer, then you fall over and are stunned for a few moments. Steering is more difficult than it should be, the visual elements of the tracks are confusing, and the racing is absolutely no fun. Soccer Simulator is an impressively bad soccer game. It actually pops up with a screen of instructions in the middle of the match, after you've already been playing for a couple of minutes. Probably because the controls are so unresponsive that you might not realize that you're doing anything. Finally, there's Tennis Simulator, which is also really bad. I couldn't even serve the ball properly because it kept getting hit with too much force. Was I hitting it too high, too low, using the wrong button? I don't know, because I couldn't get any consistent behavior out of it. Also, for some reason, you're the character on the far side of the court. Just another strange choice of perspective. Quattro Sports is very efficient because it manages to combine 4 games that you will never want to play into one convenient package. The Legend of Prince Valiant was a European exclusive NES game, published by Ocean Software and developed by Special Effects Software. It's not directly based on the newspaper comic. Instead, it's based on a cartoon series that was airing around that time. And shockingly, it's actually kinda good. The game is a run-and-gun where you're controlling Val, and instead of chopping guys up with a sword, you throw something in order to attack. Well, that's not what you do on most stages, but a few stages are shooting galleries where you use archery or a cannon? It's Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Anyways, you shoot ships with a cannon. The game has quite a few inventive levels, lots of interesting challenges, and of course, plenty of bad guys to defeat. That's why it's gained its reputation as one of the system's hidden gems. The mutant virus is two games in one. Well, not really, but there is a game hiding in plain sight. In the game, you play an IT guy who's been shrunken down and has to fight a computer virus, and you do this by zapping squares with dots in it until they turn blue. Once all the squares with dots in them are blue, the room is clean and you can move on. But that dot pattern grows and changes, and if you've got good eyes and some knowledge of computer science, then you probably recognize what it is. The patterns operate on the game of life, a concept that demonstrates how complexity can arise out of simple rules. What this means for the video game is that you can get some areas to turn blue, but until the pattern stabilizes, you're going to have a hard time changing all of it to that light blue shade. Something will always be breaking out. I don't think the mutant virus works especially well as a game, but you have to admit that using the game of life as part of the background is very distinctive. Obviously, Paperboy 2 is the sequel to Paperboy, though this one was never an arcade game. Tengen came up with the original design here, but it was Eastridge technology that made this NES version. As for how it plays, well, it's pretty much identical to the original Paperboy. Though now you can choose to play as a paper girl. You ride your route, throw your papers, and you have to deliver to every house that's a subscriber. The subscriber houses look nicer than the ones that don't subscribe. If you deliver to all the subscribers and don't do any property damage to them, then you'll pick up more subscribers the next day. And you can chuck your papers to do damage and cause some general mayhem. I've never found Paperboy to be the best game, and Paperboy 2 just piles on here. The NES version doesn't have the variety of the original, so if you really wanted to play Paperboy, stick to that one. Toxic Crusaders is another situation where the game is based on the cartoon version, not the original. Here, the game takes the form of a beat-em-up. Toxie's friends have been kidnapped, and he has to march through the city of Tromaville, taking out an army of alien opponents. This is another team-up between Tosei and Bandai, and Toxic Crusaders lives down to their fine standards. This is an awful beat-em-up. When you start a life, Toxie has his mop, which does extra damage, and as soon as you're hit, the mop flies away. From that point on, you have exactly one move, a very awkward-looking punch. You can do a jump into the air and punch as well, but it's still the same pose. This is about as low effort of beat-em-up as you can get. No combos, no special moves, just bland punches over and over again forever. Whoa, Drop Zone? That looks exactly like the Defender logo. Well, I guess Atari probably won't get mad as long as the game isn't anything like, oh boy. Yet, Drop Zone is just Defender. If you're noticing visual glitches here, it's because it's a European release and I'm playing on an NTSC system, so I'm not going to hold the glitches against it. Drop Zone was originally a computer game made in the early 80s. back in the day when everybody just cloned popular arcade games. Eurocom ported this for Mindscape, and as a Defender clone, it's fine. You got the radar, you've got waves of enemies coming in. It all works pretty much exactly like you'd expect it to. Of course, the NES already has a version of Defender, since there's Stargate. And since that version was made by HAL Labs, I think I'd much rather play it than this. Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade is Linus's second game, and it takes things in a rather different direction. Half the game is a point-and-click adventure game. After surviving the Earth the first time, Linus returns home and finds people skeptical about his claims of such a crazy planet. So in the adventure game, you're trying to return to Earth with a camera so you can get proof. But besides the point-and-click sections, areas are linked by platforming stages, where you just have to make your way to the far side. This gives the game a bit of a split personality, because the point-and-click adventure stuff is pretty good. But the platforming is awful. Linus's jump is really floaty, and sometimes unresponsive. The platforming is just unnecessarily difficult. If this game was just the point-and-click stuff, it'd be great. But as it is, having to play those platforming sections is really rough. Round Ball 2-on-2 Challenge is a half-court basketball game. There's a roster of players that you pick a team from, and pick out an opposing team, and then you take it to the hoop. The game works pretty well, though there is one complication that isn't immediately clear. The action doesn't stop after somebody makes a basket, and so you have to take the ball to the back court before you're allowed to shoot. Technically, you're supposed to just go past the half circle at the free throw line, but I had a lot of trouble getting it to work consistently for me. And the computer seemed to have no issue with stealing the ball and then taking an immediate shot. I'm going to be generous and assume user error on my part, because other than that, this is pretty good basketball. Scaling it down to 2-on-2 lets it work on the NES without any problems. This was made by Park Place Productions, who was a very short-lived company that specialized in sports games, including creating the first iteration of Madden. So Round Ball has a bit of a pedigree. We're back to Wisdom Tree, and this time they're making a sequel to one of their better games. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho is the sequel to Exodus. Most of the game mechanics are exactly the same. It's still a knockoff of Boulder Dash, though it's even closer to Boulder Dash this time since the enemies now move in patterns. Your goal is to collect enough of the treasure to open the exit, and that includes all of the question mark blocks, which now look like faces to me, and those are often hidden behind or inside terrain. Joshua blasts things with song power, so you can clear dirt, destroy boulders, and kill enemies from a short distance away. Between stages, you're asked Bible trivia questions, and if you get enough of those correct, then you earn an extra life. There's also a password system so that you can start from any level that you've reached. Setting aside how the theme has gotten some unsavory ties in recent years, the real problem with Joshua is that the level design is awful. Because items you need to clear the stage are hidden, you wind up just having to monotonously search everywhere. This one's better than Exodus, but not by that much. Cricket is a sport that the British invented because they felt baseball was too fast-paced and exciting. International cricket is the best cricket game on the NES, solely because it's the only cricket game on the NES. Developed by the Australian Beam Software, and published under their own label, Laserbeam, you'd think they'd take the opportunity to put their best foot forward with this sport. And it's not very good. I should say, I don't think the presentation's bad at all. The characters are nice and big, it's easy to see what's going on. The problem comes down to the controls, and bowling in particular. It just feels like you have absolutely no control when it comes to bowling. Since you'll be doing that about half the time in the game, that's actually a pretty significant negative. It's always tough going back to old sports games, and there's many better cricket video games than international cricket, just on other platforms. Daydreamin' Davy is the game from HAL Labs that everyone forgets about. Okay, they only published it. It was actually developed by Sculptured Software. And I'm afraid it's a lot closer to Sculptured Software quality rather than HAL quality. The concept here is that Davy's a schoolboy who fantasizes, and those become the stages that you play through. It's played from an overhead view, where A is your primary attack, B is a secondary attack that you pick up, and then you have to hit A and B at the same time to jump. You have to jump over obstacles, and you have to jump to hit aerial enemies. The levels are aimless mazes where all the passages look alike, and you have to go to various goals in that maze until you can defeat the boss. So you might have to explore, find the right weapons, and then find the end of the maze. Daydreamin' Davy is a poorly playing game, both in terms of level design and how the combat feels. You'll want to wake up from the nightmare when playing this one. Sierra Online kept a pretty tight leash on the King's Quest series. There were exactly 2 console ports of the classic games before things got refreshed about 10 years ago. The original King's Quest was released on the Sega Master System in 1989. And here's King's Quest V for the NES. This port was developed by Novotrade and published by Konami, so not a lot of direct involvement by Sierra here. And as for the quality of the port, well, it's nice that they were somehow able to make it. As adventure games, King's Quest is known for 2 things: the whimsical fairy tale parody setting, and being monstrously cruel to players. And King's Quest V is particularly noteworthy for putting players in a situation where they cannot win and won't realize it for hours. But hey, they somehow managed to get the massive adventure game onto the NES. So full marks for that accomplishment. Power Punch 2 is a game that's better known for its story than its gameplay. And I mean the story behind the game, not the story in the game. When Nintendo dropped Mike Tyson as a sponsor for Punch-Out, some people saw an opportunity. You get the Mike Tyson name on a boxing game, and then you try to make it look like you've made a sequel. Beam Software got there first, and it was published by American Softworks. They started development on Power Punch 2 with no Power Punch 1, because the whole idea was to scam people. Fortunately for people who might have gotten suckered, Tyson got arrested while the game was in development, and so they had to drop his name from the game. And so no one was fooled into buying Power Punch 2, a terrible boxing game that tried to coast by with someone else's reputation and failed miserably. Capcom decided to not release Darkwing Duck in Japan, but I have to say the Famicom was really missing out. Darkwing Duck is Capcom in top form. You're playing as the Disney Afternoon superhero Darkwing Duck, and you have to pick which villains you want to take on, similar to Mega Man. After you defeat 6 of them, it's on to the final stage. Besides your regular gun, you can pick up power-ups that give you a different special weapon, but with limited ammunition. You also have the ability to cling to the underside of platforms and some terrain, and then jump further from there. Darkwing Duck has a lot of classic action from Capcom, and it's one of their best 8-bit games. B-52 is another unlicensed game from Camerica, which means it was developed by Codemasters. The concept is that you're a bee flying around a garden or other environment, and your goal is to visit flowers and collect as much nectar as possible. After you visit 3 flowers, you have too much nectar to continue, and so you have to fly back to the hive to drop it off. Once you've collected enough nectar, the game continues on to the next stage. You're not defenseless against the wildlife that's in the area. You have the ability to sting enemies that are below you, or to shoot them from range. The sting is way more powerful than shooting, though. It only takes 1 hit to knock you out, and the sprites are pretty large, so you're an easy target. B-52 turns out to be a pretty good game. Since you have to go out and bring things back, there's a bit of give and take in how far you want to push things. You know you'll have to get to the back end of the level eventually, but maybe you want to learn the front half before you try that? Overall, B-52 is a pretty fun little shooter, just maybe not what you're expecting when you want to shoot 'em up. Turrican might be the last great Commodore 64 game. An action game that pushed the hardware to its absolute limits, letting you free roam around huge stages, firing big guns at tons of enemies. Super Turrican on the NES is not quite that original game. It's actually a mixture of Turrican 1 and Turrican 2. Your overall goal is just to get to the end of every stage, but you'll have a hard time doing that if you don't explore. You need to get the power-ups that are hidden everywhere in order to push through the big enemies that are ahead of you. One thing to be careful of is that the NES version of Super Turrican is not a port of the Super Nintendo Super Turrican. That's actually a completely separate game. While I think I like the computer versions better, I have absolutely no complaints about this console version of Turrican. Turrican might be the best action game that Europe ever produced for a microcomputer, and this port, which was created 100% by the game's original creator, Manfred Trenz, does that original version justice. Greg Norman's Golf Power, or Golf Power Greg Norman's if you go by the title screen, is one of the more complicated golf games on the NES. The reason for that is the game includes a rather comprehensive course editor, and on the cartridge are 4 pre-made courses. But because these courses are stored as basically saved data for the course editor, if you want to play a round of golf, you have to wait almost 30 seconds for the course to load. That's right, there's loading times on an NES golf game. As for how it plays once you finally have it loaded, it's not as smooth as it could be. You have to hold down the button for your swing power, and then tap again when you want to strike the ball, but you can't tap for the strike early. It has to go past the starting point, otherwise the ball doesn't go anywhere. This game was developed by Gremlin Interactive, who are one of the big names in the 80s computer scene, but struggled to find success throughout the 90s. Greg Norman's Golf Power is not one of their better efforts, and you might as well play pretty much any other golf game. Dragon Strike, or Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Dragon Strike, is the second game by that title. The first one was a flight simulator, one where all the combat took place on Dragonback. For the NES, they decided to not go that way, and instead turned it into a free-roaming shooter. There's a series of missions that you take on, and you have to destroy targets with your dragon. You get your choice of 3 different dragons, which are also kind of the difficulty, and then you just fly around the area trying to complete your objectives. One distinctive thing here is that there's multiple flight levels. So for some targets you'll have to swoop down and get low, but that also makes you vulnerable to running into the terrain. This is one of the better free-roaming shooters on the NES, but I think it winds up being kind of fun, though the early stages are way too easy. With Kickoff, I had to take a look at some footage of how the game was played, because while I was playing it, people were zipping around at super speed, the ball was going random directions, people would slide across the entire pitch when they went for the ball, and control bounced almost randomly between players. Turns out, that's just how the game works. Enigma Variations was responsible for this game, and Imagineer thought it was worth their time to publish it. Every time I think that I have seen the worst 8-bit soccer game, somehow someone finds a way to go lower. It shouldn't be possible to make a soccer game this bad. It's 1992. People know how to make good soccer games. I don't know how they thought that this was acceptable. Defenders of Dynatron City, developed by LucasArts and featuring a 6-member superhero team. That's the kind of thing that'd make you go, ooh, that sounds cool. And then you play it, and you really wish you hadn't. For one thing, the heroes aren't especially well thought out. It's not like they could use X-Men in a 6-player beat-em-up. Then, rather than having carefully constructed stages, you've got a map of the city, which turns out to actually be about the size of a postage stamp. And then when you fight, well, hitting enemies seems to have more to do with random chance than how you're playing. I thought it might be because you have to be really precisely lined up, and then I did that and still whiffed at random points. Defenders of Dynatron City is a game that will make you sad. It was supposed to be a multimedia franchise with an animated series, but obviously that didn't happen. You know how far along in the history of video games we are at this point? Baseball Stars 2 is a port of a Neo Geo game. The first Baseball Stars was released on the NES, but I didn't talk about it in this video because it was part of the giant wave of baseball games in 1989 that completely flooded out the Famicom. At this point, SNK wasn't making NES games anymore, so it was ported by Pixel and released by their associates at Romstar. And Baseball Stars 2 is a pretty good baseball game. As you might expect from its arcade origins, it's very action-driven. There's going to be a lot of big hits, a lot of stolen bases, basically something happening all the time. And this is one of those baseball games where the fielding is semi-automatic. Your fielders will get into the general vicinity of where the ball's going. So Baseball Stars 2 winds up being pretty good and approachable. I know some of you were worried that we wouldn't get Solitaire on the NES, but here you go, from American Video Entertainment. And it is Solitaire. It is exactly what it says on the package. You can pick card backs, you can change their color, you can choose to draw 1 or draw 3. And that's all you get here. I guess if you didn't have a computer or a deck of cards, then this would be okay, though I still wonder why they even bothered. Is that toddler holding an Uzi? I actually saw RoboCop 3 in the theaters, because I'm a crazy person, and there was a small kid in it, but I don't remember her strapping heat. Probe Software and Ocean birthed this monstrosity of a game upon an unsuspecting public. I know that RoboCop 3 is an infamously awful movie, but that doesn't mean you have to make an infamously awful game to go with it. This is supposed to be a run-and-gun, only they do just about everything wrong. If you want to shoot at an angle, you have to stop and aim in that direction first. Enemies get launched at you like they're coming out of a fire hose, spraying a continuous stream of bullets as they go. The way that you recover health is by picking up items on the stages, and then at the end of the level, you can choose to repair RoboCop's individual components in tiny increments. They did as much as possible to make this game as unfun as possible. And so, no one will ever find anything good in any version of RoboCop 3. Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat is shockingly an extremely good racing game. It was originally an arcade game, and when Rare made this home version, they really captured the spirit of it. You start out with some cash and can buy some upgrades, and then earn more cash as you go along. You do laps around some fairly complex looking tracks, and there aren't any power-ups to collect like in Super Sprint. It's just racing. You have just enough fuel to be able to do 2 laps, so you have to pit twice during the race, though as you progress you can make your car more fuel efficient. You wind up with a bit of strategy this way. Pit early when there's no crowd, or wait until you have to stop. Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat is the last word in top-down racers for the NES. This is as good as it gets. Here's our final Addams Family game, and every single Addams Family game has been based on a different aspect of the property. Fester's Quest is based on the original series, the Addams Family was based on the movie, and Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt is based on the animated series. While this plays similar to the previous Addams Family game, I feel that Pugsley's Scavenger Hunt winds up playing a bit better. Part of that is better level design. It all makes a lot more sense. Part of that is that the game is a lot more straightforward. You have to explore the Addams Family house and rescue everyone from the monsters that have invaded it. And while it's not really a Metroidvania, since you don't get powers that let you access new areas, you do find hints and clues as you explore to point you in new directions. One downside to Pugsley's scavenger hunt is that this is the version that's kind of an afterthought. 16-bit versions of this game were already out at the time, and those are really the ones that you'd want to play. Camerica brings us Stunt Kids, and unfortunately it's one of their more mediocre efforts. The idea is it's a one-on-one racing game, where two kids on bikes go through a stunt course. You're so out of control though, you're gonna crash into things, and it feels like there's nothing you can do about it. You can accelerate, and you can jump, and that's pretty much it. The courses are laid out so that if you avoid one obstacle, you'll likely crash into the next. And at top speed, you can't reasonably react to what's coming up. At least if you lose, you can continue playing other courses, but you only need to play one course before you realize Stunt Kids is not worth your time. Oh boy, another Simpsons game! In the case of Krusty's Funhouse, Acclaim took a completely different game that Audiogenic was developing and just put Simpsons characters in it. On the one hand, it is an impressively lazy cash-in. On the other, that would be very on brand for Krusty the Clown. The idea behind the game is that you're trying to get the mice in Krusty's Funhouse to a mouse extermination machine. The mice just walk back and forth, bouncing off walls and returning, basically acting like lemmings. As Krusty, you can explore the level, pick up some blocks, and put them back down, and hopefully make a path that leads the mice to their doom. There's also blocks that you can kick or pry open for extra points, the occasional monster you have to get out of your way, and plenty of things that will make the mice move in unexpected ways. The NES version might be the worst version of the game, because the levels are sprawling, but there's not much happening in them. Instead of being tightly focused puzzles, you have to wander around all over the place, trying to find the pieces that will let you maneuver the mice, and then slowly get them through the level. Krusty's Funhouse winds up being yet another inferior Krusty brand product. Contra Force could have been a good game, but notoriously, there is a significant bug in the game that causes everything to slow to a painful crawl whenever there's enemies on the screen. And since it's a Contra game, that will be pretty much all the time. Rather than picking up weapons as they drop, you have a Gradius-style power-up meter, and collecting briefcases advance it. You also have the ability to add a partner character that's computer-controlled. It can also be controlled by a second player, just like in the classic Contra games, but if you don't have a friend around, well, there you go. Contra Force winds up being really unpleasant to play thanks to that massive slowdown effect, and this is the start of a real downturn in the Contra series. And unfortunately, it spends most of the 90s in some really bad places. Where would we be without our regular influx of WWF games? Probably a happier place. WWF WrestleMania Steel Cage Challenge is a dramatic departure from previous 8-bit WWF games. It has the option of having a metal cage around the match. This cage has pretty much no effect on the game. You can't bounce off the ropes, and you can win by climbing out of the cage while your opponent is down. In other words, it eliminates a set of moves you can perform, and climbing has the exact same effect on the match as pinning someone, so really there isn't much here. Maybe the biggest change is the roster, which of course features all of the biggest stars at the time. Like all 8-bit wrestling games, WWF WrestleMania Steel Cage Challenge suffers from a limited moveset, action that mainly comes down to mashing buttons, and gameplay that tends to drag on far too long. I'll be glad when I can put all of this 8-bit wrestling behind me. You know what the kids in 1992 were clamoring for? The Blues Brothers. Yes, the 1980 film starring Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi was all that any kid was talking about in 1992. which of course is why the NES version of the Blues Brothers became such a smash hit. Okay, I mean, it would have been a smash hit if it wasn't one of the worst NES games of all time. This is one of those situations where it was designed as a computer game, and you can tell. For example, you slide around like crazy when you're running around the stage, and you have to perform some weirdly precise jumps just to progress. And of course, failing a jump sends you back to earlier parts of the stage, so you get to do it all over again. This game was created by Titus, who are best known for creating all of the worst games on various platforms. For example, on the Nintendo 64, they made Blues Brothers 2000, so they just didn't know when to quit. Trolls on Treasure Island is another unlicensed game from American Video Entertainment, and if you've been watching this video instead of just listening to it as you do something else, then this is going to seem very familiar to you. And that's because it's just dudes with attitudes all over again. There's a new set of stages, and instead of changing your entire color, you change the troll's hair color. Other than that, you just keep bouncing back and forth, matching the color to the item you want to collect, and you have to collect all the items to reveal the exit from the stage. I guess if you really wanted more dudes with attitude, here you go. This isn't even the last Trolls game for the NES, but the other one was a sprite replacement of a Famicom game, so it's not going to show up in this video. Color Dreams decided to use their original name rather than Wisdom Tree for Operation Secret Storm. It is a game that puts you in the shoes of President George W. invading Iraq all on his lonesome. Now you just know that a company that has shifted their entire focus to Christian media will handle subjects like the Iraq War appropriately. Yeah, it's real bad, and I'm amazed it's not worse. If you're dumb enough to try to play Operation Secret Storm, then you're greeted with a truly bad, side-scrolling beat-em-up, where you'll make a little bit of progress, and then the screen will freeze so that you can fight one or two enemies, and then you'll be able to make a little bit more progress, and repeat. Perhaps the most annoying thing about playing this game is the visual design, where it's tough to tell what's a platform and what isn't. This is the kind of game that's awful from multiple directions. Multi-dimensional awfulness. This must be the section of the list for games with unfortunate historical connotations. Stanley, the Search for Dr. Livingstone, not Livingstone, is an exploration platformer game where you're playing Stanley on his quest through colonial Africa, looking for the explorer Dr. Livingstone, who vanished while investigating an ancient temple. The game might be set in Africa, but there's not a lot of Africans around, and the few ones that there are tend to be enemies that throw spears at you. Stanley starts out with a gyrocopter that can slow his descent, and he has to collect items that will give him new movement options to access new areas, and slowly explore a map of Central Africa. Sculptured Software made this game for Electrobrain, and if you ignore the theme of European colonization of Africa, then Stanley, the Search for Dr. Livingstone, is actually a pretty creative game. The combat isn't as smooth as it could be, and enemies tend to jerk to sudden positions, but the exploration part works really well. Without that bad theming, this would just be a near miss. But with it, it's more, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I knew going into this video that I'd be playing an awful lot of really bad licensed games, so it's nice when I run into a licensed game that's actually good. Felix the Cat was an animated character created during the silent film era, and these days he's best remembered as the first image transmitted by what would be the modern television. This game was intended as a tie-in to a Felix the Cat movie, though that film isn't even as well known as this game, because it is just that bad. The game Felix the Cat is an action platformer, kind of in the style of Super Mario Bros. 3, where your goal is to get to the end of every stage, but there's tons of things to collect and power-ups to use before you get there. The structure is simple, but it's put together so well. Mysterious developer Shimada Kikaku were the ones who made it for Hudson, and they did a really spectacular job with it. And then on the flip side of the licensed game coin, we have Spider-Man: Return of the Sinister Six. A game in which Spider-Man has trouble hitting anybody because he prefers to do jump kicks when you press the attack button, and they pass right through enemies. You can climb some surfaces but not others, with no way to tell the difference. You can stick webs to some surfaces but not others. How do you know which is which? Well, you have to try. Of course, you could just jump around as Spider-Man, but you jump in this weirdly high arc with barely any control. As one might expect, LJN published this. They made a lot of bad Spider-Man games around this time, and it was developed by Bit Studio, who made a lot of bad games. This isn't the worst Spider-Man game from the 90s, but that's only because there were a lot of bad Spider-Man games around then. You know, I'm starting to feel like someone's out to get me. The first Home Alone game was really, really bad. Home Alone 2 is also really, really bad, just in a different way. In Home Alone 2, you travel to different locations throughout New York, constantly having your giant sprite collide with things that you can't avoid, use attacks that are ineffective at best, and collect items that don't really help you a whole lot. You'll have to climb background objects that don't quite line up with where you can step, and avoid enemies that can kill you in one hit and will appear on top of you the moment you enter their room. Don't worry, you can't tell the difference between enemies that will kill you in one hit and enemies that will just hurt you, either. If the sound effects seem similar, that's because they're all reused from the Simpsons games. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather play those. The final of Camerica's Quattro packs, Quattro Arcade might be the best of them. Or at least it has 2 games in it that I think are decent. All 4 games in this situation were originally released on the Commodore 64. CJ's Elephant Antics is the worst of the 4 games. It's the one that's a basic platformer, and the problem with it is that the hit detection just doesn't match what you see on screen. You die with 1 touch from anything, which just makes that worse. But to make up for it, they have to give you 9 lives. If you have to give the players 9 lives to deal with how poorly made the game is, you've got a problem. Stunt Buggies is a maze chase game very similar in style to Rally X. You have to collect the bombs and then make your way to the exit, all while avoiding other cars and maybe causing them to spin out if you release some smoke. There's hidden bonus items that will appear throughout the levels, and they'll let you do things like warp a few screens ahead or destroy all of the cars. This one actually plays really well. The maze design has a lot of dead ends, but that's part of the challenge of playing it. And you've got a mini-map that'll help you deal with the more complicated maze structure. F-16 Renegade is a very slow, very boring shoot-'em-up. Creep up the screen, watch enemies very gradually appear and come after you, shoot the correct ones and a power-up will appear, and these are progressive, so you'll gain additional shots, eventually a wide shot, then it'll go back to a narrow shot but stronger. Yeah, the weapon progression wasn't well thought out. This shoot-'em-up is just not even worth looking at. Finally, there's Go Dizzy Go, which is kind of a puzzle game in the style of Pengo. Dizzy runs around a maze and has to collect all of the fruit, and there's bonuses that you get for collecting just the flashing fruit, plus there are items that appear. Dizzy's primary weapon is pushing the blocks of the maze around, hopefully crushing the enemies that are pursuing him. And Dizzy can push an entire line of the maze at once. Go Dizzy Go winds up being a fairly creative, pretty good arcade-style action game. If you're wondering how Noah's Ark managed to get past Nintendo's censorship, well, it wasn't released in America, so Nintendo of America couldn't touch it. Konami only released Noah's Ark in Europe. Not that Noah's Ark really follows the biblical story. Noah travels the world from ancient Rome to the Wild West. It's a platforming game, and on every stage, the world is slowly flooding. Noah has to get to the end of every level, and then after completing 3 stages in an area, he has to fight a monster, which will then undo all of the flooding. Source Research and Development made this, and they were a European developer who really didn't make much at all. So it's a bit weird that Konami picked this one up. Collecting animals are power-ups, but only cute animals. Noah has to kill all of the other animals. This is a decent and kind of obscure game. It has a few problems, but at least it has a sense of style. Prince of Persia is one of the all-time classic games. The originator of the cinematic platformer, it was originally designed for 8-bit computers. You'd expect an NES port to work just fine. So what happened here, Motive Time? What did you do to Prince of Persia? Prince of Persia is a game that relies on perfectly smooth controls, executed exactly. And something has happened here where the control scheme no longer works that way. You can't drop down from ledges very easily, for example. Or you can walk right off cliffs if you're doing the slow walk, even when you're not at the edge. If you've never played Prince of Persia, that might not sound like a big deal, but it is a very big deal that makes playing the game much, much harder. Also, they didn't scale the game to fit the NES resolution, so now every screen scrolls just a little bit. The whole thing is just awful. Prince of Persia got ported to pretty much every platform in existence, and you should definitely play any other version besides this. Tecmo made a lot of good sports games, so I had high hopes for Tecmo NBA basketball, and then I played it and all those hopes were dashed. The game fails on one key point, but it's a big one. If you just look at it from a distance, it seems fine. It's a nicely presented 5-on-5 basketball game with both the NBA and Players Association licenses. The problem is that they packed 10 players on the court and gave them AI so that every single player chases the ball to both ends of the court, and that results in a giant flickery mess. I can't see where the ball is or how the action is flowing half the time. There's just a giant mass of flashing pixels. I suspect the problem is the developer, who wasn't Tecmo, it was Sculptured Software, a developer that I have quickly learned to dread. Widget is an ambitious little game that's got some significant technical problems, but still winds up being kind of neat. It was based on an animated series, and Graphic Research developed it for Atlas. The big gimmick for Widget is that after clearing stages, you gained another transformation for Widget. He's the purple alien that's the hero of the game. With those transformations, you could access other areas, get some additional helpful items, and make your life a bit easier. Unfortunately, it was possible to use those transformations in ways that caused the game to go a little bit wonky. And these weren't things that you had to really seek out. It was pretty easy to stumble across it on your own. Still, Widget's a pretty nice action game. Any game where you can power up and then go back to revisit old areas and do new things is okay in my book. Here's another game based on an animated series, James Bond Jr. And this one is a lot worse. James Bond Jr. is the nephew of James Bond. Yeah, right. Quit trying to duck the child support, James. And it's an action platformer where you have to shoot your way through an army of villains. You have limited ammunition, though once it gets below 20, it'll automatically refill to 20. A real problem with this game is that all of the enemies take a ton of hits to defeat. You have to unload a dozen bullets into even the weakest enemy to take them down. Meanwhile, they're still firing at you, so this winds up grinding the game down to a snail's pace, as you pop out, shoot a couple times, pop back, slowly creeping along. Because of this, James Bond Jr. winds up being incredibly boring. Lemmings was the smash hit puzzle game for computers that got ported to literally everything. I swear Lemmings has almost as many ports as Doom. It was originally by DMA Designs, who would change their name and create some games about stealing cars. But this NES port is by Ocean Software. Now, having not played every single Lemmings port, I can't say that the NES version is the worst, but I have played a lot of versions of Lemmings, and it is the worst I've played. The Lemmings flow too quickly, they move too fast on the screen, to the point that I was wondering if I was playing the PAL version, and I wasn't. You can't click accurately. Sometimes they're unresponsive to your clicking, and since a lot of puzzles require precise timing on that click, that would mean starting over from the beginning. And then there's things like the graphical changes. You can't demolish terrain properly, and builders go up at a very steep angle, which makes it very easy for them to die falling off their own stairs. If someone told you how amazing Lemmings was to play, and then you got the NES version, you would think that person was crazy. Just stay far away from this one and play any other version. Back to Wisdom Tree and their Christian unlicensed games with Spiritual Warfare, their attempt to make a Zelda-like. And this might be the most playable game that they made. I wouldn't say it's good, but it's definitely functional. You get fruit to throw at the unbelievers, and when you strike some of them, a demon pops out. You'll have to go through various dungeons to get items that let you progress, and carefully explore the world looking for secrets so you can have enough power in order to fight the demons. Sometimes angels will show up, and if you talk to them, you'll have to answer Bible trivia questions for health and money. Spiritual Warfare isn't especially large or complex, but I actually could see someone having a good time with this, unlike most Wisdom Tree games. And taking us to the opposite side of the Sinner Divide, here's American Video Entertainment's unlicensed Blackjack cartridge. In Blackjack, you can bet and play Blackjack, and that's it. I did notice that you seem to be playing with a standard 52 card deck, which means you can practice card counting with it. Not that casinos would ever play with a 52 card deck, but you could at least teach yourself the principles here. Well, it's not that difficult. You mainly keep track of the tens as they come out, since for the purposes of Blackjack, there's 12 tens in a 52 card deck, so you can use that to keep track of how the deck is weighted towards high cards. Well, anyways, that's probably the only real enjoyment anyone could get out of this Blackjack cartridge. You know, I don't want to be negative. I want to play the cool games. The fun ones. But they're making this so hard on me. The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle and Friends is one of the NES's disaster pieces. The nicest thing I can say about it is it's the first game by Radical Entertainment, who would go on to make things like the Good Simpsons games and Hulk Ultimate Destruction. It's not an auspicious start, though. Rocky and Bullwinkle is an action game where I'm not even entirely sure what you're supposed to be doing. Bullwinkle can pick up bombs, or they can be thrown at him. The ones that you can pick up and the ones that hurt you have the exact same sprite. You can freely move left and right on a stage, but all of the enemies respawn if you do this. It's really easy to get stuck by those enemies, and then just watch your health bar vanish instantaneously. If you manage to clear a few stages, then you can play as Rocky, who has the ability to glide, since he's a flying squirrel, but making any kind of progress here requires that you play the game, and you don't want to do that. Now, I'm not especially fond of Joe and Mac. I found the Super Nintendo version to be okay, and that was a fairly accurate port of the original arcade version, so I didn't really bother with the NES version. That said, this is a completely different game, and one that I think turned out a bit better. The game is stripped way down. You're just playing as the two cavemen, chucking your attacks at enemies that come your way, but it keeps the game pretty fast-paced. Also, they gave the game a kind of parallax scrolling effect, something not easy to do on the NES. One problem with it is I actually think the first stage is the weakest part of the game, so you do need to stick with it until it gets a bit better. F-117A Stealth Fighter is another port of a computer flight simulator from Microprose. It seems to be built on the same engine that they used for the NES version of F-15 Strike Eagle, for all the good and ill that comes from that. The frame rate seems to be about 5 FPS, and the actual sim part of the flight simulator is missing. You can be at an altitude of 40,000 feet and see ground targets as though they were right alongside you, and then take them out with guns. One nice thing I found was that the game at least gives you a little bit of instructions on your heads-up display, to help you with some of the more complicated controls. Oddly, it feels like they reused a lot of the same missions as F-15 Strike Eagle, since the first set takes you to Libya again, following the exact same path to the same targets. Maybe there's a few differences here that I'm overlooking, but it really feels like they tried to reuse stuff. So I've been doing this lightning round style because with over 350 games, I don't have enough time to really get deep into any of them. I'm recording 5 to 10 minutes of footage, and moving on. And even still, just getting to this point in the video has been 3 continuous weeks of work. I'm mentioning that because while I was playing The Great Waldo Search, I beat the game. I had never played it before, I'll probably never play it again, but I still beat the game in less than 10 minutes. The game uses themes from the book The Great Waldo Search, or The Great Wally Search if you're in the UK, and all you're doing is looking for the sprite of Waldo, who stands out on every stage except the last one, and then spotting a scroll. If you find Waldo's dog, you go to a small mini-game where you can collect additional points, and you can collect clocks to increase your time limit. The big issue here is that, like I said, Waldo practically jumps out at you in these pictures. It's kind of the opposite of what you want when you're searching for Waldo. You know what nobody has ever said ever? I really wish I could play Power Punch 3. George Foreman's KO Boxing is built on the same engine as notoriously awful boxing game Power Punch 2, only this time the appliance magnate that they chose to headline the game didn't go to prison while the game was being developed. As a boxing game, it plays a lot like Punch-Out! If Punch-Out was designed by someone who didn't have any sense of design or rhythm. While the mechanics of how you throw a punch and dodge are pretty much the same. Your opponents don't give wind-ups for most of their attacks. There aren't any tells that you can use to make quick responses. There are no gimmicks that you can figure out to take down the opponent faster. Even the first opponent hits much harder than you do. And when he backs off to do a special combo, it's so out of place compared to the rest of the game that it doesn't make any sense that it's there. George Foreman's KO Boxing is a pretty bad boxing game. They should have made it a game about grilling hamburgers. It's the final Simpsons game in this video. I think we can all be overjoyed at that. The Simpsons Bartman meets Radioactive Man exists in a weird area because Bartman as a character was created solely for merchandise. Bart Simpson in a superhero costume with the name taken from a rap song on a novelty album. The concept of the game is that you're playing as Bartman, attempting to rescue Radioactive Man. Bartman can punch out enemies, and pick up items that grant him other powers. Just like previous Simpsons games, it relies a lot on platforming, and the platforming doesn't work well. I just kept falling through some platforms that I was jumping to. There's also lots of blind jumps into areas where there are enemies waiting, combat that doesn't really work properly, and traps that are just completely unfair. I'm mostly glad this is over, so I won't have to play another Simpsons game for a long, long time. In contrast to what we just saw, The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles is a licensed game based on a television series, and the game is actually good. Yeah, that's a real shocker at this point over 300 games into this video. I mean, the TV show wasn't really very good. This is an action game where you're running around beating up various historical figures, and you collect power-ups that give you different weapons. Getting hit knocks off a power-up, whether it's your gun, whip, or hat. Even the stage design is pretty good, with a variety of challenges thrown at you. Jaleco made this one themselves, and they did a really impressive job with The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. This is one of the unsung greats of the NES. If you really liked RC Pro-Am, I've got great news for you. There's an RC Pro-Am 2, and it's pretty much the same game, but with more tracks. That's not even a complaint. When it comes to a basic racing game like this, that's pretty much exactly what you want from a sequel. Rare made the original, and Rare made this version, though this time it had to be published by Trade West. RC Pro-Am 2 controls just as well as the original, contains the same methods of upgrading your car, and lets you buy weapons to shoot the other cars off the track. Seriously, it is just RC Pro-Am all over again. So if you like the original, you'll be very happy, and if you didn't, well, then you wouldn't play it, so why would you care? Imagineering may be done with making Simpsons games, but they're not done with that engine and sound effects, because here is Swamp Thing. And once again, this is based on a cartoon that was running at the time, rather than the movies or the comic books. The most memorable thing about the cartoon was that the theme song was Wild Thing with some of the lyrics replaced. As for the game, Swamp Thing handles like a muck-encrusted mockery of a man, and that makes the platforming miserable. He also punches very slowly, and there's a bad tendency for enemies to just park on top of Swamp Thing and kill him rapidly. Swamp Thing is another game that often comes up in the conversation for worst 8-bit game. I don't think I can take it that far. I've seen some things. But you don't have to play it long to wish that you'd never play it again. The Terminator was developed by Radical Entertainment and published by Mindscape, and once again, it was based on an animated series that was airing at that time. Nah, I just made that up. But the way things were going in the early 90s, it was definitely believable. This is an action game where you're playing as Kyle Reese, and you have to shoot your way through an army of Terminators who are surprisingly vulnerable to bullets. Initially, your goal is to get back in time and save Sarah Connor, because the descendant of ChatGPT has sent an entire battalion of Terminators to 1984 in order to kill her. Terminator plays like a game designed by someone who doesn't play video games. It has all of the basic structures, but none of them work especially well. For example, there's conveyor belts as obstacles in some stages, but they're so slow that they don't really do anything. The hostile Terminators have a bad tendency to just walk off edges and into pits, and you can get special weapons that are totally ineffective. In the end, the Terminator is just another mediocre license game with nothing that makes it stand out. Tiny Toon Adventures Cartoon Workshop is a nice idea with poor execution. It was developed by Novo Trade International, and Konami published it since they had the Tiny Toons license. The idea was that you could make your own cartoons, but the interface is a real challenge to use, and the limitations are so severe that any user would find themselves quickly frustrated. For example, you can only have 2 animated objects on screen at once. There's roughly half a dozen characters, and another half dozen objects, which for some reason are mainly clouds and rain. The characters don't have multiple poses or anything like that. You've just got a small amount of control of their movement. There's a movie timeline, but it barely works, and it's a lot harder to set up scenes than you might realize. There's also no save function here. Once you power off, your work is gone forever. This kind of animation toy wasn't uncommon in the early 90s, but I'm afraid the platform limitations of the NES stopped Tiny Toon Adventures Cartoon Workshop from being really good. Best of the Best Championship Karate has nothing to do with the movie Best of the Best. The game is kind of a sequel to Panza Kickboxing, and these were originally designed to be computer games. It was developed by Logiciel and published by Electrobrain in the US, though Logiciel published it themselves in Europe. Best of the Best is a fighting game that has just missed out on the fighting game revolution. It plays like something designed in 1988. But this game was being published at the end of 1992. Street Fighter II had already taken over the world, and every publisher on the planet was making their own Street Fighter II clone. Best of the Best features poor hit detection, combat that gets paused and broken up every time something exciting happens, and a really unclear control scheme. The most interesting thing about it are how the lights go out to indicate your health. The only reason that you'd play Best of the Best is if you couldn't get Street Fighter II and were desperately trying to convince yourself that it was just as good. I'm a little surprised I haven't seen more gambling games. It looks like most of those also got released on the Famicom. So Caesar's Palace is my first proper casino. You're given some starting cash, and then you can go play slots, roulette, blackjack, or video poker. If you're not familiar with the name Caesar's Palace, it is a real-life casino in Las Vegas that has a Roman theme, though there's no Roman theme on display in the game. I always find gambling in video games to be kind of dull. Casino games aren't very good games. They're not supposed to be. They're games of chance that favor the house. The only reason to play is for the opportunity to win some money. You don't get that in a video game, so why play Caesar's Palace on your NES? Parasol Stars Rainbow Island 2 Bubble Bobble 3 was only released in Europe, and I'm playing that version on an NTSC console, so there are a few graphical glitches here, but it still plays just fine. This time, Bub and Bob can stun enemies with their umbrellas, pick up those enemies or other objects with the umbrella, and then throw them around. It winds up feeling a lot closer to the original Bubble Bobble than Rainbow Islands did, though perhaps by way of something like Snow Bros that was inspired by Bubble Bobble. The arcade version's cute, though there is a reason why there isn't a Parasol Stars 2. Ocean made this port, and it is barely adequate. There's a lot of reducing things to flickery messes, especially as things line up. And given the nature of the game, that is something that's going to happen a lot. Fortunately, the game is slow-paced enough that this doesn't ruin it, but you're better off playing other versions of this one. This is the last Camerica game I'm going to talk about, but not the last Codemasters game. There's some behind-the-scenes shuffling happening. Big Nose the Caveman was the star of an earlier game from Codemasters, and for Big Nose Freaks Out, they go back to the drawing board and do something completely different. They make a Sonic game. Seriously, this is extremely close to the Master System version of Sonic the Hedgehog. Big Nose is on some kind of board that moves super fast, and he spins when he jumps. You do have to hit the attack button, and you've got a ranged attack if you pick up certain power-ups, but it still flows like Sonic. The level design is straight out of the Sonic Handbook. You power down when you get hit, and if you don't have any power-ups, then you get killed. I honestly find it amazing that Codemasters did this on the NES. Big Nose Freaks Out is a surprisingly impressive game. Break Time, the National Pool Tour, is a game about water polo. No, of course not, it's pool. There have been a few 8-bit pool games already. They just happened to get released both in the US and Japan, so didn't talk about them in the video. Break Time, on the other hand, is pretty bad. Pony Canyon developed this one and published it themselves under their FCI label. And it does pretty much everything wrong as a pool game. You aim your shot with a crosshair. Not rotating where you're aiming, I mean literally putting a crosshair down where you want the ball to go. Already, that's removing one of the skill aspects of the video game. Then when you want to shoot, and you just hit the button once when it reaches the power that you want. Again, not much of a timing challenge here. Once you know how the interface works, it's all free. The pockets are massively huge. There's no modeling of spin on the ball. The physics for how the balls handle on the table barely does what they're supposed to. Don't expect to see a lot of friction, and everything is severely deterministic, which eliminates any possibility of variation. Break Time is a very poorly designed pool game, and you'd be better off with any of the other ones. Overlord is unique on the NES because it's a 4X game. It's based on a computer game from the mid-80s that was originally titled Supremacy, Your Will Be Done. They had to use a different title in the US because there was already a game called Supremacy. As a 4X game, Overlord is pretty basic. It's just you in the galaxy with one opponent. You start at opposite ends, and then build up your colonies, buy space fleets, and send them out to conquer and colonize. This is a pretty complicated game, so you will have to read the manual and stumble around for a while before you understand how to play it. While the interface is icon-driven, They don't really help you out with what the icons are, and there's a lot of basic strategic functions that aren't as clear as they could be. With that said, Overlord is still at least worth a look just because there's nothing else on the NES like it. The console ports of Ultima 3 and 4 were released originally on the Famicom before getting an NES release. But when it came time for Ultima 5, well, Ultima 6 was already out on the Super Famicom, so there wasn't really a push to get this one in Japan. This console port was made by Origin themselves, and they did their best to streamline the interface to make it work on a console. In a way, I feel like they might have gone too far in that direction, since conversations are completely stripped down. But it's definitely better than the original Ultima 5, who continued a tradition of absolutely terrible interfaces going back to the very first Ultima. The Ultima series was one of the premier RPG series on computers, basically half of the foundation of the entire genre. The plot of the fifth game involves the player discovering that setting up a theocratic regime in the fourth game has some negative consequences. Generally, I like the console ports of this era of Ultima, because it clears a lot of the barrier of entry to playing them, but I've always bounced off the NES version for some reason. It might be that I'm just more familiar with the original. At this point, Konami had gotten their hands on the Batman license, and so made the Batman Returns games. And rather than just making a quick cash-in, they made a truly outstanding beat-em-up for the NES. Batman has a nice set of moves that you can use, and there's a bit of risk-reward, since the ones that make you more vulnerable to a counterattack also do a lot more damage. I don't have a lot to say here because Batman Returns is a very simple game, it's just executed extremely well. I'd be happier if I could say that about a lot more games on this list. Rollerblade Racer is the last extreme sports game on the NES, and they tried to make it as unextreme as possible. This is a game where you're skating down the streets on rollerblades and have to jump over anything in your path. You can do tricks, but it's very difficult to land them. Your goal is to score enough points before the big rollerblading event so that you can take part in that. Between every stage, you get tips on rollerblading safety, because that's what kids really want out of their extreme sports games. Radiance Software made this, and this might be their best game. That's not even a joke, unfortunately. This game is incredibly dull. You don't need that many points to qualify, so there's no need to do stunts, and then the stages are just the same few repeating obstacles over and over again, easily leapt over as you progress. There's absolutely no challenge here, or anything else of interest. We are truly in the era of the mascot platformer, because here is Alfred Chicken, a game that was going to be Mindscape's big hit for 1993. Of course, these days, it's only remembered because there was a phone number you could call to talk to Alfred Chicken, and the pre-recorded message there was one of the most depressing things you've ever heard. As a platformer, it's not bad. I like the way that you have to do a little dive bomb attack with Alfred, and the stage design is pretty solid. There's some secrets to explore, just as you'd expect. It basically does everything you'd require from a platforming game in 1993. It's not a must-play, but if you did have a copy of Alfred Chicken, you could certainly do worse than putting it in. I suspect that the game really suffered from bad timing. Besides the NES winding down at this point, you can't just be a decent game when there's 30 identical games coming out around the same time. It's time for a new educational game franchise to step into the arena, because Beam Software and High-Tech Expressions brings us Mickey's Safari in Letterland. By the way, now that Mickey Mouse is in the public domain, I can say that Mickey Mouse has officially endorsed this video. In fact, here's Mickey right now saying that. That is an official endorsement by Mickey Mouse himself. Important note here, the Walt Disney Company obviously doesn't officially endorse it. But Mickey Mouse absolutely, positively, 100% endorses this video. As for the game Mickey's Safari in Letterland, it's a cute little game perfect for kids. Mickey has to jump around and catch gems that have letters in them. Those will spell a word and then he'll read it at the end of the stage. You can't lose or die. If you get hit, Mickey just falls over for a second. And there's a little matching game at the end of the stage where you have to place a letter in the alphabet. I'm not really sure about the educational value here, but at the very least, they've succeeded in making a game approachable by very young children. Alien 3 is a movie with a lot of problems, but the game that came from it actually turned out halfway decent. This game was ported in some form to a ton of different platforms, and while the NES isn't the best one, it isn't bad. Probe Software and LJN made this, and from their records you'd expect something truly dire. Maybe it's because this came out after LJN had been acquired by Acclaim. Your goal on every stage is to rescue all of the people before aliens explode out of them. Presumably they get treatment somewhere off screen. The prison that you're crawling through is swarming with aliens, but conveniently you have a lot of guns. This is one of those games that has an enormous maze-like structure for every level, but considering your goal is to find everyone and then get to the exit before time runs out, I think it actually works for this game. Overall, Alien 3 on the NES winds up being decent. It's a small miracle that happened. Konami made Zen the Intergalactic Ninja when they were in a period of getting a whole bunch of licenses and trying to find the second coming of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Zen is a black and white indie comic that found some decent success in the late 80s and early 90s. Zen is exactly what the title says. He's an alien who's a ninja. There you go, you know everything you need to know about the character. In the game he's fighting a bunch of his villains to prevent ecological damage, and there's a pretty significant variety to the stages. You've got a minecart stage, where you have to jump over gaps and smash guys who are throwing rocks at you. Or there's a stage where it's just the boss, except you have to keep a bunch of flowers alive while you're fighting. Or one where you're jumping from platform to platform, racing the clock in an isometric perspective. Zen's biggest problem is that not all of the modes work great, but this is a game where you're never quite sure what's coming up next. I really thought I was done with casino games. Okay, Casino Kid 2 picks up where Casino Kid 1 left off. The kid has defeated all of the gamblers in the US and is now taking his luck around the world. You have to beat gamblers in various countries at their favorite casino game, and all of these gamblers are rated by how much you're allowed to bet. Like with most casino games, you just have to get lucky and win. There might be a very small amount of strategy to know, but it's not much more than knowing the game's rules. So I guess if you really want to see random numbers come up on your NES and maybe make your number go up, Casino Kid 2 is the game for you. As you might expect, Lethal Weapon is based on the movie series, and this time the licensed game is extremely bad. Developed by Eurocom and published by Ocean Software, it's a beat-em-up, only you start out with a gun. Except your gun isn't really effective, and the bullets drop off really quick, and enemies take multiple bullets anyways, and they fire back as soon as you step into view, so you'll get hit while you're shooting them. Don't worry, they drop a ton of extra health for you alongside ammunition. You're actually better off when you run out of bullets, because then you can punch and kick, approaching the shooters from an angle where they can't aim at you, and then just locking them up as soon as you're lined up with them. There's a weird amount of platforming in this game since enemies like to climb on background objects, and there will be times that there are things that you have to defeat which stay out of reach, and if you're out of ammunition, you'll have to wait until they just drop a grenade for you. Lethal Weapon is just an awful beat-em-up. It doesn't even have a two-player simultaneous mode for a game based on a movie all about buddy cops. Feels like a real missed opportunity there. Depending on how you want to count it, Dizzy the Adventurer is the 6th game in the Dizzy series, and it's definitely more approachable than some of Dizzy's other adventure games. Like before, you have 3 inventory slots, but now you can choose which ones you want to use and drop. Using items is just a matter of walking up to the appropriate spot and dropping the item there. You have a goal of collecting 50 stars that are scattered around the world, but there's also a kidnapped princess that you need to rescue. This port of the computer game was developed by Codemasters, and it was actually published by Codemasters in the US, though you can still see Camerica on the title screen. If you want to play a Dizzy adventure game, this is a good one to try. It's still mean, it's just not nearly as mean as Treasure Island Dizzy. Ah, Cool World. Only Ralph Bakshi could possibly think that this was a good idea. The plot of the movie is that a detective has to stop a cartoonist from having sex with an animated woman. Seriously, that's the plot. There were multiple games based on Cool World that were released, and the NES one might be the worst of them. The game is effectively unplayable, with a control scheme that doesn't work, a horrifying attempt to mix belt-scrolling style action with 2D platforming that causes you to just fall off of everything, action buttons that never seem to work the way they're supposed to, severely limited ammunition for what few weapons you have, and if you do use those special weapons, there's a good chance you can't complete the stage because the boss requires that you use them. Cool World is a situation where I can't say that they did a single thing right with the game design. And with a failure like that, you know there's only one possible group responsible. Yes, this was developed and published by Ocean Software, a company whose name on the package means stay far, far away. The biggest problem with Battletoads and Double Dragon, if you can call it a problem, is that it's a lot more Battletoads than it is Double Dragon. It feels like a second Battletoads game that happens to have some guest appearances by Jimmy, Billy, and their enemies, rather than 2 co-stars. I happen to think that Battletoads and Double Dragon is the better Battletoads game. It can be a bit flaky, but you're not going to run into situations where the game's unwinnable. It's not even as relentlessly cruel as the original Battletoads was. It all makes Battletoads and Double Dragon one of the more enjoyable beat-em-ups on the NES. There are 16-bit versions, but this is a weird situation where this version feels truer to the concept. Battletoads and Double Dragon are of the 8-bit era, so playing it on the NES makes sense. Remember that time when Nintendo was willing to license out Mario games to other companies? Games like Mario is Missing is a big part of why they don't do that anymore. This is an educational game, and the NES version was developed by Radical Entertainment. Mario's been kidnapped, and it's up to Luigi to get him back by wandering through a mansion... Wrong game. Instead, Luigi goes through pipes in Bowser's castle that take him to different locations around the world where he has to learn geography. Mario enemies have stolen treasures from each of the cities, and you have to jump on their head, and then take the treasure back to the appropriate location. To complete the process of returning the treasure, you have to answer geography trivia questions. You'd think kids would be thrilled with a poorly controlling Mario game that has homework stapled to it. I don't think anyone liked this even at the time. It really feels like we're getting deep into the timeline when we're talking about Jurassic Park. It's the hit game based on the hit movie based on the hit book. Okay, I don't think the NES game was a hit, but there were something like a dozen Jurassic Park games, and pretty much every one for every platform was something different. This one's an overhead shooter where Dr. Grant breaks out the rifle that all paleontologists have on them, and goes around killing every dinosaur he can find in order to study their skeletons. You can also interact with terminals that are scattered around the park, and you'll often have to do this in order to access new areas. As a top-down shooter, Jurassic Park is okay. It's nothing to write home about, but unlike some other Jurassic Park games, it's unlikely to make you want to claw your own eyes out. Ocean was responsible for many of the Jurassic Park games, including this one, and this turned out to be one of their better efforts. Wisdom Tree Software knows what you want: Bible and buffet. So they've got a Bible buffet for you. The game is a strange mix. You've got a board game that you roll and move on, but where you land determines what stage you play. On the stages, you have to collect the good vegetables, but not the bad ones. Some vegetables you can push, some vegetables you can pick up, some are solid, and some that walk around are enemies. You can throw things at the walking vegetables to stun them and then pick them up, or you can plant bombs to try to destroy them. Of course, as a wisdom tree game, if you land in the wrong spot, you have Bible trivia questions. Longtime viewers of this channel will know that I have a truly deep hatred for roll and move board games, and that holds true with Bible Buffet. As a board game, it's bad, and as an action game, it's bad. Wisdom Tree is back to making stinkers with this one. This might be one of the simplest releases on this list. Color a Dinosaur by Farsight lets you pick a dinosaur picture, pick out a color palette, and then drop some fills into it. That's it. That's everything to this one. Of course, what Color a Dinosaur is really known for is being expensive. It's not in the top tier of NES games by price, but you're still going to have to pay through the nose if you want a copy. And all you get for your money is the ability to color a dinosaur. Asterix. The comic you read in French class. There are an absolutely absurd number of Asterix games. This particular NES one seems to be a unique title, though there's several Asterix platformers that look very similar. The plot of the game is that Obelix has been kidnapped, and Asterix has to get him back. And naturally that means beating up a whole lot of Romans. The game was developed by Bit Managers for Infogrames, and Bit Managers seems to have been a company that specialized in adapting European properties for that market. So things like the Smurfs, Tintin, and Hugo. I can't say Asterix is really an outstanding game. I feel like beating up Romans is a little bit harder than it should be, but it is a decent 8-bit platformer for 1993. Asterix is just fine. Sometimes I can see what they were trying to do, but what they were trying to do wasn't very good and shouldn't have been tried in the first place. Star Trek: The Next Generation puts you into the shoes of Captain Picard. And just Captain Picard. You sit back on the bridge issuing orders to your crew who can't do anything without your help. From the main screen, you control the speed but not direction of the ship. You have to talk to Data to change the heading, and interacting with things requires that the ship be in the correct position, so you need to talk to Data to point the ship where you want to go back to the view screen, move the ship there, go back to Data, monitor the ship's movements until it's close, go back to the view screen, match the speed that you need to, then go to whichever crew member you need at that moment, do the simplistic minigame for their task, and then repeat this process way too many times. And of course the game doesn't feature anything like ethical dilemmas, or conference room discussions about possible solutions. Basically, it doesn't capture any of the flavor of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and is just a slog to play. This version of Battleship was developed by Mindscape, but it borrows heavily from other Battleship-inspired games, particularly Namco's Battlefleet. Rather than just playing the standard board game Battleship, you have 40 stages where you'll be playing with different ship layouts and have different weapons to fire. Rather than just dropping one shell at a time, the weapons have shot patterns to speed up your search, but you also have a limited quantity of these. Often you only get one shot with the big ones. One of the big problems with Battleship is that it's 90% a guessing game. You're guessing where they put their ships and how they orientated them, and whoever guesses right first wins. Against a human opponent, there's at least a little bit of psychology involved, but against a computer, you don't even have that. The alternate weapons do give you a bit more strategy, but I don't think it's enough to make Battleship worth playing. Oh, good God, no. Bram Stoker's Dracula is one of those games that turns up on the worst of all time list. It's based on a film from the director of Megalopolis, and it feels like one of those situations where the developer Probe Software had another game sitting around, so they changed some graphics and the title and called it a day. The game doesn't remotely resemble the movie, of course. This is an action platformer that feels like a cheap knockoff of Castlevania. Castlevania 2, considering that there's a day-night cycle. Although, the game still has a time limit on every stage, so I don't know why they bother with the day-night cycle. Other annoyances are things like how when you collect a power-up, it makes it extra difficult to strike the bricks that give you power-ups, and how there's platforms that you have to smash through using a move that doesn't look any different from your regular jump. Bram Stoker's Dracula is an exceptionally bad game, though I wouldn't really go for worst of all time. It's just really bad, not break you really bad. How is there a worse pool game? No, seriously, I have no clue how they managed this. Championship Pool feels like the prototype you design before you make your real pool game. The kind of thing you make to help you dial in your ball physics. The first obvious thing that's wrong with it? You can't see the whole table. You have to scroll around to see what's happening. You aim your shot with a crosshair, and once you're lined up, the power's selected for you, though you can hit B and just choose how hard you're going to hit the ball. There's nothing dynamic in this pool game. I also noticed that the pockets are oversized, which is a minor complaint, but it's just something that pairs badly with everything else they've done. Bitmasters made Championship Pool for Mindscape, and this is a game that you're better off avoiding. There are some games that come into this world and just never had a chance at all. There is absolutely, positively no way that a game based on Last Action Hero could ever turn out to be good. The movie's a notorious flop, but at least it's one of those films that's a fascinating mess, rather than a boring slog. The game, of course, is a train wreck. It's kind of a beat-em-up, but you're locked into a single plane. You're not allowed to attack enemies who are off that plane. You have a health bar, and when it runs out, you lose a life. But you don't fall over or get sent back. You just continue on, and your life bar resets. You've got a continuous stream of regular enemies, and the actually dangerous ones shoot at you from spots where you can't reach them, and of course they always place those for maximum unfairness. I'm just glad that The Last Action Hero wasn't the last action game on the NES. Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing is the exact kind of title that you'd expect from an Amiga game. After Mansell won the Formula 1 season, Gremlin licensed his name to appear on their F1 game. That got ported around a bit, and Gremlin themselves made this version for the NES. And it's actually one of the better F1 games on the system. You've got a bunch of official courses. You can choose to qualify for a better placement on the track, or just jump right in and race. The action is nice and smooth, even when there's a bunch of other cars visible. The handling feels a bit tight, though I don't think that's a bad thing in this situation. You'll be able to get around those corners at pretty high speed. So there isn't much in the way of simulation here, but I think that'd be lost on the NES anyways, so an arcade-style approach works better for the platform. Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing is a very technically impressive game for the NES, the exact kind of thing that we'd expect to see at the end of its life. The Flintstones' Surprise at Dinosaur Peak is easily the most expensive game I'm talking about in this video. Cartridge-only copies can go for $1,500. This is the last Taito release I'm going to talk about, and all of those end-of-the-era Taito games go for a lot of money. And, like the rest of those late Taito games, it's pretty good. It's not $1,500 good, but it is pretty good. In this game you can alternate between Fred and Barney. Fred has the club and can climb up ledges, while Barney has a slingshot. The stages are big and complex with a good variety of obstacles. Probably the biggest problem here is that some of the movement techniques are a little bit tricky to use. Flintstones, The Surprise at Dinosaur Peak is a game worth playing as long as you're not paying for it. Remember when public service announcement mascots became so popular that they could get their own video game? Yeah, the 90s were weird. On TV, The Incredible Crash Dummies taught you to wear your seatbelt. On your NES, they teach you not to buy licensed games. I've always felt that this one was kind of a near miss. If you look at bits of it in isolation, it seems pretty good. The game goes really fast. You can pull off some cool stunts as you speed along. But then you run into things like bouncing off the wall into an enemy, and then the enemy bounces you into the wall, which you bounce off of into the enemy, or jumps that barely work, or level design that is designed to punish you using the speed that they give you. There's some really good tech behind the Incredible Crash dummies. Software Creations did a pretty good job programming it. But then as you play it, you just get more and more annoyed, and then you wish you could crash into a brick wall yourself. Rakuten Rivals isn't the first tennis game that Konami has made for an 8-bit Nintendo platform, but it is the only one that they released outside of Japan. Konamic Tennis was released 5 years before this, so it's unlikely they reused any of that code, and instead Rakuten Rivals is a whole new game. It's a full-featured tennis game with options for tournament or match play, 3 different types of court, and the ability for singles or doubles play. It also controls well, though I did find it a little difficult to aim where my shots would go. Rakuten Rivals is a well-made tennis game, and it's not really anything more than that. But hey, good tennis. I really wish I was done with these terrible movie tie-ins. Cliffhanger was developed by Spidersoft, but not the cool Spidersoft that's been making retro-style RPGs for decades. This is the point where I'd share the most interesting game that this Spidersoft created. That's impossible because for the most part they just made the bad portable versions of better games. The movie Cliffhanger was the Arnold Schwarzenegger action film where he beats up John Lithgow. And here it's rendered as one of the worst platformers around. It doesn't even have passable 8-bit graphics. That looks more like something designed for the Game Boy. One fun thing about Cliffhanger is that you move forward when you hit the jump button, so that just makes it more difficult to do any kind of accurate jumping. You also have one of the more pathetic attacks I've seen, just tiny little kicks and punches. Cliffhanger is the kind of game that makes you wonder, why did they even bother releasing this? We've already seen one version of Ms. Pac-Man on the NES, an unlicensed Tengen version. Now Namco's up to bat, and their version of Ms. Pac-Man is just Ms. Pac-Man. You can play it in arcade mode, which tries to replicate the experience directly, or you can play it in hard mode, which cranks up the difficulty on the ghost a little bit and changes the maze colors. But that's it. No additional stages, no new maze designs, no new functionality. This is just the arcade version of Ms. Pac-Man. So play the Tengen version. The Tengen version has the arcade version, plus all of those other features. The Namco Ms. Pac-Man's fine, it's just there's that better option sitting right there. It's hard to believe that Ren and Stimpy got a game for the NES. And it's from the same people who brought you the Simpsons games, so that should tell you the level of quality that we're dealing with. The Ren and Stimpy show Buckaroos has you take part in a series of mini-games. They're themed around a few cartoons from the very first season, and the games are all a little bit different. The one thing that this game has going for it are the large, impressive graphics, and they do that by eliminating anything else that resembles gameplay. Everything moves slow and blocky, you're so large that you easily get hit by anything, and the controls barely work to do anything that you want. The Ren and Stimpy show Buckaroos looks great, you just are better off watching somebody else play it. The horrifically awful licensed games continue with Wayne's World. This time, Radical Entertainment developed it for THQ. This is a game that you really have to be hands-on with to understand how bad it is. The way Wayne and Garth just slide around as they move, how unresponsive the jumping is, how there's fall damage for distances that aren't even as high as your jump, how enemies take way too many hits to defeat. There's just nothing good here. For some reason, Garth has a laser gun while Wayne does karate kicks. As a game, Wayne's World does a really poor job of representing either the movie or the Saturday Night Live sketch, and it's about as much fun as eating broken glass. For Jimmy Connor's Tennis, I have a sneaking suspicion that it was developed for PAL territories, and then never adapted properly for the US. NMS Software, who developed it, was definitely UK-based, and the game was developed for Ubisoft, so it might have happened. The reason I bring this up is that if you play the US version of Jimmy Connor's Tennis on a US system, the game moves way too fast. The computer serves like a rocket even on the lowest settings. So if you're in PAL territories, it might be a bit better for you there. Jimmy Connor's Tennis has the distinction of being the last proper sports game for the NES. It's not the best tennis game though. Even setting aside the speed issues, we've seen better already in this video. Jimmy Connor's Tennis feels like a big shrug of a game. WWF King of the Ring is my final wrestling game, and for once, I actually see some improvement in the genre. King of the Ring was developed by Grey Matter for LJN, and they really stepped up. A new feature is that you can create your own wrestler, which just means giving them a name and assigning them a few stat points. The action in the ring feels a lot more responsive, though the computer opponent was a bit brain dead. While I was playing, it basically stood there and let me pound on it continuously. Presumably it gets tougher as the game progresses. I felt it was easier to pull off moves in this wrestling game than it has been in others. You can grapple and flip people all over the place. And WWF King of the Ring definitely looks better. Bigger sprites that more closely resemble the actual wrestlers than the tiny guys I'm used to seeing in wrestling games. I feel like this is a case of them pulling back lessons from the fighting game genre and more advanced wrestling games for one last hurrah on the NES. It's time for the second Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade game on the NES. Except this one's actually older than Taito's game, because it was originally for the Commodore 64. It was a pretty big hit on computers. I played it a ton there. But when you put it on the NES, it kind of falls apart. Indy doesn't move especially well, and the level design is really bad. I hope you like going around in circles as enemies that you can't hurt take free shots at you. NMS Software was responsible for this port, and honestly, I think they did the best they could with what they had. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade is a game that reminds me just how starved we were for decent action games on computers, because this was something that we thought was acceptable. Oh, we're getting all the crazy pricey games out of the way now. I think it's safe to say that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter is the best fighting game on the NES. Admittedly, it's a field that doesn't have a lot of great competitors. And this version of Tournament Fighters would be a C-tier game on any 16-bit platform, even with the graphics improved to those standards. But beggars can't be choosers. An okay fighting game elsewhere is a superstar on the NES. You've got a decent roster of characters. They managed to make all of the turtles visually distinct from each other. You've got the special moves, though they're kind of hard to pull off. And the combat actually feels like a proper fighting game. Okay, the computer opponents could use some work, since once you find a hole in their defenses, you can just ruthlessly exploit it until they're down. But that's less of a factor when you're playing against friends, assuming they don't learn how to do infinites. And if they do learn how to do infinites, they're right there so you can punch them. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters is a game that would be a must-play on the NES, if only it didn't cost a small fortune to get a copy. I think the Smurfs is the last truly European game on the NES. Oh, there's a couple more PAL exclusives to go, but they're PAL exclusives based on US properties. The Smurfs is a Belgian comic. You can't get more European than that. Bit Managers developed this one, and it was a platformer that was released on pretty much every system available. The game itself is a really standard platformer. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, but there's also nothing really to recommend it. There aren't even interesting power-ups here. Just some items to collect to restore health or give you an extra life. The Smurfs is a fine game, it's just not one you'll remember anything about half an hour after you've played it. we're back to Mickey Mouse. And Mickey's Adventures in Numberland is fairly similar to Mickey's Safari in Letterland. Pete has stolen all the numbers, and Mickey has to go to a bunch of different locations and collect them. At the start of every stage, you're given a number that you're supposed to collect, and then you just have to look around until you find that number. You can't really get hurt or die here, and that's actually a plus when it's a game intended for 3 to 5-year-olds. I have to question how much educational value it has, though, since all they're doing is matching the shape of the number. At least in the Sesame Street game with this same type of gameplay, kids would sometimes have to count that many items. Maybe the most educational value here are in some enemies that have numbers on them that count up. So there's at least a sequence even if there's no meaning to it for the kids. I doubt that anyone would really be interested in Mickey's Adventures in Numberland at this point, just because there's not much here as a game, and there's not much here in terms of educational content. And here we have Nintendo's final 8-bit console game. Zoda's Revenge Star Tropics 2 came out maybe 2 weeks after Nintendo's final Famicom games, so it takes the prize as being the end of the road there. Though in terms of releases, Mario's Woods for the NES did come after it. It's just that the Famicom version came out before it. Star pitcher Mike is back in Star Tropics 2, and Zoda's revenge on him is sending him back in time. This outing is a more straightforward action-adventure game. Mike goes through a series of dungeons, and has a variety of ranged weapons that he keeps upgrading. Rather than square tiles that you hop a fixed distance between, now there's elevated platforms you have to jump around. And when you're out of the dungeon, there's lots of villagers to talk with, who of course will give you information to help you on your quest. Zoda's Revenge is a pretty decent game, but I think it doesn't have quite the same style as the original Star Tropics. At least you don't have to soak anything in water for this one. It's time for the last educational game. Mario's Time Machine by Radical Entertainment uses the same game engine as Mario is Missing, and tries to up the action a bit, but you can instantly tell when a Mario game isn't by Nintendo, because it feels all wrong. In this game, Koopa has looted all of the treasures from history, and so you have to first do a Mario Brothers style mini-game to get an item, and then take it to the appropriate historical period. Once there, you have to identify the correct item box to place it in, and then repeat. In a weird way, Mario's Time Machine feels even worse than Mario is Missing, because it tries to lean into the action. At least in Mario is Missing, there's no platforming. But now you have to navigate around some bland stages with a Mario that doesn't feel right. And this is why Nintendo doesn't lend out Mario anymore. The last 4 NES releases are all adaptations of Disney movies. It makes a weird kind of sense, given that those are games that would keep selling to young kids, though I doubt any of these sold especially well. First up is Beauty and the Beast from Probe Software and Hudson Soft. How do you make that into an action game for the NES? Well, you let players control the Beast, and then you give them a kinda generic game. One where you spend all your time fighting monsters in your own castle. As the Beast, you can punch things and climb walls. The controls in this game are pretty bad, something I'm going to be repeating a lot in the next few games. And there seems to be a lag between when you hit a button and when the action takes place, and that just makes things worse to play. I don't think there is a good Beauty and the Beast game, but this is still one of the worst ones. The Jungle Book is the last US release for the NES, though it was developed by Eurocom because at this point, Europeans were the only people left developing for the system. And surprisingly, the Jungle Book is pretty good. Naturally, you're playing as Mowgli, and of course it's a platforming game where you're jumping around the jungle, but it's got some nice 8-bit animations as you climb the vines. The levels are expansive, but not in a way that has you constantly going back and forth in them. And you use a boomerang to attack, which means you avoid issues like having enemies sit on top of you. I'd call this one surprisingly good. The Jungle Book is a great way for the NES to head out. Unfortunately, however, there are 2 more European releases to go, and they are not as good. People argue about whether you should play the Genesis or Super Nintendo version of Aladdin, but no one ever mentions the NES version, and that's because the NES version is awful. It feels like it's vaguely based on the Genesis version. You can collect apples and throw them at enemies, but it takes a few apples to knock them out. Also, some of the other items that you find feel like they're carried over from the Genesis version. The real problems with this version of Aladdin kick in when you try to start platforming, because it's weirdly hard to control your jump, and if you're jumping to something that you can climb like a rope, you have to be precisely on it. Just getting around the stages is a real pain because of this. The best thing I can say about Aladdin is it's not the next game. And here's the end of our journey. The only NES release of 1995. Lion King is definitely a simplified version of the 16-bit games, except this is nearly unplayable. Half the time you hit the jump button, Simba doesn't do anything. You have to scramble up ledges to reach areas, and sometimes that just doesn't work. Sometimes you can bounce on enemies' heads, and sometimes they hurt you. There's probably some very precise precisioning involved, but it's implemented in a way that is absolutely no fun. And of course, the Lion King is notorious for being stupidly difficult, and that carries over to this NES version. At least the music's good, though developer Dark Technologies didn't have anything to do with that. This was their only NES game, and they were a company that mysteriously appeared in 1994 and were gone by the end of 1995. So at least they didn't stick around long enough to inflict more games like The Lion King on people. And there you have it. Every officially released NES cartridge that had no counterpart in Japan. Plus a few extra unofficial carts that you might have run into. That's 369 games total. And a shockingly poor showing on the good-bad ratio. I knew it'd be rough going in, but the average quality was way down there. The simple fact is that if you have a great game, you'd probably also release it in Japan unless there was some compelling business reason not to. The second problem was the sheer volume of licensed games. The way those are always bad is practically a joke when it comes to 8-bit games, but LJN gained that reputation for a reason. Anytime there was a licensed game that actually played well, it was a breath of fresh air, and if they actually used the license well, that felt like a small miracle. The third reason that there were so many bad games here was all of the Western developers. Not because Western developers sucked, though I could certainly point out a few. It's because they all slid over from computer game development. The Commodore 64's microprocessor was extremely close to the NES's. Same family, but Nintendo had some functionality stripped out of theirs for the sake of price. So all these developers were jumping from the Commodore 64 to the NES where the real money was, and almost all of them struggled with the paradigms of the NES platform. Different controls, different expectations for gameplay, different styles of games. A few of those developers learned and became better, but a lot of them went, why should we change? We're making tons of money on these licensed games that everyone hates. The ones who could learn to make console games tended to stick around, so success was possible. As for my unsuccessful self, this pretty much wraps up everything I've got on Nintendo's 8-bit games. If somehow you watch this whole thing on release date, there's still 4 Disk System games to go, but they're already uploaded and will be shown over the next week. My 4-year-long project is coming to an end, because there's definitely no more 8-bit Nintendo games to talk about. Yep, absolutely no more 8-bit games. Absolutely, positively, no more.